better life, yeah, my people. For better.
I'm angry with myself. I'm angry with everybody. I'm angry with Labour Party. I'm angry with PDP. I'm angry with any other opposition party right now. You don't know how I'm feeling. You people don't know how I'm feeling. Jesus. Steve, I eat my mic. I'm so emotional.
Our great Nigeria is possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, But now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is, right there. Ring, ding, dong, ring-a-ding, ding, dong. Keep their ears ringing. Ring, ding, dong, ring-a-ding, ding, dong. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me start the session off with a nice little ditty, a nursery rhyme. You may well be familiar with this. Solomon Grundy. You know Solomon Grundy. Solomon Grundy, born on Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, grew worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday, and that was the end of Solomon Grundy. So that was the end of Solomon Grundy, and Solomon Grundy ended today. So that was the end of Solomon Grundy. So there it is right there, exactly just as your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing told you it was, your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing man told you it was always going to pan out. So not a foot wrong, not a footnote out of place, exactly how we said it was going to pan out. So it's panned out. So of course, I mean, what else is there to talk about? There's only really one thing to talk about. So gather yourselves, make sure you are relaxed into situation. But before you do anything, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that you are fully subscribed. So like and subscribe. Now, if you want to participate in what we are anticipating might well be an epic session, if you want to participate, that hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section, that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to be on the Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more platform, your ticket to ride is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So just click on that. It's an open microphone space. So whatever your thoughts are, you can share them freely. We have only one rule, no foul language. And I think that's something you should be able to manage. So there's that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and all of that. You know, I had a lot of things lined up to start this particular session, but I just chose to go with that flow. It was just so important that I started off with that Obi song. What is it called again? Be obedient and useful. So there it is right there, just to cap that space off and put it in abeyance for the next 4 years. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I feel moved to play you another little ditty. So let me play you this.
Oh yeah, only different from only Ayajoni. Only Ayajoni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Should I play you one more? Let me play you one more, but I promise this is the last one. It's just so, you know, it's one of those sorts of sessions, isn't it? See, brother, almost. All right, enough of the silliness. Enough of the silliness. Of course, you know what happened today. But if you don't know what happened today, let me play you this, which will catch you up just in the entirety of what transpired today. Watch this.
I must say that I have read that judgment. I concur with the highest sense of responsibility for the reasoning and conclusion, with particular regard to the appellants to procure fresh or additional evidence at this crucial point in time of the appeal, that such an application is grossly unmeritorious, thus ought to be dismissed, and same is accordingly hereby dismissed. And as for the statements of each and every justice of this panel, in due course, because constitutionally, very much. Madam Jaro, read your judgment.
Gentlemen, what? Congratulations to the president. As a 5-star general, as a commander-in-chief. Congratulations, Your Excellencies. Congratulations. Mr. President, congratulations. Yes, sir.
The job is secured. Yes, so the job is now secured.
Thanks, sir. That said that the job is secured.
And the governance. School.
Congratulations.
As I was walking down, I was listening to it on phone.
Okay, unanimous, sir. No dissenting.
7-0.
Yes. All issues too. All issues. They didn't get one issue. They didn't get one judgment. All.
Yeah. 5-0. So what of us is that?
Yeah. 12.
I'm becoming Man City.
Yes.
All right, so there it is right there. I'm becoming Man City. Not one judgment, not one issue. 7-0. So there it is right there. Even Pep Guardiola will be jealous of that. So there it is.
See brother, almost see brother, brother we move, brother we move.
Enough of that nonsense. So let's get serious. Larry, make sure your mic is switched on because your device is not connecting fully with the screen. And anybody that wants to come join, then of course click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. This is if you've ever wanted to join now, this is the time to join. They say in Nigerian politics that Tinubu never loses So I think he has now kept that all the way through his political career now, because the trajectory lands him now at the most paramount seat in the Nigerian space, and he maintains that record. So there it is right there. Matter settled, but there is still hope. Do you understand what I mean? There's still hope for the aggrieved. You know, they must have exhausted up to the Supreme Court, but there's still hope for the aggrieved. They can always still take these matters to the Hague, you know, to the World Court in the Hague, and maybe then the international community will parachute into Aso Rock Villa, you know, AK-47 blazing and all that. So there is always that possibility. Be obedient and useful. Be obedient and useful. So let's get into it. Enough of the mucking about. Enough of the mucking about. So if there was ever an advice given that should be taken, it is this advice. So it is this advice. Supreme Court judgments, stop politics. HURIWA tells Atiku. So I personally feel that this is Atiku's last rodeo. I have a lot of people feel that he's lining up for 2027. I'm not amongst them. I think this guy is done. Essentially Nigerian politics. Is 80-something already, whatever he claims his age is, and we can all see that he can barely keep himself upright. So, I mean, does he even, is done? That's just the thing. But let's see what advice is being given. Supreme Court judgment, stop politics, HURIWA tells Atiku. Our civil rights advocacy group, our Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, has advised the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the February election, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, to stop politics. The advocacy group disclosed this in a statement by its national coordinator, Comrade Emmanuel, I won't attempt his last name, HURIWA, advised Atiku to allow youngsters like Peter Obi and a few other good people to refocus and re-energize the opposition party to wrestle power if the laws are made to remove the powers, etc., etc. He said, we advise Atiku Abubakar to quit politics and become a statesman and allow youngsters like Peter Obi and a few other good people to refocus and re-energize opposition party to wrestle power if the laws are made to remove the powers of appointment of INEC chairman and electoral officials by the president. HURIWA expects Atiku Abubakar to be a statesman and campaign for proper electoral reforms so political cases are decided before any level of government are sworn in after the election. So there it is right there. So I personally, not only do I align myself with the sentiments being expressed by that particular piece, I also am of the thought that Atiku is done. I cannot see him rolling out in 2020. You know, they had to persuade him. Apparently, it was his children that actually persuaded him to roll himself out for this particular rodeo. So the guys physically and mentally already beaten down. And that is why you saw this mad scramble and just digging all manners of funky holes, searching for gold. So he did not find the gold, of course, in Chicago, with a 7-0, according to Gbadabiamila. So 7-0, and according to Gbadabiamila, and celebration, as you imagine, all agog in Aso Rock Villa. Celebrations agog in Aso Rock Villa. Tinubu's victory at Supreme Court, a welcome relief for Nigerians, his immediate predecessor, Malam Buhari. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has described the victory of Bola Tinubu at the Supreme Court as a welcome relief for not just him but the majority of Nigerians. Recall that the Supreme Court on Thursday affirmed President Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC as the valid winner of the presidential election that held in the country on February the 25th. Buhari made the reaction in a statement posted by his media aide Gabashew on Twitter on Thursday. It reads, our former President Muhammadu Buhari says the decision to dismiss the appeals by Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP and Mr. P. Toby of the Labour Party LP by the Supreme Court is a welcome relief to him and to the majority of the citizens of Nigeria. The former president repeated what he said on the early 6th of September verdict of the Presidential Election Petition Court, which affirmed President Bola Tinubu's victory, that the welcome decision is a reaffirmation of the will of the majority of the people against the determined will of a hard-fighting minority. Now that we have arrived at the last bus stop, after a tortuous 8 months of expensive legal journey, so that's a jibe right there. That's a jibe right there. Now that we have arrived at the last bus stop, after a tortuous 8 months of expensive legal journey, the nation deserves a break. The opposition has fought a good fight. Having now exhausted all their rights as constitutionally allowed, they should take the hand of fellowship extended by Tinubu and Shettima. At official APC-NG government, let them allow the government to run their administration and the people to enjoy the full benefit of the promises of the All Progressive Congress APC made. The former president expressed concerns over low voting percentages all over the country, especially in urban areas, and said this should change, given the acceptance and vibrancy of democracy in Nigeria. He wishes the president and his team a successful term in office. So fait accompli. So that is it right there. And that is the end of our Solomon Grundy. That is the end of Solomon Grundy. But they go kicking and screaming. Dismissal of Atiku Obi's petition, mockery of justice system, HURIWA. Civil Rights Advocacy Group Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, HURIWA, has described the dismissal of the petition filed by the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party presidential candidate P. Toby as a mockery of the justice system of Nigeria. HURIWA, in a statement by its national coordinator, Comrade Emmanuel, I won't attempt his last name, described the judgment as a mockery of justice and wants that it may encourage violence in the future. Whatever his name is said, the Supreme Court of Nigeria did not perform the unthinkable. Neither did the conservative and traditionalist justices of the Apex Court perform any miracle by upstaging or invalidating the election of the incumbent president and commander-in-chief of the army. So I wonder if it's the incumbent president now, or I wonder, I'm not even wondering, you have the expectation and the surrender that that tonality that Peter Obi introduced at his press conference will be the appellation for Tinubu for the next 8 years. That is going to be your president. They'll be calling him Chief Tinubu because that's their style of resistance. So they'll call him Chief Tinubu, and they'll think they are one-upping somebody or the other. The Supreme Court of Nigeria did not perform the unthinkable, neither did the conservative and traditional justices of the Apex Court perform any miracle by upstaging or invalidating the election of the incumbent president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because it did what most critics and civil rights leaders already predicted in its ruling, when it controversially and incredibly held that the appeal filed by the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, lacked merit. The court known for always upholding elections of all the civilian presidents whose elections have been contested since before them since 1979, also dismissed Mr. Peter Obi's petition from the Labour Party, just as the Supreme Court, that should be just as the appeal court, by the way, just as the Supreme Court, by refusing to admit fresh evidence from Atiku Abubakar that shows clearly that President Tinubu, as the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, had presented a dud and fake certificate of Chicago State University, which the United States-based educational faculty denied knowing about, before a U.S. court, but they did not do that before a U.S. court, did they? Has conveyed the wrong message. So just the usual tonality. So we can leave that there. We can leave that there. Next one. So Tinubu is not my president. Like I said, it's going to be the tonality of the obedient space. So Tinubu is not my president. But they are now going even one step further. So Tinubu is not my president was what they started with. And then they mutated into Chief Tinubu. So that was the mutation. So from we all saw it with the Jubrila Sudani, didn't we? When he was in a shadow grave in Saudi to start off with, and he ended up in a parking lot in Cuba as the story got more ridiculous and ludicrous. So they started this particular narrative with Tinubu is not my president, and that mutated into Chief Tinubu. So now this the latest inflection of that ongoing mutation. The latest inflection of that ongoing mutation. Chimamanda Adichie introduces Peter Obi as winner of Nigeria's presidential election at the United States Princeton University lecture. So there it is right there. So they're completely gone mentally. This is where we are now. Following the February and March 2023 elections in Nigeria and the accompanying dispute, Adichie wrote an open letter to Biden pointing out the polls anomalies. Angered and disappointed at how Nigeria conducted the 2023 election. Anger and disappointment at how Nigeria conducted the 2023 election made me write the United States President Joe Biden. Nigerian-born award-winning writer Chimamanda Adichie had said. Adichie revealed this whilst delivering the inaugural Africa World Lecture at Princeton University in the United States. I want to tell the story of what happened, she said. And by the way, she knows no backdrop to this, by the way, because throughout the course of all of that electioneering, she was in the United States, going about doing this full intellectual thing that she seems to earn a living from. Some full FUAX. That's what full. Yeah, that full intellectualism that she seems to earn a living from. I want to tell a story of what happened. She said, and telling a story of what happened has become important in a world so eager to deny and distort even recent history. Following the February and March 2023 elections in Nigeria and the accompanying dispute, Adichie wrote an open letter to President Biden pointing out the polls anomalies. I wrote it to bear witness, said the author of Half of a Yellow Sun. In the audience at Adichie's lecture was Mr. P. Toby, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the election. Adichie introduced him to the audience as the man who won the presidential election. So that's a totality of a nonsense, of course. He did not even come second. I'm minded to actually let Soyinka reply to this. Should I? I think I will. I think Soyinka must reply to this. Soyinka must reply to this because, of course, Soyinka is I was going to say they are both literary luminaries. But Soyinka is certainly a literary luminary, but I don't quite know what Chimamanda is.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. What they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
There it is right there. So there it is right there. Bajue, and you know, in the audience at Adache's lecture was Mr. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the election. Adache introduced him to the audience as the man who won the presidential election. In the lecture that delved into her writing career, the motivations behind her works, and the reception they have received around the globe, Adache talked about how the church, especially the Catholic Church, influenced her work, especially her first novel, Purple Hibiscus. She chronicled, and then she goes on to talk about herself, of course, which, as we know, that's our favorite topic. So that's her favorite topic. But let's go on from there 2 days. So we're still within the realms of sour grapes. But we are putting Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar in abeyance, in animated suspension for a moment as we go to this space. Obasanjo, only true nationalist. Other presidents are ethnic leaders. And this is Rotimi Amechi, who, look at that, unbelievable. We've been through quite a cycle in this particular cycle. Former minister of, remember when this guy was going around being turbaned in the north, and they were giving him the assurances that he was going to be the next president as he kept on piling the dollars into their pocket. Former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, says Nigeria is still in search of national leaders and its democracy needs serious rethinking in terms of scope and focus. Amechi was the guest speaker. Amechi was the guest speaker at the 2023 The Niche annual lecture themed Why We Stride and Sleep, Leadership, Nationalism, and the Nigerian Condition, held on Thursday in Lagos. So they are letting this guy into Lagos. I wonder where it's on Wolu and where were the handcuffs when this guy was around. He questioned the extent to which Nigerian leadership has been imbued with the necessary sense of national unity. The only person near that point of nationalism, with all due respect, is ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. The rest are ethnic leaders. So it is quite pungent and telling. Of course, we know already the history with Tinubu, so that's an easy acerbic remark to throw, and you can see where that is coming from. But he also served, I think, 2 terms under a presidency. So if he had no confidence in that person, seeing him as nothing more than an ethnic jingoist, why did he then serve those 2 terms? So the inherent hypocrisy, it's just this. The lowest qualities is just what we have as politicians in Nigeria. You served 2 terms with Buhari. So if you thought he was an ethnic jingoist, then why did you not make an honorable retreat? So it's just a ridiculous bunch of people. The only person near that point of nationalism, with all due respect, is ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. The rest are ethnic leaders. Truly remarkable national leadership is the ability of a leader to galvanize the totality of a nation around the common national banner with a vision and a sense of mission. The truly remarkable national leader is the one who can rise above limitations to take the nation and its people to that place they long for but have never been before. It is a place of national greatness, pride, achievement, and shared goals, aspirations, and prosperity, he said. Whilst lauding Nigerian nationalists who fought for independence, Mr. Amechi said genuine nationalist leadership transcends ethnicity. According to him, public service equips people with practical experience and insider knowledge about how Nigeria works, why it doesn't work, and how it should work. The former River State governor noted that Nigeria's nationalism and nation building are younger than the nation as an independent entity, and that there have been more rulers than nationalist leaders. So I have to, setting aside Wike for a moment, or rather Amechi for a moment, is worthy of exploration what he has said. So Obasanjo, he was a nationalist, I have to say that. Goodluck Jonathan was a nationalist, I have to say that. I'm not sure if Babangida was a nationalist. Tinubu certainly a nationalist. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe if you go further back, he's praising the founding fathers of the nation, but that was where ethnophobia was at its most rife. Nnamdi Azikiwe, an ethnophobe, or Obafemi Awolowo, an ethnophobe, Ahmedu Bello, a self-professed ethnophobe. So I'm not quite sure. He's just got it upside down, but then that's Rotimi Amechi, of course, as dumb as a coot. The former River State governor noted that Nigeria's nationalism and nation building are younger than the nation as an independent entity, and there have been more rulers than national leaders. He said that most nations are products of the amalgamation of diverse nationalities under a common sovereignty, and many have tried to resolve the problem of internal diversity. Amechi said that many Nigerian leaders are in the corridors of power for the interest of their ethnic group, noting that the identity of Nigeria is still being tormented by ethnicity. So yes, this is a question that's worthy of exploration as a standalone. The identity of so what is the identity of Nigeria? What is a commonality that binds as a true Nigerian identity, cutting through the ethnic divide? So that's a philosophical question that's worthy of reflection. Amechi said that many Nigerian leaders are in the corridors of power for the interest of their ethnic group, noting that the identity of Nigeria is still being tormented by ethnicity. There can be no credible leadership for a diverse nation without some form of resolution of the national question as it pertains to the particular nation in question. So this is something that is worthy of a national exercise to try and identify common factors. We already know what divides us as a nation, but to try and identify common factors that we share. Shared values. There are certain shared values. I mean, we are conservative by nature, we're religious by inclination, we're family oriented. So there's a lot of things that cut through the swathe of the country as a commonality. So maybe that can be harnessed into a coherent narrative. There can be no credible leadership for a diverse nation without some form of resolution of national questions as it pertains to the particular nation in question. He added, of course, he didn't write this. I don't think that Amechi has the cranial functioning to write something of this level. Also speaking, Umar Alezu, chairman of the lecture, said that in spite of all the problems of the country is facing, the future generation still has hope. Questioning how the country got to its present point, Mr. Alezu said the toxicity of living in Nigeria has birthed the Japa syndrome amongst the youth. Once the boundaries of the national social order are removed, there will be problems. So it goes on and on in that vein. So that's actually worthy of note. So worthy of note, and it is noted. So worthy of note, and it is noted. So let's go on to note this. Labour Party rejects a Supreme Court verdict, asks international community to defend democracy. I look as though I preempted this somewhat. Is this a clip or I hope I don't have to. I'm not sure if this is a clip. Is this something I can play? No, I have to read it, unfortunately. Oh, all right, let's just... A new Nigeria is possible. The Labour Party LP has rejected the judgment of the Supreme Court affirming the victory of President Bola Tinubu. So what does that even mean? That is just it's just word salad. It's just random words meshed together to form an utterance. That's just what that is. Random words, and I didn't even think that. Sometimes I wonder how my brain works. So random words meshed together to form an utterance, word salad. What does that even mean? You reject the judgment of the Supreme Court, and then what? And then you know, that could actually be deemed as a treasonable sort of because that's also almost of an anarchic undertone to that. You know, these people are treading on dangerous waters. They're skating on thin ice. The Labour Party LP has rejected the judgment of the Supreme Court affirming the victory of President Bola Tinubu. In a unanimous decision on Thursday, the 7-member panel of the Apex Court dismissed the petitions of Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party are challenging Tinubu's victory in the February 25th election. Reacting to the verdict, Julius Abure, Labour Party National Chairman, called on the international community to rise and defend democracy in Nigeria. I did tell you they will send special forces to come and remove Tinubu. You know, Biden is calling an emergency security meeting as we speak now, and Rishi Sunak, it's called the Cobra meeting, which is what they call war footing in the UK. It's called the Cobra meeting that they should go. Abure also described the judgment as shocking and surprising. So now that is the most disingenuous thing that any man has ever uttered within the Nigerian political space. If he considers that judgment shocking and surprising, then it's not fit to occupy whatever it is that he claims he stands for. We are indeed very shocked and surprised that even the Apex Court will toe the line of an earlier judgment in spite of all the flaws associated with the judgment delivered by the Presidential Election Appeal Tribunal. So there it is right there. So that's Abure calling for MI5 to come and kick Tinubu out. I'll give you this only as a headline. Wike host Rivers APC says will vote Tinubu again in 2027. So this is a man now that, to all intents and purposes, is an APC man. He cannot continue to make any affectations that is anything other than an APC man. So an APC man. So still with the screeching and squealing, let's do another screeching and squealing sort of headline. Supreme Court judgment, Labour Party alleges plot to suppress Abure Obi. So before we even get into the body of it, suppress them from doing what? They have said the most outlandish things. They have sent so many dog whistles. The last tweet by Peter Obi was identical, treasonable call to anarchy, and he continues to traverse the streets of the country a free man. So quite how are you being suppressed is the thing. Plot to suppress you in the future. Suppress you from doing what? You said you reject the Supreme Court judgment, so reject it, but act against the law, and of course you'll be picked up. So what are you being suppressed from doing? That's just the thing. But let's find out how exactly they feel they're being suppressed. Supreme Court judgment, Labour Party alleges plots to suppress Abure and Peter Obi. The national chairman of the Labour Party LP, Julius Abure, has raised the alarm over an alleged plot by a section of the ruling class to suppress him, the party's standard bearer Peter Obi, and the obedient movement following the ruling of the Supreme Court on the presidential election on Thursday. Whilst disagreeing with the ruling of the Supreme Court on the February 25th, 2023 presidential election, it said the vilification agenda of the authorities is to destroy the party's mission, which is aimed at rescuing Nigeria from the hands of criminal gangs. Abure said, it is also pertinent to put on record that we have it on good authority. We have it on good authority. It's just a space filler sort of a, you know, it just it's gobbledygook, and you know, gobbledygook, you know. These people, you know, I hope they'll be around to continue to give us jokes, because I will miss that space if they fade away. Abure said, it is also pertinent to put on record that we have it on good authority that the government may have marked some Labour Party LP key players, especially and our leader and presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, in particular, for vilification, to suppress the party, suffocate our team, and our goal for a new Nigeria. They planned persecution, intimidation, suppression, and harassment of our leaders using security agencies and all other government institutions will be defended. So what tools would you use to defend it is the thing. He urged members of the party at all levels, as well as members of the obedient family, to be vigilant and brace up for the challenges ahead. He said, the struggle for a new Nigeria will certainly be tortuous and hard. We are also calling on the international community to rise to the occasion to defend democracy in Nigeria. Your voices were loud and clear in condemnation of the outcome of the presidential election. As we approach the next stage of our democratic journey, we call on you to stand by the millions of Nigerians who are already pushed beyond their limits into unnecessary hardship and penury. Aburi expressed that the struggle by the party's founding fathers to build a nation where truth and justice shall reign and enthrone democracy has been destroyed. So there it is right there. I think it's alarming early so that it doesn't get picked up in due course. Alarming early so that it doesn't get picked up in due course. If anybody wants to add to this storyline, just send it to me via Instagram and then we'll put it up. Nigerian Air Force airstrikes eliminate 100 terrorists in Niger, Zamfara, in Niger, Zamfara. So might well be the cause of stories to come. So we want to be seeing headlines of that nature because that is where we are now in terms of our political journey. So that is where we are now in terms of our. Oh, okay, let me give you this one. We must touch base with Madam Obi. And if anybody has a clip of Reno Omokri responding to the president, not the dancing one, we played the dancing one earlier. If you have any clips of Reno Omokri's commentaries to this space, if anybody has contact with, in fact, if you know anybody of influence that you'd like to interact with the platform, if you're able to facilitate that, we're able to accommodate it. So let's go on to this one. Supreme Court judgment, fight has just begun. This is Madam IPOB Ezekwesili. So Supreme Court judgment, fight has just begun. Madam IPOB Ezekwesili. So IPOB Ezekwesili, a former Minister of Education, has declared that the fight has just begun following the Supreme Court judgment that upheld President Bola Tinubu's election in the February 25th election. Correspondents report that the judgment followed appeals filed against Tinubu's election by Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP and P2B of the Labour Party LP. Atiku and Obi approached the Apex Court to appeal the ruling of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, which had dismissed their petitions against Tinubu. And by the way, if anybody sees any official response from Atiku or Peter Obi, pop it to me on Instagram so we can add it to the course of the session. So the story can evolve as we continue to discuss. The fight for a good society has only now started. And we know that nothing can defeat a people who have had enough of the invasive cancer of corruption and criminality. IPOB Ezekwesili wrote on Twitter, read the story of the 70s Hong Kong to learn that in the quest for a good society, it is never over until a people say it is over. So there it is right there, the voice of the people, IPOB Ezekwesili. So IPOB Ezekwesili, let's play the Kegai song and then we see how the conversation evolves. So, but I'll play you two songs. Let me play you this little ditty and then we play the Kegai song.
you don't come, oh. Hapa oh night, oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niriwa Agbeche. I was just going to bring the panelists on, but somebody just sent this news in just in the course of that music playing. And this is why I always put my Instagram thing. Let me send you my Instagram again. Stories pertinent and germane to us matters at hand. Send them in, and then we'll add them to the course of the session. People said that somebody sent this one in. Let me pop my Instagram there, so it's immediate to hand. You should already have my Instagram by now. So all these things that we discuss on these platforms, often instances, 80% of them are sent in. So that's usually how it works. And somebody sent this one in. But before I read this one, let me acknowledge. Iko Giame kicks off the super chatting thing with an excellent super sticker. Prince Daddy joins him. So thank you both guys. We are expecting an avalanche of our super chats and super stickers, especially from the Batified elements amongst the listeners, but anybody really that cares to do that. So keep the super chats streaming in. Keep the super chats streaming in as we take this and then bring on the panelists. High Court declares self-determination is no crime. Orders Nigerian government's Southeast Governors Forum to apologize to Nnamdi Kanu and pay 8 billion naira in damages. So let's see. So the ever-evolving, this will be the meat and drink going forward, isn't it? I suspect that sessions will be echoes. We'll be back. Remember when our sessions was just wrapped essentially around Nnamdi Kanu? I think we are headed back there. A High Court in Enugu, well, if it's in Enugu State, does it really matter then? A High Court in Enugu State has declared that self-determination is not a crime and thus cannot be used as a basis to arrest, detain, and prosecute the detained leader of the indigenous people of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. The court on Thursday also ordered the respondents, Southeast Governors Forum, and the federal government of Nigeria jointly or severally to issue an official letter/letters of apology to Kanu for infringing on his fundamental human rights. The court ordered that the letters of apology should be published by 3 national dailies. In addition, the court ordered the respondents to jointly or severally pay the sum of 8 billion naira to the applicant, Kanu, being monetary damages claimed by the applicant against the respondents jointly and severally for the physical, mental, emotional, psychological, property, and other damages suffered by the applicant as a result of the infringement of his fundamental human rights by the respondents. This was disclosed on Thursday by one of Kanu's lawyers, Aloy Ejimako, in a statement titled, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu /IPOB scores landmark victory against proscription of IPOB. Ejimako said he led a team of lawyers whom he thanked and listed as barrister XYZ and blah, 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 to secure the court victory in suit number blah, 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 filed in January 2023. He said the suit was filed against the Southeast Governors Forum and the federal government for their collective executive actions in 2017 that led to the proscription of IPOB and declaring it a terrorist group in contravention of Section 42 of the Constitution, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of ethnicity. According to him, in a well-considered judgment that lasted over 3 hours, the High Court granted the following relief, declared that the practical application of the Terrorism Prevention Act and the executive or administrative action of the respondent, which directly led to the proscription of IPOB and is listing as a terrorist group, said the IPOB being comprised of citizens of Nigeria of Igbo and other Eastern Nigerian ethnic groups professing the political opinion of self-determination and the consequent arrest and detention and prosecution of the applicant, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as a member/leader of the said IPOB is illegal, unlawful, unconstitutional, and amounts to infringements to the applicant's fundamental rights not to be subjected to any disability or restrictions on the basis of his ethnicity as enshrined and guaranteed under Section 42 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his fundamental rights as enshrined under blah, 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 declared that self-determination is not a crime and thus cannot be used as a basis to arrest, detain, and prosecute the applicant, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, ordered the respondent jointly or severally to issue, and then it goes on to say again. So that's well worthy of some form of a mention. So that's well worthy of some form of a mention. And to do the mentioning, Thomas is here, able and ready. No, we've not played the Kegite music yet. Apologies. Let's play the Kegite music, and then we'll roll in the panelists. We have to follow the sequence, otherwise, so the world is properly aligned. The world properly aligned. There's still a couple of spaces left. If you want
water, only water, only water, where they see ma water. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief white latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soname ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soduke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orumeiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koni riwagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you. my friends. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us my effective general, that's Thomas right there in the house, father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. He graces us with his company. Jide joins us from Lagos. Uptown joins us probably Lagos or his country home. King Emeka, one of our favorite voices. Eze goes to school in Abuja. Patrick in the house, and Dewale completes the set. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So the end of Solomon Grundy, the end of a long and hard-fought journey. If we land it here, but how has it landed? Let's kick it off with Patrick, who we don't hear from often enough. We go Patrick, and then we come to Eze.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the beautiful line for me was just what you said. You said, this is the end of Solomon Grundy.
Yes.
I mean, Nigerians can finally get to work. We can.
Let the poor breathe, Abby.
Exactly. People can. We also, even on this platform, we can focus on other issues more intellectual than it is. And the whole process have not really taught us anything. It has only taught us that there are some people in Nigeria that we thought are supposed to be knowledgeable and intelligent, but they are not as we esteem them to be. Like people trying to tell us they don't know the meaning of and, things like that. People you put high up there and you think they are so fantastic, you now discover they are not as fantastic after all. So that's the point. That to me, that's the only thing I've learned in this whole process. But now we must heal. We must heal and then we must stay together. But
It's been brutal and it's been brutish.
Yeah, but what I'm getting from Labour Party is still not. It means they are not ready to confront realities. The realities now is that it is over, and if they love the country, they must get to work and continue to play their own role as opposition, and not trying to say, okay, the Supreme Court, they did this, they did that, all those kind of thing that you had before, and immediately after the election. No, they should grow. They should now start.
As I said in the previous stream, this is yet another golden opportunity for Atiku Abubakar, but more to it, Peter Obi, to show a statesmanly behavior. We have the expectation that Atiku may be statesmanly because he's been through the cycle before, but Peter Obi an unknown quantity. But this is a golden opportunity for him to be a nationalist and a statesman.
Yeah. I want to believe that Atiku will eventually Atiku is probably going to be the first to congratulate Tinubu on this. I know one of them will do it, or maybe both of them, but Atiku will probably be the first because Atiku has nothing to fight for anymore. He's gotten to that point. You must come to a point in your life where you know that, okay, you need to you need to know when to fold up and go walk away. This is the time for him to say, yeah, I've done this and I've also put a legacy there that you could keep fighting and let him support the other people that are coming up. You understand? So I think since he's not likely to come up next in the next election, he might just congratulate him. But for Peter Obi, he might not, maybe because doing that will be an affirmation of the fact that he agrees with the process, and he might not be able to speak out in 2027 to say, look, the process that brought this man in was wrong, and this is the time for us to correct it. But if he stays
it will congratulate him with a proviso that although the system was a bit something, we need to improve on our electoral survey, whatever. I still consider that I want the election, but in the interest of it could do that and then sheath his sword.
Yeah, it could do that. It could also say that, okay, yeah, this has happened because we have a messed up system. The judiciary is not the way it used to be. That's one of the things we are coming to do. We are coming to make sure that we have a judiciary that is reputable. We are coming to fix the election process. We are coming to fix the economy. You understand? It's but if he says okay, that will not be part of his campaign promises anymore. You understand? It's coming to say make sure that we have a system that runs based on integrity and stuff like that. Those are the things that he might want to say in future. But the point is that I think they're already very preemptive now. They are saying that, oh, they want to suppress us, they want to do it. So what is happening is that they want to say that, so that even when they do something wrong or they do something that need to be addressed by the government, once the government tries to do that, they say, oh, we already told you they are trying to suppress us. Then now we're going to move forward as a nation when people are just like that. You understand? Oh, if, for example, an article does something wrong, the fact that you run an election does not mean that you have assumed immunity, for example. But now these people are going to assume a social immunity such that if, for example, a Peter Obi's record is found out there to be something that is violating the law or something that needs to be looked into, or an Atiku or someone else, it will be like, oh, it was because we stood against them. It was because we are in the Labour Party or something like that. Yeah, you can't run like that. You can't run like that. That's the point. You can imagine someone saying that some people like Abure saying someone that the party, that the government does not have credibility. This was a man that his party is accusing of forging signatures, and you understand. It's very ridiculous, and it's
Well,
very.
what will be your abiding memory for today? Because I don't think anybody had any expectation that the verdict that came in would be the verdict that would come in. But people were speculating as to how that verdict will come in. Would there be a split in the judgment so that there will be judges are favoring the opposing narrative, even if it's one dissenting voice, which often instances we get, or there might be provisos to the judgment to give them some sort of just to throw them a bone, but no bone was thrown, and all of them, all the justices, they just seemed quite irritated. They just read it quickly and told them to get lost. So, what's your takeaway from today?
Yeah, but I think they are trying to assume a proviso. If you listen to Kenneth Okonkwo is saying, oh, the judge, one of the judges is it Oko or something, one of those Okeke or whatever, one of those judges said, oh, that transmitting the election through transmitting the result could have increased people's confidence on the election. So which means he's saying that, yeah, even though this is the result, is saying that this is still not credible. You understand? And I don't know how he's been able to say, okay, the assumed confidence in the election by these people rubs on the credibility of the election. The credibility is to say that the election is true, a representation of what actually happened. Something is credible, and something is credible when it's truthful. You understand? And if you now assume credibility based on, oh, in my own site, I don't believe it, and that means it's not credible. That means you have a confusion. You understand? He's saying that credible means that it's believable. But in that sense, belief is based on one, the person's that is looking at the frame of reference of that person. If that person is wearing a blue lens or is wearing a lens that is colored with ethnic bigotry or a partisan side to his psychic, he will just say, oh, it's not credible. Even if it was like an option A4 where they sit and everybody counted and they say they are 10. He will say, oh, no, it's not, because it's seen differently. But in this case, he's assuming that what the man says that would have done this, would have built people's confidence, would have made them to say, oh, yeah, it is. It's just something to it does not affect the integrity of it. You understand? As long as it follows the rule and it's a true representation of the things that have happened, that means the system, that means it is integrated. It is not contradictory.
All right. How do you anticipate the landscape would look going forward? I have the anticipation that there will be one last hurrah, from one last blowout from that space over the course of another couple of days, and then things will peter down, and then they will fade away into the background, and the government will take center stage. But what is your anticipation now, Patrick?
There are so many factors that could make that happen. One, if they are very good strategists, they should not have allowed that to happen. In the interest of the country, they should not fade away. You know what? But they should assume a different posture than they have assumed in the past or until recently, right? So they should assume a different posture, and they begin to play their role as opposition, begin to play their role as a collection of people that really love Nigeria and not some interests. You understand? And another thing that needed to have happened to make things run normally is for Tinubu to accept responsibility for leadership, take responsibility, be as transparent as possible, be as seen as working hard, so that even when the government or the country did not get to where they really wanted to get to, everybody will see that, yeah, these people have really tried. It's just that things, at times you want certain things and the outcomes you get is not necessarily what you expect, because we can control process, but at times we don't determine the outcomes of events.
All right, let me show you this headline. Is this headline, does it point to the direction of the future to come? Is this a directional point that what this headline is speaking to? Tinubu is not my president. Aisha Yesufu insists after Supreme Court quashed Peter Obi's petition. So is the space to surrender that this is going to be essentially the foregoing going forward? Is this right activist and convener of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, has reacted to the Supreme Court judgment which affirmed President Bola Tinubu as Nigeria's duly elected president. In a post shared on her Twitter handle, immediately after the Supreme Court delivered its judgment and quashed all appeals challenging the election victory of Tinubu, Yesufu reiterated that Tinubu is not her president. Yesufu, who supported the flag bearer of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, tweeted, "Let me repeat, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not my president." So is this pretty much what they are going to adopt as the strategy going forward?
Now, actually, woman, when I heard this, I just laugh. You know why? Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. He's not necessarily the president of the constituent entities in Nigeria. For example, he's not the president of my family now. He's not the president of Nigeria Bar Association. He's not the president of Dangote Group of Company. He's the president of Nigeria, not necessarily the president of the constituent component. So if the guy says he's not my president, I think she's assuming a level of importance which is entitled to, and it does not have meaning. You understand what I'm saying? That statement does not have meaning because nobody can be her president. She alone can be her own president, and whoever she submits herself to, maybe her husband. You understand? So Tinubu is not saying I want to be a president over one person. I want to be president over people's family. Or I want to be president. He wants to be, and he is the president of the collective. How do I put it now? A collection, which is Nigeria. You understand?
The corporate entity that is Nigeria. And the structure that he has is to govern a corporate. He does not have the structure to govern an individual. He does not have the structure to lead an individual, to say, Aisha Yusufu, this what you should do, this what you should do. But Tinubu has this power to tell the Ministry of Finance what to do. Part of his job is that, it's not to tell. So there's no way he can be the president of individual, but he's the president of Nigeria. And when he passes an executive order, that order becomes a law. So if you come into the country, even if you are not in Nigeria, it becomes binding on you. You understand? If he's saying he's not my president by saying, oh, I am willing to just do anything I like to do, irrespective of what Tinubu is saying, and if he violates an order of the president via an executive order, legally structured order, she might be in jail for it, and then she will know she will be, not even might. You go, if Tinubu is not a president, let her go and let her go and fracture a law in Nigeria. Let her go and commit an infraction in Nigeria, and then she will find out who our president is.
But that would not even be a crime against the president.
No, but the state, yes, of course. Okay,
when they say he's not my president, I just laugh. The man is not.
Can I ask you a question, please, to the speaker?
So that's Patrick
Peter here. Patrick. Is it Peter or Pat?
Patowski.
Oh. So
you don't recognize his voice anymore.
I've not heard. So what is the difference between Aisha saying that and what if Obi says the same thing? Let's say Obi can say, I don't recognize Tinubu as a president. Is that one more weighty? Does that carry more weight or more? What would be the consequences of Peter Obi saying the same thing that Aisha Buhari is saying, or Yusuf or whatever his name is?
In terms of the social response to it, or in terms of people's response to it, it might be more weighty than Aisha Yusufu. But for Obi or anybody to say it's not my president, it simply means that they are wrong. You understand? You can be wrong. Just the same way they are wrong about the meaning of and the meaning of, they can be wrong about so many things. You understand? And they are allowed to remain wrong if they want to assume it to somebody like that now, and in that section is still exclusive, not inclusive interpretation. So,
and if he says this, okay, let's say he says Tinubu is not the president, I'm the president, I won the elections. If we keep doing that,
treason. It will say, if you say I won the election, it will be okay. But if you say I am the president, that will be treason. If you say I won the election, that's okay. It's an argument that I won the election. Say, what's your proof? Want to court, and the court say, you didn't win. I can say, yeah, I assume I won the election.
But that is after the court has said he lost.
Yeah, you can still hold your opinion. You can hold your opinion that I actually won this election. I don't know what the Supreme Court is saying. I don't actually agree with them. You have a right to hold your opinion. The Supreme Court is not God now. Supreme Court, if you can disagree with the president, you can also disagree with the Supreme Court, because that's an arm of government. If you can disagree with National Assembly, you can disagree with the Supreme Court. But if you now take a position that is against the law, you are not disagreeing with the court or with the president, you are taking a position against the state. And those who are in charge of the state can now enforce the law, not as directed by them or based on their own interests, but as directed by the state. You understand what I'm saying? But to me, if you take a wrong position, if we tell you that's not right, and you want to say no, it's okay. You are entitled to being wrong. I mean, it's okay to say that.
All right. Let me take you to one more headline, and then I want to move the conversation around. I want to move it around very quickly, and then we'll settle into what we usually do. But let me take you to this headline. Somebody sent this in, and on second reflection, I wondered if it was somewhat of a diversionary tactic, pointing them in the that is over there sort of a thing. High Court declares self-determination is no crime. Orders Nigerian government Southeast Governors Forum to apologize to Nnamdi Kanu, pay 8 billion naira compensation. So that judgment came out of Enugu, so that's one. But at the timing of it as well, so because you almost had the sense that the conversations could now leap from that core obedience space to this particular narrative as Nnamdi Kanu comes to the fore just after the Supreme Court lands. What are you making of this judgment that's just suddenly landed in the middle of this conversation?
Yeah, I will speak to this in two perspectives. Very briefly. The Supreme Court saying, High Court there saying that self-determination is not a crime. Actually, they are right. They are right. There's no crime to people saying we don't want this, we don't want that. But going about inciting violence is a crime. It's not just a crime. It's not a thing you want to do. It's not the kind of thing you want to be engaged in. Calling people names, abusing them, and inciting hatred, and lying to cause provocation. That is not the right thing to do morally. And I think against the law of Nigeria, it's not the right thing. It's a crime. So I want to be out of Nigeria. I don't want to be part of Nigeria, and I'm trying to rally my people that we should just leave this country and be out. There's nothing wrong with that, but it would be wrong if I go and tell people when you see policemen on the road, put their uniform, collect their gun. They are stupid people. They are this. There are some things that the guy. I'm very sorry to say stupid self, because I didn't really. I don't feel good saying it. There are so many things that the guy has said that even the worst of the Pharisees and the terrible. I mean, the kind of people, terrible people, don't even say that. You understand? Even the people that are listening to him and hailing him, I'm sure in their reflective moments, they don't enjoy to hear that kind of thing. So it is right for self-determination. They have a right to self-determination, but they don't have a right to kill policemen. They don't have a right to stop other Easterners from doing their businesses on Mondays. They don't have a right to go invade a market and kill people. That is one. Then the second dimension, to maybe they will resort to that. I think they are tired of that. The people that are genuine and doing their business, people like Ekene, and there are so many people like.
I'm not suggesting that they will start to agitate, but that their conversation will move from the electoral boost to now they can because we've seen that pattern before.
Yeah, I think they are tired of that. There's nothing. Let me tell you, there's nothing to be said about Nnamdi Kanu that has not been said. There's no argument that they want to put forward about Nnamdi Kanu that has not been put forward. So I think they are so tired of that system. They are tired of the whole conversation. And because of the consequence and the effect has been on them, this scholar is not favoring them. If they go ahead and do that now, it's like they've not learned from that. And it will be better for them to learn from that now before it gets to a very terrible situation. It has not gotten there yet. I don't think they will resort to that, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellently kicked off by Patrick. So stay steady, Patrick. I want to whiz this conversation just as quickly as I can round everybody. Let's go to Solomon, who joins us from Abuja. Connection issues are often instances. Solomon, do we have you?
Yeah, woman.
Yeah,
good evening, everybody.
Our body.
So you're right.
So the cinema is over now. Was Solomon, the fat lady has sang. So what's your assessment of what happened today?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman. Yeah, good evening to those in the comment section. Adiola, Ayo, and everybody. Becca Otis. Yeah, please like, share, and subscribe.
Does Chioma not get a good evening? Now don't fight.
No, we no fight too. No fight. Not my person. Yeah. Okay. What is this? This stuff that just happened today, like people did not even take it serious, to be honest with you. Nobody even sent it here because they already know what the result will be and how it's going to play out. Yeah, even though maybe the judiciary, I don't want to go to that side anyway, but my own, I just want to just.
You can say it now. The judiciary have been bought, Abi. Is that where it is? Is that where we are now?
The is that, it's part of the politics anyway. But the cocoa there for me is that before this election, we had every chances. What I hate in life is when you see an opportunity that will help you solve a problem. You don't need to come and start saying, let's go. You just know one way that, look, this is how you do this tonight. You get it solved. Than going to just come and after the whole thing, you now start regretting or start saying that, I don't like it. We knew that in this election, what we need is a very solid coalition that will lead to whichever party that these people come together to fight for this election, to fight in this election. So as long as they will do it and get the power out of APC, you would have worked out, and there's nothing that would have stopped it, to be honest with you. But everybody was just greedy. This one go, this one. The whole movement was just hypocritical, because right now is the same thing we're all talking about now. People now are not saying this. Some even say that as me, they know they would have done this, they would have done that. It's really, really painful, to be honest with you. It's painful. And I don't blame APC. It's the people that played into their hands. You see, Reno is one person that knows how to analyze this thing, and every analysis he has made, they are all key, they are all points, big points, because that is just the truth. It's very hard, but we have to accept it that is the truth. The obedient now, their eyes have opened, even though all of us are suffering.
You know that Tinubu is going to see you personally. Is going to see you to a middle-aged man. You know, by the time Tinubu is out of office, you'll be a middle-aged man. Imagine that. You know, 8 years of your life, or he's going to be supervising it.
No, he's not going to do it. No, don't worry. God, as long as there is God, never. How will a man supervise my life? It's just
not supervise your life directly, but he'll go to
I understand. But we pass him. God pass him, so he can't do that. So like it's really, really painful for real. And today, you see, these people, they know what they did. To be honest with you, they know what they did. That especially the leaders in that obedient party, in that Labour Party, that Buri, and they know what they did, to be honest. Because how will you tell me in a country like this, you saw what happened in 2015, and you just open eyes and just misleading people, even went to US to tell them that don't worry, we'll get justice.
But to be fair, there was never any consideration that Peter Obi could have won that election. So if we are being honest, and Prince Adebayo, he said it, that look, if you count all of the things, rigging for rigging, money for money, if you recount all those elections, you'll still find that Tinubu won that thing, and all of the politics tells us that he should win, and he won. So there's nothing out of the ordinary in what happened. He had the deepest pocket in money. He had the vastest connection in terms of political association. He has the highest name recognition amongst all of the players. So everything pointed in a Tinubu victory, and that was what happened. So I'm not quite sure what went wrong that people are, gnashing at the teeth.
Yeah, what you just said, I think I would agree with you, especially for the fact that the opposition went 4 ways. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 now. It will be okay. 3 will be okay. 4, yeah, it will be Kwankwaso, Wike, and G5. Who again? Yeah. So this is how they went. So how will a party that was united in 2019? I could not, even though we know that Buhari rigged that election, but they could not. We know in Nigeria, once somebody gets that first tenor, second tenor is a short thing for him. But I think, I don't know, but let me see. I don't know how Tinubu will come back in this second tenor. I know I've been saying it here, but people think it's just, except he just do well. He will do well, extremely well. And election has come and gone. We have to just unite him now. He needs to behave like a father, because being a president is like the father of the nation. He has to just unite, build back the bridges. It's just like uniting the nation, bringing everybody together now. Because anybody saying that he's or her president, the person is just deceiving him or herself, because the man has come to stay. He's going to be your president for the next 4 years. So what you have to do now is to just be praying for the country. If you want to leave the country, if you can, you leave. But you make sure you pray for the country, because we have families and we have loved ones in this country. So Tinubu is going to be the president for the next 4 years. We have to just support him. Everybody should just calm down now. And him himself, he has to really work with these people. This is opposition like Atiku, because I know Atiku has more experience than him. Obi have 1 or 2 things he have to offer. So he has to just bring them close, talk as in this mockery and all that. They should just stop this child's play of 7-1, 7-0, 5-0.
Man City.
You should stop all these things and just yeah. But I'm not happy about the way this election went, to be honest with you, which was out of the ignorance of the opposition. To be honest with you, it was out of the ignorance, because as they went together. I'm talking about the politics. All these things will not happen. We cannot just we'll not be talking about going to Supreme Court or going to election petition, wherever. But it has happened. It has happened. It has happened, and nobody is even really. People are not upset. Like they just know that this is going to be
sound
the
upset,
outcome.
though. You sound upset. You sound you sound you
No,
sound
it is the
disappointed.
obedience. The way they were calling at we like me, I supported Atiku in this election. There's some all these Atiku hallelujah boys. I like it. The kind of name calling, the kind of the way they were trolling. That is why when I saw Renault's video, I was just laughing. Since yesterday, he was rehearsing for that dance, and I was. I just wanted, as I was very happy about that dance, the way he was mocking the obedience. All of us are facing it, but there are things we do in a country, like especially the country is just like a family. So there are things we do that we're supposed to be doing, not to make other people. They were making people look stupid during the election period. If you are not supporting, even on this platform, if you are not supporting, will be they will just look at you, listen like a wayward person or like a nuisance or like I don't understand. But now you see your eyes are clear during, and if they really the way they were gingering it, if they were serious, the day they announced that election result, they would have hit the streets. If they were serious, they would have hit the street that day. It's not
Are you anticipating that might happen still?
it's what will happen. Anybody that will come out here, they should arrest that person. Anybody that tried to come out,
Because I heard the roads tight security, especially Abuja, Lagos. Have you seen any signs of that?
Well, man, nothing is going to happen. All those things they are just doing is just noise. They are not going to do anything. If they wanted to do anything, it would have been that period. Now,
Solomon,
this man,
Solomon, how
yeah,
are you?
I'm
Yeah,
good. I'm
don't
good.
you think they should just shut them? Anybody that comes to promote problem, you just shut them.
No, they should not shoot anybody. They should arrest them. No, they should not. They should not shoot. They should arrest. And see, let me tell you, even though I'm an okay, somebody's talking.
Solomon, sorry,
Yeah.
I don't think you have come across it, but on TikTok and social media generally.
It's noise that just making
Jide, you have to speak up a bit. Your voice is a bit
Okay.
yeah.
What I was trying to say is that they have picked a date for their rally, their riots, and they are saying they are shutting down everything.
No. Is it a riot or a rally? Because a rally, they have a legal right for a rally.
They are saying a protest. They said women will go with their bra. They are going home naked and things like that.
And they can do that now. They have the right. They have the right to protest in the
Yes,
country.
I think they said it's November 20th. I was just laughing when I saw it anyways, but
well,
we can see.
Any protest that there is no solidarity from the north to the south is a waste of time. As long as the north is not coming out, it's a waste of time. If assuming there was solidarity between the north and the south, I would be happy. Like me, I used to say it here, I want something like that to happen. But as long as there's nothing like this,
It can never happen, Solomon.
Just know that it's a waste of time. Anybody planning any protest is just for your state. And once they send in soldiers to your state, soldiers should not shoot too. I don't want those kind of things that happened in NSAS, but they should arrest anybody that just tries to come out to do all those kind of rubbish. But they should not shoot. One man, because the people will not even protest because they don't trust the government. Is like a terrorist to them. If they should come out to protest now, that is the people that knows what's up. They will not come out to protest because they know that if they should come out, they will kill them for nothing. So they would that is why most people will not even come out. And me, I don't think they should. Let's just continue with this government. There's nothing.
Right. Let me take you to this space. Stop Politics, HURIWA tells Atiku. So the invitation then for Atiku to hang his boots and become now an elder statesman to nurture a next generation sort of thing. Would you advise him in the same manner? And more to it, do you think he would take that advice? Or is he going to take yet another loss in 2027 because he's now collecting it and hanging it on the walls?
See, I would advise him, somebody like me, if now is the turn of the south, so the next after the south is going to the north. If he's going to the north, I'm not supporting Atiku again. I'll be supporting Kwankwaso from the north because as one grows, you get to understand what politics is all about and how politics should be played. What made Atiku really not to like all these kind of things, but he really tried. But the way certain things he faces, not having a concrete ideology. Tinubu, why you see Tinubu like this, people were ready to put their life down for him was because he over the years he has, because of the templates the likes of Abiola has made already for them. So they went on that kind of template, sharing ideology. Even though at a time it has articles of criminology, we cannot lie about that. But at least there was ideology of among them there, and you see that it was spreading that even spread to the north. Yeah. Obi's own I won't say Obi's own is not ideology, just I don't want to say bunch of opportunists like those people that just I don't want to just let me know so that I will not look as if I'm insulting them. But you see the like of Kwankwa, so they have ideology that they are selling, and it's not even they are selling; it's showing. There is evidence. You see the ideology is playing out. So that is the kind of person I will support him from the north, and he's really doing well. So that is why I will support him. But for Atiku, I would advise him he should just become an elder statesman and retire. To be honest with you, he should just he has tried. He really did well. And this 2023 election, I really wanted him to just win this election. Obi did this man bad. Forget anything anybody wants to say because he brought in this man in
hold on. You are saying Obi did him bad. Is it not the other way around that he did Obi bad? It was the turn of the Southeast and he usurped that ticket.
One man, this is what they did. It was as in like, how will I put it? Yeah, they will say it's politics. That is why Obi still went ahead to join Labour Party and all that, all this kind of thing. But one man, let me tell you, don't worry. Let me not just say what I want to say. But he did not. This is politics. This is a party thing. We need somebody that can call this, that can bring out, that can deliver. It's not about this one. With the way the Nigerian state is structured, the state is structured, you know how it is. So we need somebody like that and heavyweight like that could get the party the help make the party win the election. So look at Obi. He didn't really get that hero in the corner. He did not. It's only somebody who is ignorant that would just neglect the corner. They will say, after all, do you want to use the corner to do? It's not us looking or trying to worship them, but you must get those corners. There are corners, specific corners. Look at Tinubu. Is it not Northwest that made him the president today? It is the Northwest. So you must recognize these people. Normally that is not how it's supposed to be, but because it has been like that, and for it to change, it will be a gradual process. But for now, since we have find ourselves, you just make use of what the opportunity you have, and Tinubu was smart enough to solidify his support from that place. So and somebody like Atiku too would have he had a relationship or that distant support from that place too. So that is why for me and my Southeast, I play regional. As long as Nigeria is concerned, I believe in regional politics because that is what we do in Nigeria. I believe Atiku would have still been the person that will carry the Southeast along if he assuming he won the election. So one man, in a way, except somebody that don't know what the politics is all about, this thing, that is the person that will just say that he did Obi this or he did not do Obi anything. To me, Obi that did him something, to be honest with you. And I like the role he played in this election. Even when Wike was talking, Dino was like, Wike was making threats and all that. Dino was like, let's go to Rivers. Adudi was like, let's go to Rivers. But he told them, no, let's not go to, that they should don't worry, they should leave Rivers and all that. And you see, he played the fatherly role. And I feel that he wanted to use this opportunity to redeem his image in this country and in this country. And he has the knowledge. But Tinubu should seek advice from him. They should all come together and work for the unity of the nation.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. Let's take the conversation on from you and take it in the direction of Uptown, who is also with us. So, Uptown, are you there first? Let's see if Uptown. All right. I don't think Uptown is fully with us at the moment.
Woman, I'm here. Let me come after the next person.
All right. Okay, let's take it then in the direction of let's take it in the direction of let's go to King Emeka. Let's go to King Emeka. So Emeka, you're up next. So it's a bit like that nursery tale, the Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. He huffed and he puffed, but he couldn't blow the house down. So he huffed and he puffed, he couldn't blow the house down. Emeka, so there it is.
Woman, can you permit me to sing?
Go on.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much. Was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have vision patiently. I have vision, oh, I believe. I know I can count on me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Look at that. His connection couldn't even bear it. He lost connection. Emeka, after all that, look at that. Have we lost him?
Right, can you hear me, guys?
Obedience. No, we can't now. Don't mess with the obedience. They will shut you down.
So let them all stand up for the champions. It's not an easy task, right? Woman, I don't know how to start the congratulations. Let me start first with the platform. We were on this situation from, I think I joined this platform in February or late January 2023. I was amazed by the quality of great people on the platform, from Kolata to Baba Jenny Koko, from Babati to even Rational Mind, who was taking a piece at us, to Edmatic, to who else again? Eze was coming and taking a poke at us gradually. Solomon, who am I missing out? I hope I'm not missing out valuable individuals. But then down to you being the host, coming consistently. We have to congratulate you for your consistent turn up every day. And even when you go on another platform and they are taking a piece at you, you never back down. I remember Kolata doing his spreadsheet, showing where the president was going to win largely. And even when I came with the contrary opinion of of Obino winning the Southeast, he was being showed some respect that he was going to win the Southeast. I would say this platform deserves a Diamond Award for being neutral. You know, you go on another platform, and when you have a contrary opinion, they cast you down, they insult you, they now decide to kick you out and even block you. But this platform is open to everyone, regardless of whoever you support. And maybe we take a piece at each other, you know, a little jibe there and here, but we still show some respect, even to individuals like Pansat who would go off the rail. He's still always welcomed. I believe when he gives his apology, he's definitely welcome back on the platform. Congratulations to you all. It's a long run journey from February down to this October 26th. It's been a long one. Predictions were right, analysis were right, and the direction and trajectory of things point out the way we knew it was going to be. So at this moment, I just want to express my gratitude to you, one man, and to the panel, and those who have been consistent, holding forth on their own opinion, regardless of what they've been told, either personally or on social media or even on any other platform. I've lost friends. I've lost personal friends. I've made new ones, and we continue to go push on and hoping that the president would deliver what he promised. And then, congratulations to the president. It's not easy if we who are not the one or the principal subject in place can still feel the heat just because of our choices, just because of what we intend, that this is who we believe in. Regarding whether you believe in the president based on tribe or you believe in the president based on his ability or his precedent, is still a choice, and your choice should be respected. And we still got the heat for it. Now talk more of the individual himself, who people have been running around the continent looking for ways just to embarrass him. I wonder how the president would have felt for this month. I wonder how the president would, what is going through the mind of the president. And I'm happy this has been resolved the way we predicted that it should by the Supreme Court of Nigeria, the judges. I want to say thank you to the judges. They've done an excellent job. From the Court of Appeal, who took 12 hours to go thoroughly line for line every issues that was raised by the petitioners.
Emeka, in terms of responses from the opposition, what's your anticipation? Because there are two roads, so they are at a crossroad. They can either go the statesman route or they can go the burn it down route. So what's your anticipation, and how quickly are you expecting them to come out and
well,
speak to
Atiku, when he did his world press conference, he said after the Supreme Court verdict, he's going to stop the fight. I expect him to be a man of his words, and I think he would, to come out and probably, I don't know if he's going to congratulate the president, but at this point, you've lost in all ramification from the election to the Court of Appeal and then to the Supreme Court. You've lost. So it's a huge thrashing. He should accept defeat and extend his congratulations that has been so delayed to the president. And if he could also, put in an unreserved apology, I think the president will still extend his hand of friendship because they were once friends. For P2P, you can already see the signal they are going. You see the direction they are pointing to. The chairman of the Labour Party has come out to begin to speak between his tongues, and unfortunately, they don't learn. They don't want to learn. I don't know if P2P would take the bigger route or be the bigger man here to do otherwise, or if he wants to be petty and toe the lines of his party to begin to speak things that are not worth it at this point in time. I would want to presume that P2P is a bit matured or knowledgeable and experienced, that he needs to be careful with the statements he makes now, because now they are coming out to say the government is putting him on the watch list to see what they can do to him. That of course they're predicting it, so he needs to be very careful now with what he says, because if he says something that is not okay, regardless of what he thinks of himself, I think he will be picked up. So I would plead with him. Yes, you may not agree with the Supreme Court judges, even though your petition was useless, but you should take everything as a lesson point for you and go back to the drawing board and begin to strategize, especially with the judgment from the Court of Appeal, as well as when they will provide the certified true copies of the judgment from the Supreme Court. They should go study it and see how they can improve subsequently in the next elections that will be coming in, not only for 2027, but the one that we are just looking forward to, I think in November, I believe so, in Edo, in Kogi, in Bayelsa. So they can implement those changes quickly and see how they can get better. Then also go back to the drawing board again, define their strategy plan, get input from their supporters, and see how they can convert votes. People who didn't vote for them, see how they can convert them to votes, right? But I think the way they are going with the supporters, I'm hearing a lot of tears, a lot of emotional statements.
Hold on. You're hearing a lot of tears?
Yes, I'm hearing it.
All right, hold on.
I'm seeing.
I'm angry with myself. I'm angry with everybody. I'm angry with Labour Party. I'm angry with PDP. I'm angry with any other opposition party right now. You don't know how I'm feeling. You people don't know how I'm feeling. Jesus. Steve, I eat my mic. I'm so emotional.
I forgot to send others, right? They are seriously crying. They are crying. And to be fair, it's sad listening to people break down, not only women, men breaking down. And it's sad to hear that. But again, why? The question is why? You know, it's you can't have it all. You lose some, it's part of life. You lose some, you win some. What I would say is at this point in time, why do you intend to want to cry? This is a time to say, okay, we've lost it. Pick yourself up. Hope for the best for the president. I don't think this president means worse for this country. I have seen his hand. He has shown his hand. The student loan, also the CBN governor trying to see what he can do. There's now a tax report that is going to be implemented. The Minister of Finance getting loan within the end of this week or the beginning of next week. It won't exceed Wednesday. That 10 billion loan will come in. They are doing their best. It may not work, but they are trying. It's not like they are not trying. It's not like they are not doing something. But we pray it works. If it doesn't work, what do? We pray it works, and I hope it will work. So they shouldn't worry so much. The president means well. The president is not going to sleep to ensure he delivers because he's a man that has the vision. He's also a man that knows how to galvanize people, his people, and top talent to do what is expected. So to my brothers and sisters on the obedient side or the opposition, fear not, worry not, cry not. We will get better. We'll get better. Trust me on this one. We'll get better.
All right, brilliant. Hold steady. Still a few more topics to go through, but Emeka, I want to get around to all of the voices as quickly as I can. So let me take it now to. Are you ready for us now, Uptown? Or if you are not, then I'll go to Folly, who's usually brief. Uptown, are you ready now? Do you still need a moment? If you still, okay.
Yes,
Folly, you're up next. Yeah, Folly, are you there? Folly B. All right. Let's go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, are you there?
One man, I'm here. How are you, one man?
Oga Kwata, how about it?
I'm fine. Thank God for that. Everybody's great.
All right.
Yeah, welcome for today.
Yeah, let me bring you in the proper manner.
Okay.
All right, apologies. That wasn't really necessary, was it? But it couldn't be helped.
What is that from? Are you trying to ridicule the obedience, one man?
Does the obedience still exist as an entity, or are we? Where are you now?
What do you mean the obedience still exists as an entity? They still exist, you know. They haven't died. What are you talking about? I mean, Tinubu has been president for 140 something days, and he's still the president. That was never in doubt. Like I said, you know, I never really wake up. You know, it was too early for me over here. Not for what I already predetermined that it's going to be the outcome. It was never in doubt. So, there's nothing wrong then challenging. You know, when it comes
all
to
right.
Nigeria,
Take us through how did they went for you? How you got to the news? How you digested it? And what you're looking off the back of that news to the future? All of that, Prestige.
I mean, I knew it was coming. Okay, I didn't watch it like I stated. You know, I mean, I have to wake up here. You know, in my time, you know, 9 o'clock, which is probably about 3 o'clock Nigerian time. I think it started about noon time. You know, 6 o'clock here in the east. Yeah, I think about 6 o'clock in the east. You know, and it's way. And I was still asleep. You know, not even by that time when it started. So I'm in California, which is about 9 hours behind. So I was still in bed, like 4, 3 o'clock. So, but that notwithstanding, there's no way. Even I thought it was 6 o'clock. There's no way I was gonna wake up and watch it because I already predetermined. I just have to come out and watch and see what the outcome was. So that was what I expected. There's nothing really.
Prestige, please give me 1 sec. One man, please. Maybe when Prestige finish, that lady crying, I want to hear that crying so I can mock them very well. The one we play earlier on, that the lady crying. Yeah, thank you. Go on.
That's gonna make you feel good, right? Watching people cry make you feel good. Anyway, let's proceed. Can you hear me, one man?
No, I can. Just the way it went. It was a unanimous decision. They didn't even grant one single play towards the opposition spaces, and it was swift and to the point. So I mean, it was just. Tinubu was even saying derisively 7-0. Did you expect it to go in that manner? Just a total
honestly,
out.
I expected to go in that manner because when I look at the Supreme Court of Nigeria, it's not a place whereby they look at evidence or something like that. They just have to look from the tribunal to see if they did everything properly. That's what they did. I mean, we've been saying it, and he properly said it here. A lot of people have been saying it. Supreme Court, it's not a place to adjudicate case. It's a place for them to, it's an appeals, institution for them to verify to make sure what transpired at the lower court was done properly. So they wasn't going to take any of this talking about double certificate and something like that. That has already been predetermined whether it's right or it's not wrong. Nigerian judiciary, that's what it is. So I expected this outcome. I wasn't really surprised. So that's why, like I said, I never really wake up to watch it. But after I wake up, which is about 3 o'clock Nigerian time and 9 o'clock here, I decided to see what the outcome, how it was narrated or something like that, But I will say one thing. There's one thing I pick up from the from the judgment. One of them is now we know that the 25% in Abuja is nonsense. It's never valid. So we have a precedent for that going forward.
So that's a settled matter, yes. So that's now settled.
Yeah, but I'm just saying right now it has already been settled. Everybody know it. I never thought it was really important the way they made it sound like, but it has never been clarified. But right now that one is definitely. And the second thing that I pick up from from what I heard, that the result from the election is not expected to be transmitted. It's not mandatory for you to be transmitted electronically. That was the outcome of that. I mean, it may be transmitted, it may not be transmitted. So whatever the annex said at the Chatham House, that was misleading. So I don't know why he should. When he was making that comment, he should have just said, it's going to be transmitted. Some of them is going to be transmitted electronic, and some of them may not be. He would have clarified himself. So he misled people. But some people
it was an aspirational statement now. Yeah, it was
he probably just did that. Like some people were saying that he did that because he wanted people to come out and vote. Because if he didn't say that, we're probably not going to get as much people registered. I'm not even talking about people voting the result when we had that. That much people, about 90 million may not have registered because everybody has hope that this is going to be transmitted to electronically. So maybe we are heading to a more, to somehow reasonable nation, advanced, reasonable nation. That's why a lot of people, even people from the diaspora came home and vote. But that's, having said that, that's what it may be. It doesn't really, but that was a deceive in that regard. But I pick out two things, like I properly stated earlier. The transmission is not mandatory to be transmitted electronically. That one is not stated. Everybody know it. So don't expect anything like that. Anything change from the next election, that they're going to say it's going to be mandatory. So if you're expecting that, you are deceiving yourself. I just come here, to make a little bit comment. I've not been here for a while, about what the outcome of what happened. That this is what I already predetermined. So nothing really changed. About how I feel before the result.
So in terms of going forward, how do you anticipate, and how would you like to see the obedient movement evolve? And in terms of the immediacy, what sort of public pronouncements are you anticipating from Peter Obi? Are you wanting him to come out in public? And if he does come out, what are you expecting to hear from him?
No, I expect him to come out with, graciously and admitted that Tinubu won. I mean, regardless of how the election was held, whether he was big or elect or whatever, everybody has their own perception about what happened. I have my own perception about happening. I didn't think it was a good election. It was fraudulent and everything. But having said that, that has been happening in Nigeria for many, many years. But I expect both of the three candidates to come out and say Tinubu is the president and let's move forward. I mean, I expect them to do that. That would be an honorable thing to do, regardless, because what do you have to do right now? I mean, you have no records. Just come out and admit, be a man, be a right person and just come out and admit this is what happened. I didn't think it was right, but right now the Supreme Court, which is the final arbiter, has pronounced him, as the president. We're gonna abide by that rule. This is the law of Nigeria, so we go by that. I mean, you can say whatever you want about how he went. Yeah, I expect him to come out, and I expect to be knowing I mean, I don't know him, but from what I know of him, he's a gentleman. You need to come out and admit, and say this is what's going to happen. There's nothing wrong about that. Nothing really wrong about that. Doesn't mean he won't contest.
In terms of how this election was played, what is your assessment of Peter Obi and his movement? What's your assessment on how they played this election?
That I can't really say right now because I don't know. Labour Party is not obedience. They followed Obi because they believe he's, he's going to be their pilot. That is how it happened. So I can't really tell how obedience is, whether they're going to still be formidable. It's not about Labour Party. Are they going to still follow Obi, or are they going to find another candidate? Is Obi going to be running? Nobody knows. But what I expect from not just the Labour Party or obedience or whatever, there need to be from Atiku, from Kwankwaso, there need to be a strong opposition. I mean, you need to challenge, APC where they are doing wrong and everything. Of course, they're not doing wrong. They're not doing anything right. Now, let's not sugarcoat anything. I mean, the president, the economic indicator right now is not, it's not good. I mean, we can't borrow ourselves out of this economic quagmire. Okay, from now, they need to come out as a strong opposition. Whether they're going to form a party or still be where they need to be, they need to form another opposition. I can't really say one man was obedience. I supported Obi. Am I obedience? I don't know. I mean, I can claim that I'm obedient, but I'm not in Nigeria, so all those just talk. It doesn't really make any difference.
All right.
I can't really predict. If I'm just talking, I'm just talking. I mean, I can only guess.
All right, and to the recommendation that Obi should, not Obi, to the recommendation that Atiku Abubakar should make this his last rodeo, he's put up a good fight. There were certain ambitions that you're not just destined to fulfill. Should he bracket this as an ambition that are unlikely to be fulfilled and hang his boots as far as being a candidate is concerned and be a state? So the recommendation for Atiku to give it up already, do you align yourself with that?
Let me ask you, how old is Atiku?
He claims to be 78 thereabout, but he has all of the functioning.
Claim to be. I mean, Tinubu claims. So let's just assume what he said is 78. Okay, there's nothing wrong. I mean, he can run again. There's nothing wrong. Look at my president.
It'll be 82 by the next cycle.
Okay, Biden is 80. He's gonna be, Biden is already 80. He's gonna be 84. And Atiku look more, more sound than than Biden here. But I'm going with Biden because I think he has a better economic, point for this country than the mega people, But anyway, so there's nothing wrong. If he wants to run, that's his own prerogative, But if I have to give him advice, I mean, everybody keep on talking about younger people. Younger people are corrupt too. The whole Nigeria orientation, need to change. It's not just the president or person in power right now. It's just about Nigeria. Nigeria has an issue. Period. I mean, the younger people in that they're going to do the same thing. So there needs to be a restructure of Nigeria, Nigeria orientation before we can head in any right direction. So, yeah, I mean, to me, I think he's going to run if I have to speculate, and I'm not going to fault him for running. I can advise him what to do,
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. And is there anything else that caught your attention in the news today before I go on to the next?
There's something that caught my attention in the news. I was watching, one of them is Sari Dokumbo, when he was criticized. I think he just talked, he was talking about he was talking about Tinubu pointing this in appointing everybody from Lagos or from the southwest. I mean, we all know that, but it is what it is. That's his prerogative, Tinubu prerogative. He has the right to do anything he wants to, but did I support the way he's doing? He probably hasn't learned from Buhari. But anyway, the point where I'm trying to get is where what he said about that. I think he had about what he said, right? But there's
Yeah,
nothing new.
no,
I think
yeah,
it's just,
we played
I
it.
think
We
it's
played
just
it
talk. Some
yesterday.
people were
Yeah.
saying maybe Tinubu doesn't want him to give him a contract, but I started the coup just talk, so we don't know. He just talking. But the one caught my eyes about the oil theft, in Imo and I think Imo, Anambra, and Ondo State. I mean, all these oil theft has found a way. The planting camera. Did you see that? The planting camera on the trees.
I
Did you
didn't
see
see
that?
it. No, I didn't
Oh
see it.
yeah, it was a big news.
That's
Man,
in
one man, I
that's in
wanted to do
Imo
research.
State. Be specific.
Huh?
That's in Imo State. That's in Imo State.
Sorry, what happened?
I thought they said 3 states: Imo, Abia, and the Ondo.
No, that one that
Oh
the
no,
plant
that one
camera.
specifically is Imo State.
Yeah, Imo State.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Imo State.
yeah.
You
And
know,
it's a
they planted camera on the tree to monitor
Yeah,
security forces
exactly.
around the area while they are doing their illicit business. Yeah.
That shows
Yeah,
ingenuity now. That shows ingenuity.
yeah. I mean, it's because
If
them
you
they
see the
try
way
to
those
find
guys are
another.
digging
They
the
try to.
ground and pumping out the oil, the crude oil. Oh man, Nigerians are desperate, man. I'm telling you, it it's just a failure, man. It's a systemic failure. It's unbelievable what is going on in that country.
Well, I think my last comment I'm going to make is about the administration, the way to find their way out of, where we are right now, because we are on an economic downturn. They have to find a way to remedy the country because the country is not progressive. I mean, it's about 1,000. I think 130, 30,000 today, so it's going to go up to 200 and something. The way the Naira is going and something is going right now, they have to find a way. I know he has some brilliant people that he has appointed, Edu and some other, but in my own opinion, the brilliance is just on the surface, until they start using the tools, to try to rescue Nigeria. That's where I'm going to, see where the economic, direction we are going. So let's see and see what happened. I just came in to comment about the situation today.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight in your company. Stay with us just for as long as you can. That's man of prestige, of course. Needs no introduction to anybody. Let's go on from your prestige to Prince Daddy, who hopefully is there. Prince Daddy. All right. Who wants to go next?
I'm ready.
All right. Okay. So let's come with you then.
Hey, sorry, 1 minute. I'll come back around later. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. All right. So you're up next then, Uptown. So this is it then. A hard-fought battle, very tortuous sometimes, harsh words said, perhaps lines even crossed. But today it comes to its conclusion. The Supreme Court verdict, 7-0, as Tinubu called it. So this settles matters. But how does the obedience space, the energy that's been galvanized in this circle, how is that harnessed for the future? So your assessment of what happened today and what should happen for the future, Uptown.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world. To my much beloved fellow panelists, in whom I am well pleased, my host, and even more our audience and listeners. Please subscribe if you haven't. Click on the like button. That won't take any blood from your body. It will only make our platform to reach to more audience. We need even more new voices. We need more new keyboard warriors on the comment section. And Yeah, so please click on the like button and share too. Thank you very much. One month the tribunal, the election, I think it was Eze that said something about nobody was really surprised here in Nigeria. In fact, every other person was going about their businesses. It's like every other person in Nigeria has already written the judgment for the Supreme Court even before they delivered it. So, and the Supreme Court definitely didn't. The Supreme Court didn't disappoint them, because our Supreme Court already has a very bad reputation. In fact, people seemed to have far bigger confidence on the appeal courts, and it's even evidence. People were more interested. People canvass. People did this eyes on judiciary, but ultimately you call Supreme Court. Supreme Court already comes with a dent. No, not like. I mean, that's Supreme Court. Come on, guys. I mean, Lawan is sitting in the Senate anyway. But one man, that's not my problem. Now that we have gotten to the end of the journey, as far as this cycle is concerned, and it's been a huge run. Sometime around March 10, that was a couple of days after the election, the results were announced, and after Obi said, let's go to courts. I'll prove that I won. And all of that. Why people wanted to get on the street, say no, calm down, which apparently around the obedience space now, he's being blamed. People are blaming him for being too civil. In fact, people are blaming him that he's the reason why they didn't get on the streets. But that's story for another day. That day, March 10th, I remember that day very well because as my younger sister's birthday, I called my mom.
What would have happened if they had gone on the street? What would have happened?
I don't know what's going to happen because I don't intend to go on the streets. I am yet to recover from NSAS. But that was what he was saying. I mean, Obi kept saying, be calm, be peaceful. Let's take the whole judiciary route and all that, which I agree with personally. On March 10th, I called my mom to ask her when we were about starting the judiciary journey. What do you think about this judiciary journey, and what are we supposed to expect from it? And the two things she told me, I've never thought of it again after that call till now. The first thing she told me, she asked me, what version do you want to hear? Do you want to hear the version that will favor you guys, or do you want a version that won't favor you guys? Because the two version is valid and it can happen. The second thing she told me was, she reminded me that she told me when I was running from pillar to post about Obi, she told me, if you can talk to Obi, he better wins, not only be winning the ballot, he better holds on to his vote in the ballot, in the ballot level. He shouldn't trust our judiciary. That is two things that she told me, and now I'm kind of thinking about those things. Now I'm like, okay, I mean, this woman is obviously
even though the same judiciary gave him his governorship.
Yes, and actually, yeah, this thing you said now, obviously, I think you should expect that. That's the first thing I would say when she says this, and I know what response she gave to me. She was really, really very conversant with the 2006 case. And that was the first time I heard a couple of things I never knew that wasn't in the public domain about that case anyway. But then that's really not what I'm concerned about. But she's actually a lawyer, so that's by the way. But congrats to Mr. Bola Tinubu in his win in the Court of Technical Law.
Mr. Has he mutated from chief now to Mr.? So you're still making that journey to president.
Sorry, let's keep my mind there. The chief thing, that's really some fancy one. I heard a couple of people using it on the internet. Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, the president, Bola Tinubu, as affirmed by the Supreme Court today. So congratulations to him for winning in the Court of Technical Law. I didn't say congratulations when the results were announced by INEC because I know he didn't win the election on the ballots, and I know he didn't get the majority votes. what I didn't know was whether the people that got the majority vote was going to be able to prove it in the court of law or in the judiciary. So that's why I didn't congratulate him, and I will never congratulate him because I know he didn't win. And I'm sure I can vow to anything because I know and I did my studies. But on this, I know that he won on the courts. Clear, square, simple, and that's why I'm congratulating him. So congrats to the president, as affirmed by the Supreme Court today, on winning in the court of technical law. But what concerns me more in this whole thing, really, is the implications. You know, those are my worries, the implications of the situation where we are right now. Because people are more concerned about throwing banters, 7-0, 5-0, 4-1, and all of this stuff. Say, I love the tears. And I mean, we can all do that. It's social media, and this is where we relax and we throw banters and all that. But on a more deeper aspect, I wouldn't want to go the banter route now, because if I wanted to go to banter route, I'll probably first of all ask my brother Emeka about his analysis on Southeast. He's one of the most ridiculous post-election analysis I ever heard in my life. But I mean, I don't want to go that way. Let's focus on the realities as Nigerians collectively. That's what we are. So one of my worries are the implications of what is on ground. And first of my worry really is the dangerous precedents, electoral precedents that we are setting as a nation. Because right now, if you're in Nigeria, you know what word on the streets. I'm worried that going forward, politicians, both existing politicians and even the ones newly going into the trade of politicking or politics, are going to be more emboldened in terms of the philosophy, the political philosophy of grab it, snatch it, run, declare. Just get declared. Just do whatever you're going to do to get declared. Once you get declared, others can go to court. There is 10 million technical reasons why that mandate might never be able to be taken away from you. So I'm worried about that precedence in the part of as someone that also want to be a leader eventually in my life later. I'm worried, is that the arena I'm going to set into, and will I be willing to let go of most of my philosophies to get into that trade? Is that how I want it to be in future? I'm kind of scared. That is one. Then secondly, I'm worried about the voter apathy that is going to follow. Unlike some of the analysts here and several other platforms as well, whether it's Obedient platform or APC platforms, most of them were never on ground. Most of them are armchair analysts. Most of them are tabletop analysts. They're just on their laptops from Singapore, from Berlin, from wherever, and then they make analysis. I was on the streets of Ojo Leba. I was on the streets of VI. I was on the streets of Ikorodu. I was virtually everywhere. This election gave me the opportunity to go around 11 states that I've never visited in my entire life. But particularly with the Lagos campaign that I was an integral part of, it worries me because I know how hard we fought to convince Nigerians on the streets that their votes count. The most difficult part of that campaign for me, before I even started leaving the field a little bit towards the middle of last year, towards November, and started focusing more on speaking online, it worries me that what I saw, the level of resistance we met on the streets, even when a lot of people haven't believed in obedience movements, even people doesn't believe that this is possible. They tell you, you don't have a governor, you don't have a senator, you don't have one councillor, you don't have no local government chairman. How much do you have in your account? We are talking about 36 states and FCT. We are talking about president of Lekki. It's not possible. Our vote will not even count. Even if you vote, it won't count. it's almost like a rocket science convincing these people, whether it's the woman in the market, whether it's the young person. In fact, the young people, we are more stubborn. Talk to a young person. The young person is telling you that Nigeria will never be better. How can you think Nigeria is not going to be better? You're not part of the political system. We try to convince these people, okay, just give Nigeria one more chance. You are still young. You can't possibly write it off but at this age. Okay, just give us this chance. Give Nigeria one more chance. Just believe. And the one single thing, one man that we used to convert people to believe was IREV. Me personally, I carried it in my head. Yakubu was my best person. I painted Yakubu like an angel to everybody because that's the only way I can get them to believe, to get to the ballot. I told them, see, all those elections you guys are citing in the past was because there was a portal that allows electoral magic to happen in collation centers. But now there is a game changer called the IREV. Now you're going to go to the ballot, put your finger, go online or tune up to Channels TV, and the votes are counting down. This is what was my magic wand of convincing people. And I knew a lot of people that I convinced, and they even turned from just willing voters to willing campaigners. In fact, when I don't wake up in the morning, they'll call you and say, hey, bro, where are you coming? When I was going to the market tour, when I would do... These are people that never believed in Nigeria, never believed in politics. They have written off that, hey, this politics is for bad people. I mean, what's my business? Nigeria will never be better anyway. Why vote? Why be interested? So going through that hard time, sometimes when I come to the platform, I've seen people like Baba Alexander Gomez, Baba Jan Likoko, certainly most of the time make some allusion that, hey, Uptown can be emotional sometimes. But they don't know, because maybe people think maybe these guys just wake up in the morning and feel it's time for Igbo presidency. I mean, probably because of the only crime I commit is that my name is Somto Chukwu, and it's an Igbo name. So people don't know what led you into this struggle, what there was the philosophies behind it, and what have you even been doing on ground? Or do you just pick your phone and talk? But now, I'm worried about all of these people we converted, all of these young people that are busy fooling around with, whether they are with Ogboho, or maybe they are with Kanu, or tuning in and listening to his Bauda Dash, or tuning into there's Magun, or there's this other guy somewhere on the internet that also says a lot of things that makes Nigeria unworkable. And maybe NSAS, let's protest, let's do this, let's do that. Instead of doing that, no, we can all come and take part in the politics. We can overwhelm the politics and try to select our own leaders through our own lenses.
But that's a task for people like you, though. So if that space has been energized, then it is a task for people like you to harness that energy and give it cohesion and direction.
Yeah, but I think you should first of all probably acknowledge the fact that we've done a lot in just a space of a year. Let
me tell you what I do see.
Yeah.
I see that the need for change in Nigeria is immediate, and I see that the patience for tolerance has worn out. People want they want the country that they want, and they want it now. And the country that they want is not the country that they have at the moment, and they can see that there is nothing showing anything that springs hope for the future. So they're not saying that. So that's a space right there. But that space doesn't have, it's not coherent, it's not cohesive, it's not purpose-driven, but it knows what it doesn't want, but it cannot articulate what it does want. But that energy is there. So how that energy is managed, Peter Obi doesn't have the function to manage that space, by the way. But hold on. Peter Obi doesn't have the function to manage that space. But within that space, there is the function to manage it. So people like yourself that have the articulation and the foresight, you will ultimately have to come forward, and because Peter Obi is one of the things that you want to get rid of in Nigeria. It's not just Tinubu and Atiku. We want Peter Obi really out of there too. But that space is there. how is earnest and pointed is the next thing. But if that's not done within 3 months thereabout, if there's no sense of direction, and if you are still in this space, if this is still the sort of narrative that you're saying, Tinubu is not my president, if you are still there, then there is no hope. It's just a meaningless exercise, but it's your space. Have we lost you? Or have you lost me?
We can hear you.
All right. Prince, pick it up from there. I think we've lost Uptown. He's there, but as the connection is not coming through. Prince, are you there? All right. Let's go to Dewale. Dewale.
I was hoping you're going to call me. You passed like almost 3-4 people before me. Anyway.
No, Dewale. Yeah, I was going to come to you after Uptown anyway. But yes. What I just said. Is there any sense to it, or yeah, pick it up from there.
Well, I didn't even hear what your own version, but I was listening to Uptown, and I think he has the right to grieve, if I could use the word grieve, or step over on the result of the election. Uh, I mean, people have expectations, so I think the expectation kind of manifests. They already knew where the pendulum is going to swing. So uh, you remember the king, the man that was installed, the pastor was installed in Ogbomoso as the king, Ashon of Ogbomoso. They don't sack him, so you know.
No, we did that yesterday. Nobody picked it up.
Oh, really? Okay. So it was actually
Gandhi Laolu.
Laoye, not Laoye.
Laoye, sorry, Gandhi Laoye, yes.
Yes, it was his own family member actually that challenged the process that brought him forward as the candidate. So I think the PDP should have borrowed from that and challenged the emergence of Shetima, but they left the entire thing till the end of the trial, hoping that it's going to be in their favor. And a boomerang. Actually, I'm not a lawyer, but going by what I've heard some erudite lawyers saying that some of these lawyers that represented the oppositions kind of acted like rookies. That some of the things that they should have done at the beginning, they are now doing towards the end of the tail end of the whole process, and the court will not entertain that. But by and large, we all knew Tinubu is going to emerge. For those who are saying or claiming that the process wasn't fair, let me address that now. The process itself actually followed through. I don't know where you have a process that never have a backup, with the hope or belief that that same process, that process must be the only process, the only thing, the only way. It never done. Even you as an individual, if that is your game plan, that means you plan to fail. IREF is supposed to be more or less like a backup, not necessarily the main reference point when it comes to the validity of the votes casted during the election. We all knew, even when the umpire, the chairman of INEC himself, said that he was going to transmit. What if everything failed? But we never asked ourselves that question. What if something, the process itself failed? Are we going to wait and put it on hold till the system is back up running? So, for those who are saying that the IRF was what make them to vote or give them the confidence to participate in this election, they should have a deeper thinking. Election is beyond just sentiment. It is something that we are continuing to participate, but we look at the bigger picture. The principal actor failed. They failed in their ways to actualize their mandate, and it's high time they take responsibility instead of the blame game. And I think it's a learning process for the supporters or sympathizers as well. That sometimes what they think is the only way, there are multiple ways to it. So, and I don't think the Atiku is going to congratulate Tinubu. I don't think so. They will find a very fancy words to use if if at all they decided to address the press or address Nigeria. They will find a warm, smooth, fancy words to use so that they can to show their supporters that uh, they are moving on. For those who also will have an ambition in the future, especially Ogi, I listened to Enigmatic in the morning saying that Atiku is going to come back. I doubt that if he's going to be participating. It is unusual because at that age, he has everything against him. His track record shows that he's unable to harmonize and bring his own political party together. So a lot of things will be used against him. And as for Obi will be in his probably early 70s at that time. Whether he will be able to galvanize enough votes that he got during this time, I don't think it's going to disappear. And his party chairman's already hinting that the incumbent party is hell bent in destroying Labour Party and all that through their stooge in the party. We will see how it's going to end, but I don't see you'll be as a leader that will be able to bring the party or grow the party to the strength that they wanted. However, as a Nigerian, let's move on. For those who will not move on, we will be waiting to throw you as well. We will challenge the status quo, just like what is his name? This Aboki in Niger Delta. What is his name? Asari Dokubo. For those who are saying that now he's now against Tinubu, I don't think so. You can love your family at the same time, not shy away from, correcting them if you've done something wrong. We were all on this show when I condemn that the trend of selecting his kinsmen is becoming too glaring and not good for his what is known for, as someone who cut across. So and he should replicate that, at the national level. There's nothing wrong in what Asai Dokubo said, because it's not just Yoruba only that voted for him. He's now the president of the entire country. And as has been said on this show, we'll continue to challenge the policies. We will debate on the policies. We'll debate on whatever uh, process that is bringing forth. I understand that he's going to be presenting his budget in November, the 2024 fiscal budget in November, which is great. I mean, bringing it this early shows that he's ready to hit the ground running, and we will scrutinize every details of the project. That is where Nigeria needs to come in and play their role and speak to the issue. But if the opposition decides to petition that and decided to focus on mundane things, political issues, we'll be in the comment section as well. We'll be giving them bash blows if that is what it takes. But I don't think Nigeria will benefit from that. So let me yield the floor for now. If anybody wants to interject or want to uh, continue, thank you.
Yeah, before you yield the floor, that question that was put into, you said you didn't catch it, but I was saying that the energy created by the obedient movement, that energy it gives expression to the frustration of the average Nigerian person who does not see anything coming in their direction from the country that they claim to be their own. So they see a country that is filled with that is filled with milk and honey, but none of that milk and honey coming in that direction. So there is that energy there in that obedience space. But that energy doesn't seem to have any real form of articulation. It's just a rage at the moment. So I was saying to Uptown that rage needs articulation and direction, but the articulation and direction that it needs is not something that Peter Obi himself necessarily can provide because he's not equipped to provide it. But within that energy space, people like Uptown who have both the cranial functioning, the educational background, and the right sort of age. They can seize that space and move Peter Obi out of the way, because Peter Obi is one of the problems, is part of the problems that Nigeria is looking to move away from. Seize that energy space, give it articulation, and repoint it. So do you see them being able to do that, or do you think they will just rage and dissipate?
I don't see them point blank. I don't see them achieving that. Being that they transform from NSAS to this movement that is backing Obi, and yet they will have the head of that movement, so-called Obi, because they follow Obi because that's the one that said that they articulate their point of view. It seems that that uh, group or the age bracket that falls into that group are not able to articulate that simply because they are yet to mature politically. They still don't understand the process of electioneering in a peculiar country like Nigeria. They are quick to equate the country to the advanced democracy and what is obtainable over there. And it cannot be in a third world country like us. I know we dream bigger, but in the situation we find ourselves, it's going to take a process. Who would have thought that IRF will be introduced to our electoral process? That is a growth that we can say we've achieved for some time now. But the obedience or those people in that bracket need to mature politically. But you're right, the agitation in the land with suffering and all that, fueling their agitations and all that would have been the best way to push them and for them to be able to mature. But I don't see that happening because it will amount to noise most of the time because they will not be able to look at someone with track record that can help them to prepare them to that dreamland. The likes of Obi used ethnics and religion as a vehicle to propel him, which actually backfire because people could see through it. And the millennial or the obedient that are backing him also didn't see that as more of an obstacle because we consider the peculiarity of our country. So, such things shouldn't have been used because a lot of people belong to different, political class, even in individual household. But at the end of it all, I hope at least in the next 4 years, you have 4 years to their age. At least would have advanced in age, and hopefully they will be able to mature politically and see through. I mean, examine their action during this previous election period and see what they've done wrong and where they need to put more action. It's not then realize that it's not just about noise, but more of groundwork and understand how election truly work in Nigeria and Africa at large. So that's my take one, man.
All right, brilliant. Dewale, I'll cycle back to you shortly, but let's go back to Uptown. So Uptown, round it off just in a couple more sentences. We've got Larry joining us for the first time, so I'd like to document Larry as well. But Uptown, back to you. Hopefully your connection is better now. Uptown.
Yeah, help me confirm if this is better.
Yeah, we can hear you. In fact, clearer than before. So carry on.
Okay. So one man. So that my only takeaways from the judgment, like I said.
Did you hear what I put to you? Did you hear what I put to you before you?
Yeah. I heard what you put to me, and what you put to me is a suggestion that maybe the people that really felt in as much as nobody's perfect, that a Peter Obi as currently within our political system, nobody knows what's going to spring up next year. Currently, as within our political system, we've reflected the best shade of the values of which we project that this is what we want our kids to be in. So somebody could represent a better shade of it tomorrow, but nobody knows.
Do you have idea why he has not spoken?
What did you say?
Do you have idea why Obi have not spoken?
After the judgment?
Yes.
I mean, none of them have spoken. So I mean,
it's very quick to get on Twitter. Every minute is on Twitter. So what's happened?
This is not just this is a Supreme Court judgment now. You can't just come out and just, he has to prepare something to say. I'm sure the same thing with Atiku, who is also probably going to speak.
So
we should expect
Aisha
topic
Yusuf has
tomorrow.
not written. Aisha Yusuf has not written the speech yet.
One month. I think the month is the day is too delicate for banter, so we'll keep the banter for tomorrow.
All right.
So for me, 1 month, in response to your question is on the presumption that most of us that supported again, which I feel that's when people get wrong, didn't do our due diligence. So like I said, he represents, as the political system is currently constituted now, presently, he represents the best.
Have we lost you again?
Including myself, want to see in a near future of their country or in their leader. And most of these things are somebody, not Jesus Christ, right? Not Saint Gabriel, but the best shade of anti-corruption, the best shade of morality, the best shade of prudence, because we believe that we have a spending problem in Nigeria, the best shade of humility, at least to have some level of humanity in you, the best shade of people-oriented philosophy. That's
no, the
kind of
elections
leader.
are over, so don't go long. Go short. Don't go long.
You need to understand why most of us found that this was the best shoulder that could carry the weight of what we want. Those characteristics we're looking for: accountability, we are concerned about education and all that. And this is the guy, the common man guy versus the KBSC, because what we've been having and what has disconnected us from the leadership and politics of Nigeria over time since we are birth is because we have always had KBSC leaders. So that they are so disconnected with the generation. There's no connection. They don't even speak the language of the generation. Whether it's you're talking about Generation X or you're talking about Generation Z or whatever it is, they lost touch completely. So this guy spoke the language. So this is not rocket science. People didn't just. I don't think there's any time everybody had a meeting and started being so much in love with this guy. No, everybody make this decision independently in their different rooms across different parts of the states. Get what I'm saying? And they saw the same thing and they found out, we love this guy. He represents this thing. This is what I feel. I want to see a leader that can make me look like my voice is even heard at all. And some of the things like you are criticizing him about now is always on Twitter. That's even what makes people, pulls people to him. Like these generations, they pull, okay, he's going to talk. You understand what I'm saying? At least that idea that even when he's going to talk, at least let's even hear something. Let's know that this guy is even talking. This guy is even connecting with us. He's speaking our language. He's even concerned about us. He knows that we are existing. And he knows that we make up the highest percentage of the population of the nation.
All right, bring it home in a couple. This is
so that's just to answer your question, but just to bring it up one more.
Have we lost you again?
With this issue, I'm just. Oh, am I out?
No, we can hear you now. Carry on.
Okay. Just those implications I told you, one man. The fact that I don't know how violent our elections are going to be in the future, because people will be like, oh, damn it. If Wike can pull it off in Rivers and get away with it, I wonder what our governors, this new generation governors, what they are going to do going forward. Because you get what I'm saying? Because all this power of incumbency, if Wike can do it, BBC reported what he did. Everybody reported, and then he gets away.
All right.
These are the things I'm scared of. The precedents.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. So that's Uptown, of course. Uptown, the homie, one of the stalwarts of the platform. I was going to go to Larry, but I did call Prince Daddy up. So let's go to Prince Daddy first, and then we go to Larry. So Prince Daddy, I reckon you're ready now. So Prince Daddy, so I suspect it's with the sigh of relief that you are approaching today.
Because, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah, great. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, brilliant. I was just saying that I suspect that it is with a sense of relief that you are approaching today, because you were somewhat fed up with the endless regurgitating of the OP space. So now the final bus stop, the fat lady clears her throat and sings that staccato that brings the opera to an end. and there it is right there. So the end, look, with cinema, the fat lady has sung, the curtains are falling, the Supreme Court has told us that there's nothing to see here. And let me play Thomas's clip, because he did tell me to play it earlier. So they've told them to clear the deck, and none of this anymore. So this is probably the last time we'll be playing this. Okay, so I know you are fed up with all of those sort of shenanigans, but it comes to an end now. So how did you navigate through today, and what do you see for the future? So it comes to an end. Prince Daddy, speak to us.
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah, thanks. When you went live with the streaming earlier, I tried to follow, but I did for few minutes. I think Thomas was on the platform on the stream, but I kind of checked out. Just like you said, I've been checked out of this whole and yeah, all till later. I guess when you.
Oh no! What's going on with everybody's connection today? We've lost Prince. All right, we've lost Prince. So let's go to Larry then. Larry. So Larry, unmute. Introduce yourself. I don't think we've ever had you visit us before. But you visit us on a seminar day. So the Nigerian elections are February the 25th, lands on October the 26th. A good 8 months of endless fighting and screaming and gnashing of the teeth, but the teeth gnashes no more. What says you, Larry? Good to meet you.
Thank you very much. Good to meet you, one man. Yeah, my name is Larry. I'm actually based in the US. Obviously, this is actually my first time of joining a platform like this. I see a lot of it going on YouTube. Obviously, it's been a lot of toxic. I'm sorry, a lot of toxic platform, but this is actually outstanding. I need to be very candid with you, and that was exactly why I decided to join. Being a Nigerian too, I'm really interested in Nigeria, and the major thing that everybody is interested in, it's a better Nigeria. So I was following what actually happened, and I think what I can actually pick out of it, this is teaching us a lesson about politics of Nigeria, and for us to, with our youth, and for us to really understand how it's supposed to be done. I think a lot of things actually came out from this. Number one, presidential election. What exactly are those things that are required? What are those things that we need to do? And not really going to election with a lot of assumptions. What I see in this election is a lot of assumptions and a lot of people not being objective. And that's exactly what I see. Number one, we're talking about IREF. And we all know that this is just a viewing poll, and we're expecting magic. And this is exactly what I see, particularly even with the people in the US. They tend to think magic is going to happen. A party like Labour Party that actually has a lot of people at the polling unit. What I was expecting, I need to be very candid. For me, what I see in the whole Labour Party thing and PDP thing is just that the lawyers didn't do a good job. They didn't advise their clients very well. Because if you deal more with data, and everybody knows that primary data is the key data. And it's when the primary data fails you, that's when you go for the secondary data. And we all know that the primary data comes from the polling unit. I was expecting to see things from that polling unit, which is actually the primary data, but I didn't see that. But I'm very sure the lawyers knew that. And they knew this thing, the electoral heart in-house. And they didn't advise their client very well. That's what I see. Number two, when it comes to what I was not really expecting any magic, And with due respect to Nigerian youth, I think we're not ready. For me, I wasn't even expecting anybody, an Obi, an Atiku, a Tinubu. No, that's not what I'm expecting. But Tinubu is the president, and I respect that. And he's my president. But where do we go from here? Well, I know he's trying some things, kind of like bringing youth into his government, which I think, even though if we don't get it right, probably in the next 2-3 elections, you could actually see some of those youths coming out. And another thing I want to point out, it's when it comes to issue of Nigeria, I think one thing we need to learn now, it's just that we need to just keep giving out the hands of fellowship. Friendship is key, because a lot of people in the whole 8 months lost a lot of friends because of this thing. I see, I'm always afraid to get into those arguments, even here in the US, because I see a lot of toxic environments, and you're like,
there are two conversations that they say people should try and avoid if you can: politics and religion, because in never often instances go well.
Exactly. And that's exactly the main foundation of this election. I need to be very candid with you. That's the main foundation of this election. And I was expecting the key candidate to come out and really come out all out for it, that this is not what they are all about. But I know they were kind of like afraid to lose some of their followers. And that was exactly what really of a lot of people I had to everybody's now started switching tent. Now it's not about Nigeria. It's all about, this is what we want. And obviously, election is gone. The Supreme Court has actually, they've actually said it today. There's nothing we can do about it. And where do we go from here? For me, I'm a good critic of Tinubu, because some of his policies, I see some of them are good, some of them are not good. And I've voiced it out severally, particularly with some group of people that are close to him here. And these are because I see him to be more of Bretton Woods policy, going more of the World Bank, advice and all those things that is not really working for Africa. And, I know it's normal, he wants to kind of let's do this, free hands of demand and supply, which is not what we need. And I actually think it's really going to learn from that, because what he needs to do now, distractions are over. I want to see governance. I want to see him coming out and really taking some decisions that can actually help the country. So hopefully, I know it's a lot of emotion here and there, but one thing I want us to take is this: where do we go from here as Nigerian? Not as Hausa, not as Igbo, not as Yoruba. Where exactly do we go from here?
Do you think Tinubu is capacitated to pull the country together? Do you think he has do you think he's equipped? And do you think even that he should? Because a lot of people are saying that we've had 2 electoral cycles now. The 2019 election, the Buhari election, his second term, and then this election now, where the Southeast categorically rejected the sitting president, but he was still able to win the election anyway, and now Tinubu wins this election too. So, are we concluding then that the Southeast votes are not actually central to anything that happens in Aso Rock? Obi got 98% all the way through the Southeast, and Atiku got 85%, 2019. Buhari won, Tinubu won. So are we identifying that the southeastern vote is not as seismic as we thought?
So for me, I wouldn't say that, but I think it's a clarion call on the leaders of the Southeast. They need to now come out, make a lot of friends, because one obvious truth that we are not telling ourselves, and particularly my brothers from my friends, my brothers from Southeast, is just that this election actually leading to making more enemies than friends. And until it gets to that, right, where I could actually now say, yeah, this is my brother. This is not just somebody from the Southeast. And that's why I said the leaders from the Southeast need to now come out. I was expecting to hear from Johanese, expecting to hear from all of them. They need to make a bold statement now that this is exactly election is come and gone. We need to make more friends. And until they get to that point of making more friends, I don't really see, I don't really see a lot of things coming their way. I only see more of being the victim, like shouting to be the victim, rather than really coming out, making more friends, right? Let's forget about yesterday. How do we move from here? We need you. You as you also need us. That's what I'm seeing for the Southeast.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Larry. We're cycling round. We're circling round our topics. So we'll circle round back to you momentarily. But Prince Daddy dropped. He's back on. So let Prince Daddy pick it up from where he stopped. Prince Daddy, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mormon. Yeah, I was yapping. I didn't even know I was off the line.
Yes, we just thought, what's happened to that voice that Dopsy loves so much? Look at that. Does your voice get babes? Do you get babes with your voice? I doubt it. Do you? You should be getting babes with your voice. Are you getting babes with your voice?
Mormon, I passed
Look
that
at
stage
this
now.
guy. What are you talking? Look at this guy. Don't kill the kid. But I go to the politics.
He's a pastor. He doesn't do
Yeah,
things.
pastor. Deborah Akwademi lẹ́yìn ìsìn.
One man. No.
Deborah Akwademi lẹ́yìn ìsìn. All right.
All right.
Before I put it go in your pocket, so I go to politics.
All right, one man. Yeah. So where was I? Yeah, beautiful Peter B. Yeah, I said I checked out already. I was trying to when it came live. Thomas was on the show, or one of the few people that came on. But I listened to like a few minutes of the court's what do you call it, ruling, and I had to go to bed. I wasn't expecting much from it. I mean, the same old, same old. But I was saying that Peter B has a menagerie of his constituents,
It's been
right?
a long time since I heard anybody use that word. But carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. So it's constituent, like they're unique, but not really unique in the sense that look, young people have always been in politics for a long time. I was there. Many of us were misled, not because people lied to us, but we're not well read. We didn't know history and how things were. In China also, if you remember the Tiananmen Square, the massacre that happened at the Tiananmen Square, that we all saw around the world. They were young people. They wanted a change, they wanted a revolution, whatnot, whatever they wanted, right? So I have a lot of, we can say, I have a lot of respect for the obedience, especially the young ones. I like the vigor. I love the energy, quite frankly. But or we can say that the energy is misplaced because the person that they think is such a unique candidate in a person of Peter B is not. He's part of the system. He is part of the system. No matter how you want to slice and dice it, Peter B is part of the system. And he's been around for a very, very long time. So,
Now,
but just like the
would you believe that Peter Obi was a top functionary under the Abacha regime? Good luck, Jonathan, as well. So all of the worst administrations that we've had in the history of that country, he was a pivotal player in most of them, if not all of them.
Well, yeah, well, I guess that's why your show is unique in the sense that I got to learn about that on your show. For Abacha, I didn't know at all. A little bit about Jonathan's administration, but it shows how far back Peter Obi has been around the block. It's part of the system. But there's one time, I was gonna cracking a joke on exchanging words or text with somebody online. I said, like, why are you guys trying to? I said, Peter B's on the cricket, you know, not because I don't barrack cricket. My point is that look, this guy's been around the block. He knows the system. Why are you guys trying to rebrand Peter B as something new and unique? Peter B is not. But again, is a politician, is a typical politician. Just like Atiku and Tinubu, they would take advantage of what is given to them. It's always a plus in that regards, and that's why he's not going to denounce his followers for attacking people online and doing all those crazy stuff they do. But again, it'd be nice for if it comes out just to pacify the Nigerian space and speak his mind and say, hey, just hang it up, so we can move on. But I don't believe Peter B would do that. I don't believe so. As somebody was saying earlier, if Atiku, stick to his words and accept that, hey, it's over and let's move on, that would be nice also. But I can't remember it was Patrick or someone was saying earlier that like Peter B slighted Atiku. That was like, really? That was nah. If it's Atiku would never let go. He's a money bag. He's a money man, and in Nigerian space, money speaks a whole lot. As it speaks volume. The sellers of the Igbo votes or the Southeastern votes are the leaders. They took the money bag and they supported Atiku. So I'm not sure where Patrick got it from that, Peter B, did something wrong to Atiku when we all knew it was supposed to be uh, the South turn, and a lot of people, were leaning toward the Southeasterners. But when you have such a consummate politician like Tinubu, how is that going to happen? It wasn't going to happen, and we all know that Peter B had a zero, you know, attraction in the North. He didn't have it, and he played strictly religious and ethnic politics, and that's the reason why. Somebody said it backfired. It didn't backfire. You know, Peter B played a really. I mean, he joined the Labour Party in like a few months, and he pretty much took over PDP. I mean, that's when people are like, trying to make their point or analysis. Look, what do you call it? How many votes did Atiku win in Lagos? Even that John Doe in Lagos could not gather up to 70 or 80,000 votes for a PDP candidate. Imagine that. I mean, so Peter B was a spoiler, quote unquote, in that regards. And of course, he dominated the southeastern votes. So it was more Atiku that was a spoiler for Peter B, but Peter B had no chance. What he did was right, and it was good for him. I meant because um, playing the religious card was able to get a lot of. It had a good spread among Nigerians, the Yorubas, the I guess the North Central, maybe Benue, a lot of people that were Christians around there, and of course the Southeast. So he played his game rightly. If he had played a traditional game, and Peter B would have probably get more than 3 million votes. But he did very well. He did very well. But one thing we know about him is that Peter B is unstable. We expect him to leave the Labour Party and go to a different party or form a different party. I don't think he's going to form a different party because Peter B is not a builder. Is more likely to join another party, uh, maybe a branch of the Labour Party, in order to continue his political ambition. So that's Mr. B for you. So yeah, hopefully, yeah, go
No,
ahead.
no, carry on. I was going to land that point, and I was going to take you to another talking point, but land your thought.
Oh yeah, my thought is that look, there are a lot of warriors online. They're not gonna let go if they truly love Nigeria. But to me, it sounds like they really don't. They only care about what they get, just like the politicians. But they truly care about Nigeria. Let's just move on. Three. I mean, the man is one. Has been affirmed twice already. What else? Three times. You got to count INEC also, because they're pronouncing the winner. If they truly care about Nigeria, I would love them to come. Believe it or not, I love them to come and be a true opposition and put Tinubu and his administration feet to the fire and make sure they do the right things by the Nigerian people. Yeah, that's all I have to say on that. Thanks.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellently put. I was going to take you to this topic, but what you just said about them not knowing when to give up, it just put me in mind of so this justice headline. Chimamanda Adichie introduces Peter Obi as winner of Nigeria's presidential election at United States Princeton University lecture. So is that language of not knowing when to drop the dead donkey and still not dropping the dead donkey? Tinubu is not my president. Aisha Yesufu insists after Supreme Court quashed Peter Obi's petition. So it looks as though lessons not been learned in that space, and they're just going to double down on what some people might derisively call ignorance. I don't know if you want to comment on that space or you want me to take you to the space.
If that's a recent pronouncement by Adichie, well,
yeah, she was at Princeton University. I think actually this was over the course of the last 2-3 days. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what
describing
can we say?
Peter Obi as the winner of the election to the Americans. What does that even mean?
It doesn't make any sense, and that's where we are right now. Why should you be doing that? I mean, I would guess in Nigeria, I guess we value free speech, right? So that doesn't tantamount to treason, does it? I don't think so. I don't think nothing should be done to her, of course, or nothing should be made of it.
It's not that so much something being done to her or anything made of it. It's just really that's why I appended the Aisha Yesufu output as well. What is coming through is that lessons are not being learned, and they are doubling down on what you might describe as a naive outlook. You're saying he's not he is your president if you carry the Nigerian passport. It even says so, and you're saying somebody won an election when they told you when they lost. So it's just doubling down on ignorance.
Well, that's why I use the word a menagerie of his constituents. This is what we get. We have, she's highly, not me, and the reason being because I've not read a book or any of her books rather. She's in the, I don't know if in the Nigerian space or in the Igbo space or the Southeastern space. I think Adichie is regarded as an intellectual actually, and they see her as a very brilliant person, highly educated. I think she went to Harvard, so she falls in that space. So somebody like her making such a statement or having that position without any factual base to support a claim just shows how ridiculous she is. And that's where we are right now. So what do we say? Anybody can make a pronouncement. Anybody can make. I mean, we say, Angelico can also say, Showores is the president of Nigeria. I mean, anybody can say whatever they want to say. So from that point of view, let it be. She's free to say whatever she wants to say. We can move on.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to take you to this next space next, but before I take you to the space, let me flash up. Maybe that's an unfortunate turn of phrase. Let me flash. Let me bring to the to attention Dupsey's session coming up on Sunday. Dupsey Whoopsie taking charge of the platform and doing that magical thing that only she is capable of. I'm just looking for. I'm looking for the link to her session. So yes. So there it is. I want people to go and bookmark this. Dupsy takes charge of the session to speak to matters more impactful, matters more real than politics, if there's sort of thing. So Dupsy will be taking charge of the session on Sunday, and she'll be she has so many stories lined up, but it's been headlined with this at the moment. So that would be the headline at the moment. Is the narrative of a 50-something-year-old new mom who is batting back criticism around being a geriatric parent. So geriatric parenting, that seems to be a phraseology that is emerging into the space. So join Dupsy. I've put the link in the comment section. So if you want to bookmark that, nothing at all to do with politics. It's entirely about human life, lifestyle, so people-centric sort of a thing. So you can leave your weapons at the door in terms of the politics and come and discuss our real life and things that actually matter germane to our lives. So matters that are germane to our lives. Let me take you to this spot, Prince Daddy. Obasanjo, only true nationalist. Other presidents are ethnic leaders. So this is Rotimi Amechi speaking to the space. And yes, broadly, I will agree that ethnicity takes the front foot in terms of leadership in Nigeria, often instances. But Rotimi Amechi is saying Obasanjo was the only true nationalist, and others are ethnic leaders, haven't served 2 terms under Buhari. So if he knew that, but my question is, why did he then not resign from the Buhari administration? So how are you digesting this headline from a man, by a man from the creeks?
Yeah, he's only saying how he sees it. That's the reason. Obasanjo is actually, you can say, is a selfish man. Let's put it that way, because there's a reason why Tinubu and many other Yoruba people from the southwest were against him and are still against him in a lot of ways. Obasanjo is only loyal to the people that did him a favor. It's quite clear. So in so doing, and maybe it's guilt in the civil war, he knows what he did. And that's why it seems to be favoring people like Yardua, right? The Northerners that brought him into power, and pretending to be a lover of the Igbos by wanting them to be president is an opportunity also. There's nothing unique. So being a Yoruba person, talking for pushing the fight or the cause for the Igbos and align with the Northerners appear to be the case as stated by Amechi, but that's the problem with what he said, because it's like presenting numbers without a narrative. So that statement can only fool the people that don't know any better. I don't believe it. He's as tribal, I would say, as other leaders. If he calls them tribal, that's just the bottom line. He's an opportunist.
But he was never a pro-Yoruba man. He was always a Nigerian. That's how people broadly see Obasanjo. They don't see him from an ethnic prism. They see him more as a Nigerian. In fact, a lot of people feel that he's too northern-leaning, Obasanjo.
That's what I just said, man. Pretty much. It's aligned with the Northerners because they were the ones that put him into power and did him a favor. Okay, and in order to satisfy his conscience about the civil war or other reasons, he pushed for the Igbos or an Igbo person to become a president. But it tends to abandon the Yoruba agenda, so to speak, or fight. Let's put it that way. And the reason why Tinubu and others Yoruba people in the Southwest were or are still against him points to that. It's not because it's detribalized. That's not the case. It's the case that it's an opportunist that's aligned with his own interests. So should we blame him for being selfish and having a um, self um, self interest in the things that he does? He's a human being. We're not blaming him, but I don't want to. I don't want to. People shouldn't fall for that trap. That is, is a nationalist. He doesn't care about tribe. I don't believe that. He cares about himself. He cares a whole lot about himself.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else that caught your attention before I move the conversation to the prime dot? Who we've not? I'm trying to get to the people that we've not heard from today. Yeah. Is there anything else outside of the Supreme Court? What said that caught your attention?
No, I think it's nice to move on from me to the next person, but quickly to say that the last week Dups's show, I only get a link for the YouTube link. I didn't know there was going to be like a live session. I later found out later when I was watching part of the show. It was quite lively and interesting actually, but it was kind of too early for me, being a Sunday morning.
All right. We were thinking it was like a coffee in bed sort of a session. Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully, if I'm able to make it this Sunday, that'd be great. But great job, Dupsy. Keep it up. Thanks.
Dupsy is actually in the comment section discussing with people, and if that topic is too heavy going, do you think it's too heavy, the topic?
If she's able to, it's not. There's nothing heavy about it. I mean, it's up to how she presents the topic and the different points of view that come along. I think it's fine, and let's enjoy it and see what comes about it.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Dupsy. Pivoting yeah, we'll be doing more and more of that. If anybody has a specialism that they would like to host, either as a one-off or as a series or whatever, just contact me via Instagram. So whatever the specialism is, if you want to, because I was trying to get somebody to do sessions about Igbo stories or Yoruba stories. So, mythology, mythicisms, old tales, the way it used to be, those sort of things. And then that would be like a cozy little, yeah. So we want to expand the conversation beyond just this. Since we cannot kick Peter Obi in the face anymore, we have to look for something else to talk about. Let's go in the direction of the Prime Dot who joins us. So the Prime, you are up next. So yeah, we did an earlier session today. We are wrapping it up with this session. There is really only one story going on in Nigeria. So the fat lady sings, but how did you digest the? I don't know how to land that metaphor, but what happened today? Your take. Your take.
Good evening or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Please like and subscribe. And actually, first of all, I was trying to ask Kolata and Enigmatic spoken.
Kulata is not on the screen. He was with the earlier session. Enigmatic is here, but he's not had a turn yet. But he was in the earlier session as well.
Because I was we're in a kind of banter on the comment section with Kolata and all those stuff. Anyway, the whole thing to me is like you have to class of people living in reality and those living in delusion. And the people living in delusion so much believe the people in reality are the one dreaming. And anybody that have taken statistics for just a week understood clearly that Tinubu won that election. And there was no need for this cry and cry and cry in such a way that is bettering the relationship between the regions. However, they took the fight to the last bus stop, and I think there's this way that the society have to accept it that it's over. Those that doesn't want to accept it's over Okay, then we can now look at them like something is really wrong with this person. It's over. Don't spoil the relationship beyond what it has gotten to. Prepare for the next round of election. That is one of those things that I can make my own conclusion. And if you remember, when Tinubu was declared, we that support him, we were like a kind of, the celebration was more of this cautious celebration. It wasn't poking people in the eye, but people mistook that for sign of, oh, they didn't win. There was no jubilation on the street. I'm like, really? You don't have to bring it to the face of your brother that you lost. Take your victory and walk away. Be magnanimous in victory. That is what I see. But this one, I've been on Twitter and it's been hell on Twitter. And I've contributed my own little quota to it too. So that is my opinion.
I never really got into that
Tell
Twitter.
us what is going on. Tell us your experience there. What are
Ah,
they saying there?
In Noki ni wọ́n bẹ̀
Baba
yẹn
Janle Koko.
ẹranko gbáà ni wọ́n
bolẹ̀
release
fún
that
wa jẹ́ ká rí
in
gbọ́.
Noki.
Jẹ́ ká rí
Baba
gbọ́.
Janle Koko. Okay, if you want to hear it, I can give it to you. Let me see if it's on my other phone. You know, we're having things like Enidolu Wadalejo Tolongo Ogba. You know, it was a victory. It was a victory. You know, what that thing was saying to those people that probably doesn't understand Yoruba, that he that God has judged and he said he doesn't agree. Okay, let's see where he's going to with his appeal. And if he doesn't like it, he can shoot himself. I'm sorry, that was the simple interpretation of things you can find on Twitter and all the stuff. In the case of Obi, I think Obi did not understood when to stop, when to capitalize. He came out as a decent man, but he allowed the lunatics that joined his bandwagon to misdirect him. If I was Obi, immediately I got, or if I am Obi, immediately I got that 6 million vote, I could have told the line of a gentleman. I could have tried to lay example of this is how politics should be. Congratulate the winner. Tell the youth, like, we are not going. We are going to continue to discuss this nation for the next 4 years. That will bring more people to his camp. That places him as number one option throughout. However, he allowed the
No. If he had done so, a lot of his supporters would have abandoned him. They would have seized him as a weak politician, a man that cannot stand up to fight for his victory.
Baba Janle Koko, you see,
let me tell you this. Because majority of them, even before the election, have given the victory for Obi. Remember that they won all the poll online. All the poll online. They Obi defeated everybody in Sokoto, in Kano, in everything. So they believe all those polls. So if Obi, after he lost, or after the INEC declared Tinubu as the winner, and he congratulated Tinubu, that would have been the end of his career. A lot of them would have been disappointed. They would have seized him as a sellout.
Hello, Baba Janle Koko.
Yes.
It's the issue is this. You see, youth have energy. They need someone to harness and direct the energy of the youth. When you bring a realistic point of view to youth, they sometimes listen. As much as the elderly people always think they are very erratic, but they sometimes listen to logical reasoning from someone they reference, from someone they revere, like, oh, this person is like an idol. They tend to listen to that. This is what I'm saying. It's a brand of politics that he could have tried to build in Nigeria. Look at Atiku. He has always contested all election, and his popularity continues to diminish. While the likes of former President Jonathan is being celebrated across the country and is being respected across the world for just that simple act. When it comes to making leadership decisions, sometimes it's difficult because of our immediate gain. But if we can subside our feelings and act in the best interest of the future, it's more profitable. If I was Obi, or if I am Obi, that is my own way. I could have congratulated the winner, tell the youth, like, we're going to be very engaging, we're going to bring up ideas, we're going to criticize them when they're wrong, we're going to give them their flowers when they do right. I think that will gather more people to him, and people will start to see him like, this is a reasonable man. Secondly, if he wants to go through the line of politics, I would have thought that after Tinubu emerged, he could have claimed, like, yeah, he worked for the Southern presidency, and that could have been another safe face. It wouldn't have created this huge enmity, especially in the Southern ethnic groups. Majority of the people in the other ethnic groups in the South, they don't want to even listen to Obi anymore. Those are the outcome of stretching it too far. You should know when to stop. That is the way I see it. As for Atiku, I don't understand Atiku's dream, but sometimes when you get to a certain age, you should understand it's time to let go. He believes it's better for the country, but the country has not chosen him, so he should let go. But if he wants to be the clown, he can continue doing this 2027. But if he thinks he should be an elder statesman, he should quietly go. Even tomorrow also, he can still come and rectify his image, congratulate the president, give a togetherness statement to the nation, and his sins will be forgotten. It's going to sublime in the eyes of a lot of people, like, yeah, at least he has congratulated the president. Let's move on. That is the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Excellently put. Stay there, the prime. As soon as we look round, then we'll open up the space to a wider conversation. Let's hear from Jide, only to land then on Enigmatic. But Jide, you're up next. Jide.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Woman, Enigmatic coming BB after me is it's not something I really like. I always like to listen to Enigmatic first, but for the sake of the opportunity and the time itself, let me just go ahead and say my advice for Obi is to go and sit down, buy Kenny Rogers album, get a bottle of wine and listen to The Gambler, so that he will learn that for every period in life, there are different kind of decisions that should be made. There's a time to go, there's a time to stop, and there's a time to walk away. This man has actually dragged the southern region. He has dragged the southern region into so many kind of troubles. And sincerely, I'm telling you, The South now is just like a ticking time bomb. Any little thing can spark up a riot, most especially in places like Lagos, where all the tribes are really present. And it's all because somebody started tribal politics. Somebody started religious politics. For me, I feel Obi has gone too far, and at this point, there's no way he can redeem himself again. Just like the last speaker said, the point where he should have redeemed himself is when everything happened and Tinubu was declared. He should have just said, yes, I have achieved my aim. I was working for a southern presidency and it has happened. I go back and I will be helping the president and criticizing when needed. Yes, it will look like he has lost some of his followers, but the truth of the matter is by the time he comes back for election again, he will have gained a lot of people from the opposition and his followers will still follow him. His followers will still follow him. If Tinubu peradventure does not perform very well and Atiku out of his greed has broken the status quo and has made it open now for anybody to contest at any point in time. So I think Atiku's participation in this election has broken the South and North rotation. So at any point in time, anybody that feels he wants to go for election would actually come out for election, because out of his greed, he was the one that led the South into whatever we are going through now. That's one. So I think Obi will have been very, very thoughtful of his decisions and his steps and shouldn't have listened to those people that were clamoring for him to continue to push this narrative, and most especially the madman that gives him advice. He should have just stay away from that man, because that man did not do him any good. That man did not do him any good. Sincerely, the man really ruined his career. And if anybody is still feeling that by the next election Obi is going to gather more votes, that person is living in another planet. Because this is what has happened. A lot of people that were naturally obedient but were not from the Southeast, now seeing everything that has happened in this election, the way the guys were like, violent in their speech, attacking people. If you see anything, for instance, look at the actress that only commented and said she's giving her support to Tinubu. What's her name? And they went on social media.
I heard that Tonto DK has joined the APC now. She's abandoned the obedient movement. Tonto DK.
You can imagine. And they went on social media and they destroyed this woman. They went for her seriously. Just because she said, yeah, it's my right to say this is the person I want to vote for. It's my right. And I can canvass for anybody. But they have made, in fact, in my workspace now, there are a lot of people that were obedient. There were Yorubas that during the election, they did not even want to hear anything Tinubu. Today now, they don't even want to hear Obi again. And that's what he has done to himself. I feel what he should have just done is, just look at the whole situation, assess it properly and say, okay, guys, I would be at the backstage, will be helping the president and come out to criticize the president when he has done something wrong and congratulate him when he has achieved. Then when the time comes and you come out, people from the opposition, people that did not vote for you, they will join your vote. The Southeast is always your base. And this is how he should have gone about it, but he has lost it. And for Atiku, he say ọmọ ọ̀mọ̀wé ẹni kò pass, kò lè pass.
Hold on. What do you mean by Omo? Wait, are you talking about this? Hold on. So sorry, I couldn't have that.
Oh man. See, sincerely, Atiku is the biggest disappointment of this whole process, because I felt he was far more intelligent, but obviously his greed has eroded his emotional intelligence. His greed for power has really blocked that part of him that should have risen. Because, when you yourself have so many things, and Nigerians, every time you come for election, the reason why people are not voting for you is because a lot of people from the south know you so well from the Obasanjo regime, and from what Obasanjo have said about you, and so many things that we know, the Mecano thing, the power sector privatization issue, we know. Now, you now want to come, you have dirty linen, your own cupboard is dirty, then you are now going to poke nose into another person's matter. At the end of the day, you disgraced yourself. The only thing I see there is, that this thing would not be accepted in the court of law, so why go? It is just somebody that is not intelligent that will have done that. What I expected him to have done is, when the president was announced, you should have just said, yes, we have tried. I really wish to serve Nigeria with all my might, and this and this.
Are you still there? Am I still there? Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Woman.
Yeah.
So you should have just said, okay, the president.
Bring it over, Jide. Yeah.
Yeah, so you should have just said that, Mr. I wish to serve Nigeria with all my heart. I know the president means well, and things like that. Just say good things about your competitor, and just go and rest. Now people will start seeing you from a different point of view. Now you need to mend the bridges. But these people have decided to throw Nigeria into anarchy, all in the name of achieving their own dreams. But you see, I am happy today that the court, did what they did. In fact, I did not even take them time to dismiss Obi. Obi has forgotten that he will come for another election. You are calling the justice and the Supreme Court, you are calling them courtists. And in the next election again, you will go and file for something, or in the next election, somebody will take you to court if you had won an election and say you did not win, and you expect them to give you a favorable. This guy is not intelligent. That's the problem. They are not emotionally intelligent. They just do things out of they let us do it. They react first, then later on they see what they have done. They cannot back out. They continue to toe that line because they want to keep their fan base. Now they said they are going to share the money from their campaign to do is a lie. This fundraising thing, this obedience space has made Obi richer. The man wants to continue to scam people, and they will open trust fund, and people will continue to dump money from the diaspora. So, but for me, I congratulate the president, congratulate Nigerians. At this point in time, what we should be looking at now is, the policies that are coming out. Criticize it. I would want us to on this platform to really criticize as we've been doing, and find a way of giving alternatives from our own wealth of knowledge that we have. People like Ogbeni Kolata, Babajanle Koko, and the like. But I don't know if it seems like these people are listening to us. So by the time we put it out there, maybe they will pick it again, run with it, and we can push our nation forward. And we can also influence people that are around us so that we can get a better Nigeria. That is my own conclusion. Good morning, woman. Thank you, everybody.
Excellently delivered by Jide, of course. Always excellently delivered by Jide. So thank you, Jide. Let's Enigmatic. Acknowledge that you are there. Enigmatic Hondi.
Yeah, I'm
Enigmatic.
here.
Look at that. All right. Let me bring you in with this clip.
Most sought after.
I agree. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Your job is secured. Stop. Your job is secured. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Gentlemen, congratulations to the President. Having been confirmed by the Supreme Court as the 5-star general. Yes. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. All our renewals shall come to manifestation. All your job is secured.
I think the hashtag for today.
So there it is right there, enigmatic. First amongst equal, last man standing, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The last man standing for a reason, one man. Yeah, they did all they could, coordinated attacks, character assassination. They launched influencers on Instagram, on Twitter, almost every facet of social media awash with their paid influencers. At a point, people thought probably this man wouldn't even last a week during the heat of the campaign, the way they actually projected him to the whole world. And then, just like somebody said, there are lessons to be learned, and I believe some people, unfortunately, they understand the lessons, they've taken it in, but because of their penchant for arrogance, they wouldn't want to accept the fact that they've learned something, And I want to say, I'm a youth in Nigeria, and just like myself, a lot of us very useful. When people say Obi is speaking for the youth, Obi is not speaking for me. So people should always understand the fact that when they are saying Obi is speaking for the youth, they should make it categorical. Obi is speaking for the obedient youth, the headless mob youth that he has behind him. Do not forget Atiku has his own youth behind him. Crown Council does. Tinubu does. Adewale Adebayo, Omoyele Sowore. So they should always be very categorical and very definitive of all this, youth used to their saying. Because we know ourselves and we know where we belong. So some of us are not headless mobs. So first, Atiku, he has, I don't know how many times now, I think 5 times or 6 times. And then he has always, I think this is his 3rd time going to the Supreme Court.
Enigmatic was counting.
Huh?
So was counting.
It was rumored to have contested something with Methuselah, so he goes
Yeah.
deep and he goes hard, he goes far. Okay.
So Atiku has a mentee now in Peter Obi who is gonna take on the baton of a
serial loser
going forward, because already I can't. This is probably.
Enigmatic.
No, I just want to address some topical issues, and I'm just trying to start like that. Like I said, he failed to manage his success. He failed to manage his momentum. He failed to manage what he was able to achieve during the campaign, regardless of how he got there, right? I mean, we don't want to talk about the religious, baiting and then the type of politics he played, but he has failed to actually manage that momentum. Then he has overestimated his usefulness, right? Even to the headless mob that he belongs. And this is actually it's a testament to the characterization of the way his case was immediately tossed out of the Supreme Court today. I think that sets a record now. We'll probably have a Guinness Book of Record of the fastest tossed out Supreme Court case in the history of the judicial process in the world. This case lasted less than 120 seconds. 120 seconds should be 2 minutes, but it lasted less than 120 seconds. That means it lasted less than 2 minutes for them to decide and throw that nonsense away from their court. So that should tell you the usefulness of that Agulu Bajwe, the pathological line claiming to be mythomatic angelic in the political space of Nigeria. And this brings me to this core conversation of Nigerian youth.
Enigmatic, sorry. How are you? Yeah. Enigmatic, they mentioned Obi's name once when they are reading, when they want to start a proceeding, you are a lawyer, they will read people's, the complainants. They mention his name once. Once. Go and watch it. Continue, my brother.
Yeah,
sorry, Thomas, check your phone. Karen and
that actually means, in the annals of the judicial elites and the reasonability of people who can disillusionize their mind by their thought processes, right? It's a persona non grata. That's what it means, basically. That's just the conclusion of that. How would you? I mean, it's not intelligent for you to subject yourself to a legal process, and then you've made the first part of actually even running to the media almost every time. We're granting word press conferences, the fake word press conferences that you did and whatever. And then the height of it, calling those the erudite justices of the Supreme Court and the whole judiciary courtist. I mean, are you kidding me? And this is the same man that is actually a product of the same judicial process of that Supreme Court. If some people can conclude today that Hope Uzodinma is a Supreme Court governor, Peter Obi is equally a Supreme Court governor. Are they aware of that? And then when you were winning your cases back to back, they were not courtists. All of a sudden, they are courtists. So, and then you have to find balance in your critical thinking. Let me say,
enigmatic. I don't want you to stray too far from that point. You remember at some point in time when Obedient will come here that he wins court cases. You don't know Obi. He's the best in court.
I see they go there now.
Even Zita said that. Even Zita.
They call him Ekute, but Kulata,
is the Okute of court.
Ekute of court.
He's the first person. They forgot about Ladojao. He's the first person that the court put as governor. His lawyer has never missed anything. His lawyer wrote the playbook for election. I'm just remembering all those silly things.
Have you forgotten about look? Have you forgotten about they are messing with the wrong generation? But now the old generation has taught you and your Ekute the lesson of his life. Now I believe wherever he is now, But the good thing I see in this guy is that he came out richer. Kulata, you can't deny that.
He's made a lot of money.
Yes,
made money.
Unlike Atiku, right? He came out richer and he's still going to be getting richer because he will find a way to balance to keep that headless mob. Then he will probably open a channel of account where they will be donating for the next election. That's how you keep them going, just like MAGA Republican here. So
they already formed something like I don't know if Nigeria doesn't have PAC. But they already formed something, because if you notice the guest on Dr. Damage's two weekends ago, there were two guys. One of them, I remember one of them's name is called Alaro. Then some other guy that went to UNN.
Okay, I saw it briefly. Yeah,
I
so
looked at the website. They've created an organization that Obi will be using to take his mob along with him. So don't be surprised if they kick him out of Labour Party. It's just going to spin that pack. Let's just call it pack because I don't know the kind of organization it is. They'll take that organization and plug it anywhere. So they've tried to create a plug and play structure right now with that organization. But that organization is in denial. They said they are not Obi, blah, blah, blah. But if you go to their website, it's full of Obi pictures, full of Obi people, Obi speeches, full of Obi stuff. So that is very cool. I asked, there's money behind it. So wanted to put that there.
Yeah, thank you, Kulata. But like I said, when we left our conversation in the morning, right, was as we speak now, Kulata, for people who understand politics, 2027 presidential run is already ticking off now as we speak, and you can see some glimpses of that today in Aso Rock. I will explain that in a second, what they are already doing. And then I think it was you that actually suggested, as I actually noted earlier, that there should be a way that they should keep Obi floating, right? If there's a possibility they can keep him politically floating to maybe play the role that he played in this electoral period now, to play the spoiler, should in case the Northwest pull up a surprise candidate, because I'm looking at the possibility of the Northwest, at a point, the Northwest majority Fulanis, right? At a point coming up with maybe a Kwakwanso or somebody like that. Meanwhile, the Northeast we stand strongly behind Shetima, because the grounds that they are having in the Northwest now is that their traditional portfolios, right, are being ceded now to the Northeast. Like the NSA goes to Northeast, Minister of Agri goes to Northeast, the Minister of Health, Northeast, Vice President, Northeast, and then some other big appointments to the Northeast, and a couple of other, subterranean political appointments like that. So that's why you are seeing all these agitation from some certain quarter from that neighborhood. And then if that continues for the next 4 years, of course they want to pull a Fulani card, on these folks. And that's where you're already seeing the policy that they'll play, which I'll explain in a second. So to conclude on Peter Obi, is a political Lilliputian, right? That fate smiled on him. Atiku brought him to prominence. Atiku Abubakar brought him to political prominence from almost political obscurity, because nobody knew about him until Atiku made him his VP, and then he was able to trust him to the national, political landscape. Now, what did he do? He was able to fritter all those gains away by his, maybe I would say the overbearing attitude of himself, self-estimation. And then now there's no way that he's coming back from this. Even his kingsman, what's his name, Soludo, why Soludo actually got issues with them today now, the headless mobs. Soludo clearly stated it, that indeed, in his words, quote and unquote, indeed, if I were Asiwaju Tinubu, I would even give Peter Obi money as someone heading one of the departments of his campaign, because Obi is making Tinubu's pathway to victory much easier by indirectly pulling down PDP. It is what it is. So when you listen to this readings now, you understand that people who understand politics and can reason objectively, right? They know where the pendulum will swing at the end of the day. Because, and then some people have actually argued that when the opposition were united, right, they were unable to defeat the incumbent APC. Now they were disjointed, fragmented in 4 different places. One of those 4 places taking away one of the major traditional, corners of PDP, being the Southeast, and then you could see the result that came out from the Southeast, right? So now, how would they have it? When I'm trying to challenge those people who still believe that a man, right, during the election that came third in the history of the world, now we are seeing somebody who came third claiming to not even claiming to win to be the second, but claiming to have won the election. And when there are plethora of chances and opportunities for you to address your matter, you chickened out. You couldn't produce anything. All you wanted to do was to still curry the favor of that your pretensive and the pretentious, maniacal, friends. No, it doesn't work like that. So now, and I still want elections. It has come. It has gone. He's been embarrassed and disgraced and thoroughly whooped out of the Supreme Court. Now, less than 2 minutes, everything burst for him in Supreme Court today. Now, this is the man that believes in morality and integrity, as his people says. But we are still yet to see him file a lawsuit against People's Gazette, right? And to clearly address and clear his name about the Yes Daddy phone call. When is he going to file that lawsuit against People's Gazette?
Sorry, if I might chip in.
Who is this?
This Charles.
Hold on, let me finish my stuff. I'll finish, then you can
All
come
right, no
back.
problem.
So then because the issues that we want to see him address now, I know people will say, why is Tinubu not addressing this? Everything that you could say Tinubu is not addressing, it's been actually clearly, right, adjudicated to the level of Supreme Court, and they were all thrown out today. But now, the Pandora tax evasion imbroglio that he claimed that he had his daughter on the papers, when is he going to clear that, right? The Ezu River, genocidal massacre of Indi Anambra youths, that they were floating on Ezu River because his people said they rode on the crest of NSAS, right, for police brutality. When this man, Peter Obi, was the governor of Anambra State, the executive governor, the number one, the CEO of Anambra State, more than some tangible numbers of individuals who are Anambra people, they died, they were killed, floating on Ezu River while he was governor. And when he had the opportunity to address that, do you know what this moral man and the man of integrity, so to say, do you know what he did? Instead of him to go to court and clear his name, he went to file for an injunction, perpetual injunction, to stop that proceedings. As we speak now, that case is still out there. So 2, when is he going to address his PH in math and English that could have ensured him and guaranteed him an admission to one of the most premier universities in Nigeria, right? And then on the ethical and the morality, conflict of interest of him channeling the funds of Anambra people, right, to his bank, a bank that he was one of the highest shareholder, that he was drawing almost $5 million annually for almost 4 years or thereabouts. And the proceeds of that did not go back to Anambra people. It went to his own private pocket. When is he going to address that? So I will leave it at that. And then on the paradigm shift for Nigerian youths who are not serious, because we all understand the fact that Atiku Abubakar, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Alhaji Kwakwanso, and Peter Obi, they are part of the establishment political standard in Nigeria. They are the standard bearers, right, of the political oligarchs. But Nigerian youths, in their wisdom, they said they want a paradigm shift. But they went back to one of those political oligarchs, they picked one of them, and they want people to support them with that nonsense, with that charade. Where was Omoyele Sowore? Where was Adewale Adebayo? Where was Mogalu that they couldn't kill behind? They want us to kill behind somebody who, when he was governor of Anambra State, Anambra's poverty rate grew by 50%. Not my words. Go and look at what Soludo said, and he said this is a privileged information as the sitting governor and incumbent governor of Anambra State that I have access information to. That go and verify. I will show you the numbers. So now, and then the 2027 presidential run. Let me conclude on that. When you look at the graphics, right? From Aso Rock today, you will see Doyediri, the incumbent governor of Bayelsa State, and you will see Nyesom Wike. And shortly after, you see Nyesom Wike having meetings with the APC folks, the Amechi APC group in Rivers State, not his own PDP, because already he controls PDP. Now they have to find a way to fight to work with APC. So they are trying to solidify. I said it yesterday, and I said it earlier in the week, that going forward, they were trying to solidify the base in South-South, right? That at least they will be able to use South-South to galvanize what they will be losing. Maybe, of course, there's no way in Southeast for them. Even if Tinubu turned to the entire Catholic Pope and he turns himself to Jesus Christ and he even lay his head right on the jugular for them, they will still not vote for him. So he knows that already. And as we can see, right, numbers do not lie and the history do not forget. As we speak, the Buhari became president twice without needing the numbers in the Southeast. Tinubu has done it again, becoming president without needing the numbers. So it will be so useless for any presidential candidate looking the route of Southeast. So where they can actually curry that favor now is what they are doing in the South-South, and Wike is channeling is spearheading that stuff. So 2027 is already around the corner. Those people who still want to say it's not my president, Aisha Yusufu, she's a smart lady, right? At the peak of the NSAS, she jumped into that and she became rich through that. If you live in the US and if you know some few stuff, you know she had properties in the US now, right? In the obedient, she jumped into the obedient movement, and then all of them they cashed out and they are still cashing out. So it would be so disingenuous of them. It would be so immature of them to say they are pulling out now, saying Tinubu is their president. How would they have the headless mob behind them still donating the funds, right, to live the life they want to live? These people are living the political La Vida local life on behalf and on the crest of the headless mob of obedience, who are basically funding those lifestyles for them. And I pray they don't wake up from their slumber, because if you wake up from your slumber, right, how MAGA go pay? So, and I'll end it as this. Congratulations to the true patriotic Nigerians, right? When the election was lost and won in February, personally, I celebrated in my house we kick cow, and in America over here, I celebrated very well. But when you are a perpetual achiever, right? When you make results every time, it becomes just a normal life to you. You don't have to brag about it. Which is only a failure who mistakenly stumble on success just on a platter, or probably happens mistakenly that they will probably go gone blazing about that. So, but now when they say, oh, why were people not celebrating? That's why we are actually celebrating now by rubbing it in their faces today, right? So that they will know we are really happy that people who were calling for coup d'etat in Nigeria, right? People who wanted Nigeria to be torn down because of a cycle of election. We've had several electoral periods, presidential, and we've had veterans like Atiku as cantankerous as this cycle was. We've never seen Atiku mobilize his people to go to the defense house, to go to the defense headquarters, to call for soldiers to take over. It was the same headless mob of obedience who did that. So why wouldn't we celebrate and poke them down? So I've been seeing their cries all over the social media today. May they continue to cry and whine, right? Cry me a river in the voice of Justin Timberlake. So whatever they want to do next 4 years is either they get ready now or they told the past they've been told in the last 8 years. They did the same thing during Buhari, right? Now they are doing it now, but I hope they will learn. But of course, they're not going to learn because from their rhetoric already, you see they are not learning. And I will leave it at that one, man.
Okay, this is Charles. But my own question, my question is really that, to be honest, I really don't know why you are ranting about a person that took third position, and you're even leaving the second position, which was the major challenge. To be honest, all what you've just said is, I think you're trying to, more or less, everything you've tried to say is to paint Obi black. And I still believe that you just feel you need to do that because you actually felt threatened by Obi. Atiku might have gotten second position, but your real threat was Obi.
What's your
And second, I'm just speaking my mind.
Okay, fair enough.
Secondly, look, I'm an obedient and everything, but in all honesty, I really don't think this is going to change anything. I think it's only going to even make make us stronger, basically, because now we all realize that we all believe that the entire system is corrupt and actually needs an overhaul. The whole painting of I think Obi, to be honest, Obi did the right thing. I don't think he did anything outside of normal politics, going to court, contesting. What people even believed was that obedience would take the streets, become violent and everything. And obviously they'll probably have used that against them. But they actually went through the legal process. Yes, there were instances where they tried to smear Bola Tinubu's name and everything. But I'll be honest with you, that is politics. That is standard politics. Even in the US, it's even worse off. Do you understand? So I believe that, honestly speaking, if you are thinking that obedience will be hurt by this, I think you're wrong. I think it's only going to make them more resolute to actually change the entire corrupt system. And I think Tinubu is under pressure right now because he has a lot of work to do. Previous administrations, when they come into the government, things are a bit stable. And even if things get bad, it's not as bad as this. But Tinubu, right from the onset, everything just went bad. I think he needs, right now, he's just actually starting his campaign, his election campaign, because for the next 4 years, he has a lot to prove to Nigerians. And if he doesn't deliver, just imagine if he doesn't deliver, things get bad, the Naira continues to get devalued, purchasing power continues to get eroded. What do you think what if Atiku, Peter Obi decides...
Sorry, Charles, I don't know if you can answer this question.
Is that your question? Is that your question?
Charles or Enigmatic, who can help me answer this question? What's happening to David Hundeyin?
Yeah, I'll answer that shortly. I want Charles to land his point so I can maybe.
So what happens if after 4 years, Tinubu, the Naira and everything gets worse, okay? And Atiku and Obi decide to form a coalition. Even the coalition comes to that, okay, Obi decides to be VP and Atiku becomes president. Don't you think that will pose a serious threat to Tinubu? Because I think you are writing these guys off, thinking that this movement, Tinubu has slapped them in the face, has disgraced them, and it's just going to die off. Don't you think Tinubu has 4 years to prove why he should be president right now? He's just beginning his campaign. That's what I believe.
Okay, let me answer that real quick. That's politics. If they are able to pull that off, right? If they are really able to pull that off, brilliant. And I wish them best of luck. And then on what will happen to Tinubu, right? The worst that could actually happen to Tinubu is him losing the election. And then, and so what? Everyone will not fall. But one thing he has been able to achieve, right? 2 things that he's been able to achieve is he's been able to achieve his lifelong ambition. 1, Atiku hasn't done that yet, right? 2, he has made Obi come to national TV to cry. He has made Atiku come to national TV to cry. And he has made Obi go to Supreme Court to set a world-class record, right? To have his case thrown out within 69 seconds, less than 2 minutes, everywhere buzzed. So if he loses, that's part of politics. And then, but I pray, right? I pray. I'm not cynical. I'm a Nigerian by heart, and I'm very, very patriotic. I pray that whatever he does turn out to be good for Nigeria. And like I always pray too, may his reign as president favor me and my family and my loved ones. So I will leave it at that. So Kulata on David Hundeyin. David Hundeyin is really in a precarious condition because I think Ghana, they wrote something about him earlier in the week. we all know that he's posturing to get asylum in a saner climate like the US or Canada. He's been denied in the UK. In US, do not forget, most of these countries, they have reciprocity laws, right? But when you look at the certain, I think in some paragraphs in what Ghana, in that Ghana, whatever they wrote about him, you understand already, right? That they know what is happening. They basically told him that whatever falsification allegation he was making against the Nigeria's president, they are not aware of that. There's a way they coined that, and I don't want to get it wrong. But look, you are dealing with nations to nations. And if you understand, I believe Kulata and some people on the platform and people who are listening, when you work within the corporate America, there are certain things that when you hear it, you laugh, and you laugh at the ignoramus mindset of certain people that have been able, right, to subject themselves to the dogmatic buffoonery of a certain echo chamber that they couldn't even reason in a very platitude manner to understand the little stuff. So now, when you say FBI, for instance, is releasing document, are you aware of the fact that when you have anything to have to do with American immigration or at a certain standard, you have your document, you have your history with most of these federal agencies? And if at the level of the presidency of a country to the level of another country's presidency, if they will be releasing any document that has to do with FBI, CIA, all of those, right? It has to go through DOJ. And when it goes through DOJ, it is decided at the highest level of that country's decision-making body, which includes the president, right, and the DOJ, like in America now, the Secretary of Department of Justice. So until the president signs off on that, nothing will be released. If there's anything at all that will be released, right, it's not going to be personal. It's just going to be.
It's going to be heavily redacted.
God bless you, because this is a country versus dealing with. It's a country versus country, not president versus president. Except
sorry to interject you. Don't forget the diplomatic role that this.
That's where I'm going now. I say except if they have diplomatic, disagreement, right? If they have this diplomatic disagreement, they are not on the same term on certain issues. So probably that person has been condemned to be on the watch list or a terrorist like Osama bin Laden and stuff like that. And the president of a country they are working with, like Osama bin Laden's country, like I think it was Saudi Arabia then, that decided to request for certain FBI list. They will have to go through that, and it will still be decided at the highest level decision making of the government through the president. So everything that has to go because DOJ, FBI is an agency, right? It's an appendage under the DOJ. So for you to do anything, all those things that people are saying, that's why you say, some people actually live in the US, and if they live in the US, you say you're educated in the US. Are you really educated for real? And if you're educated for real, do you actually get that education? Because if you get it, you understand all this simple stuff. So we are moving towards, reshaping the mindset of people who have gone astray now, right? The children of perdition, we are trying to see the one we can yank back or probably pull off from this echo chamber. We will try our best, but unfortunately, we may not be able to succeed to get a reasonable number of them back. But I think I will leave it at that. For David Ludein, David Ludein should be taking a star if he's not going to be sent back to Nigeria, because Ghana, they have diplomatic immunity, they have diplomatic partnership with Nigeria, and the UK, the US, all those big countries are looking. When you get rejected, right, via asylum through UK or through US or through Canada, none of those countries will take you. So he's just on a frolic of his own. But I salute his courage. He's been able to use the obedience to make some money for himself and to make some name for himself.
Yeah, but enigmatic. The guy is outlaw for Rick Mamo. He said he's sick or something. He's disappeared.
Well, he knew what he's a smart guy.
Yes, he said it was going to be incommunicado for the next. He said, "Don't look for me. Oh, don't look for me."
what happened? What happened? The green spark. Because I was following I said something to I think one man or Thomas, right? When the guy that filed some charges in the DC against FBI to release certain documents, they bounced him, right? So when on Friday when Supreme Court released a memo that they will be having their judgment, right? Yesterday, was it yesterday or today? The guy went back on Friday to file another injunction to have an accelerated judgment on certain cases, and they bounced him again, right? So look, Atiku, I think in the last maybe 15 years, he has spent almost 10 billion naira on these frivolities of trying to become president. And like somebody asked me before, his lifetime ambition is to become president. He's still chasing that. Somebody's life ambition is to become president. On his first shot, he's already there. The other one is already on a wrong trajectory, and is going to be to run within the abyss of being the perpetual serial presidential loser now. Because at the point they will push him out of Southeast and say we need somebody who can represent us at the end of the day. So I'll just leave it at that. So thank you, one man.
All right, excellent delivery by you. Don't join us enough, enigmatic. When you join us, the place is just enraptured by the incisiveness of your. You should be a surgeon. You just cut straight to it.
One man. Yeah? What is Kulata? What is his question about David Dane? I mean, what does he have to do?
Uncle David Dane.
What is the problem with David Dane?
On the first council today.
What is your problem with
one second?
That Udeyi guy don't use to now people, man. That guy.
Your Supreme Court has validated corrupt mandate. And now you have the mouth now.
Rational mind. You forget the way you were talking to me yesterday.
You have arrived,
so what
right?
can you say today now?
And now you can bamboozle other people and talk to them.
Uncle Rational Udeyi.
You people. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time.
Uncle Rational mind. She might get pepper soup.
Rational mind. At the file appeal, we're going to the lawn tennis court. After Supreme Court, it's lawn tennis. Then I try food court. Then from there, I lost the International Court of Justice in the Hague. Finally,
you can continue mocking yourself.
You have 2 days vacation.
I already came on because
please, Daddy, tell him to quickly gather up his appeal. I don't know which tennis court he wants to go. Is it US Open or French Open? Or we go
my question to you is this:
Rational mind.
What does has to do with what you're talking about? You just want to make money, right? Is that what you want to do?
Rational mind.
Mr. I'm here.
I sent the enigmatic to you this morning. We learned that both of you are next neighbor to each other. And when the judgment was going on in the Supreme Court, we sent him to wake you up to come and listen to Supreme Court judgment. But he came back and told us that
Baba took some dose of Cameron last night. So
that you took Valium 5.
Rational mind.
How many Angelic Coco? How many?
There you go.
Rational mind. When was the last time you went to the cinema?
Let me see. I have a cinema. I have cinema at home now. Why do I have to go to cinema?
Okay.
What's the question all about?
No, I was going to ask you when the movie finishes, what 2 words comes on the screen?
It's okay. No.
To be continued. One man to be continued.
The end.
No, it's to be continued.
The struggle continues.
I mean, you've gotten the what's it called, the verdict. the corrupt. I mean,
wait rational man they talk before 25%, conjunctive, deductive 25%. Abuja is a matter. Then
it was saying
CSU
and the way is a newly discovered word.
Kulata, rational man was saying they were testing court at the level of Supreme Court yesterday.
Didn't you listen to what the Justice Okoro said when he said they would have at their at their own discretion they would have admitted Atiku, but on the technicalities that they threw it away based on what they said, he never joined APC and INEC, like I said yesterday here. When somebody has already been given that the last time the very first day when they went to the Supreme Court hearing, he has been asking them, did you include INEC? That is why I knew that there's something going on. That was the same way this Samani was asking them, telling them, okay, let me ask you a question. Did you even hear them talk about the Tinubu 450,000 drug case? In all the judgment they gave today, did you hear anything from there? Nothing was touched.
They mentioned something that was one of the cases that was brought forward.
That was
rational mind. So what's next?
They never mentioned anything was touch here.
Because it's not a drug case; it's a civil forfire.
What rational mind? What next? Do we be expecting FBI file, FBI case? What next? What next?
FBI is the next shrine. FBI is the next shrine. It's the next shrine.
FBI.
Rational mind. I don't think you've met Larry. It's his first time here. I think he wants to put something to you, Larry.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
I'm listening.
I don't know if you're a lawyer.
He's a lawyer as well. A doctor,
I'm not a lawyer, but I did law 101.
He's a surgeon. He's a lawyer. He's a construction worker. Everything. Engineer.
Yeah,
he attended Udemy Law School.
Okay, yeah.
He's a hairsman too. He's a hairsman.
So what I want to ask
right?
you is,
Okay, yeah. Go on, I'm listening. Your question.
This is you being objective, looking at the whole case and looking at what the lawyers to Obi and Atiku actually put forward. Do you think they can actually win that case?
You see, some people have argued the point here some time ago, and I was arguing that with some people here. When they said, why is it that the umpire, in the person of the, not the person, in the organization of being INEC, they were biased. They did not supply the evidence that they needed from them. They were dribbling them, doing this, until they were able to obtain some what they could obtain from them. And somebody here was telling us that, oh yes, why would they not do like that? Because they roped them, they included them as part of the petition. They were respondent number one according to the case. Then I think Tinubu and APC maybe one or two, two or three. Now, what I'm saying all this to you is this. You see, Nigeria with technicalities. Akere Dolu versus Jegede, it was a technicality, they threw it out. The issue of Uzodinma, I'm just giving. Hold on, I know Uzodinma and what's his name, and the other guy that got removed. The same Supreme Court pronounced that APC never had any candidate in that election, but they have to declare Uzodinma. You see, my point is this: that country, what we think that country is, this is their technicality kind of judiciary system they're passionate in that country. I believe Atiku has a very good case. I believe. What's his name? What's it called? Obi has a very good case. But the only thing I can know, I've said here, I've admitted so far, is that did they get all the evidence they needed? No. And if you listen to what the judge said today, he says he was talking about the three hierarchy of evidence you can provide when it comes to the issue. You want to tender evidence of you won the election. You talk about the INEC copy, the police one, and the what's it called? And the party agents. The only problem I know that they never had this party. Maybe I'm sure they don't have it. But why did INEC not provide them the one they have, rather than?
Rational mind, that's not what they said. That's not what they said.
But my point
I
is,
listened to it. Rational mind, because you will go away. No, you will go away with this lie. You will go away with this lie, and it's not.
The one they asked this question. It's my question.
No, but you are
Hello?
lying, and you want to spin the
Yeah.
lie, and I don't want you
Okay,
to
let me
continue
lie
lying.
now. She means my lie.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
You made me lie.
Can I say something?
I'm not done
I
answering your
like
question.
lying. I like lying. I want to listen to lie.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. If you want to answer your question, but I think I'm answering your question.
Yeah. So you're actually answering my question, and you took me to another question. You said you have three things, and when you want to prove something, you have three things. One of them is what you have from the people you paid to work for you. Another one is from another person, which is INEC, right? Who is also kind of like a respondent. And another one is from the police, which is actually more with the authority. But the one you have, what happened to it? Because for me, right, the whole election, Labour Party had over 100,000 polling agents. And I've seen, all this collation.
No. They don't have they don't have I think the maximum they had was like 30 something thousand. They don't have up to 100,000.
No, I think they had.
They combined. Actually, they claimed that they merged with some other party, but we all know it's bullshit.
No. We
They
have
do
to
have more
go
than
back.
100,000.
Hold on.
The other day we argued it here, and then
Hold on.
supplied you, and you were saying
Hold
CNBC.
on. We have to go by INEC accreditation.
So what
Hold on now. INEC gave out identity card of recognition of each party agent. All the parties that submitted the names of their agents, they issued out an identification as an agent to them. So on the INEC record, it was 30-something thousand, close to 40,000 agents that they submitted on their own.
Can I?
That was what
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Can I say something?
Okay,
Because,
don't let us contest that.
Because when you said it, I quickly Googled it. I quickly Googled it, and I'm getting something from February 21st, 2023, that was actually published by Vanguard. PDP actually had 176,588. APC had 176,233. Right? NNPP said they had 176,200, and Labour Party had 134,874 party agents. Now, this is what was published before that.
Where is the source of that? Not Vanguard.
Yeah, you can check Vanguard. You can check Vanguard.
Not Vanguard. Vanguard must have got it from somewhere.
Yeah, they got it from INEC.
What is this argument all about?
Yeah, so that's actually
I surrender.
Actually,
okay, surrender. That's fine.
Okay, yeah. So
how much is INEC said? How much is Vanguard said they have?
Yeah, they had 134,000.
What are we talking about? I mean, you keep arguing this.
Okay. I'll surrender.
Fine.
Yeah. What did you see? You were saying that.
No, I'm not like you. I say I surrender.
You're not like me.
So now that's the part.
I said I surrender. We go with fact. We surrender to fact. When we get fact, when somebody place fact before us, yes, we are not enemy of fact. We will adopt it. We will go. We move on.
All right. All right. So Jide, what's your question?
This is now bringing me to my question, because for me, right, I believe if you have over 100,000 polling agents, plus or minus, put the factor of error, I was expecting nothing less than 100,000 polling agents pulling in what they had from that election. And that would have actually given you a very good case. Because if you look at the whole election in Nigeria, how did Obi win? He won by that same thing. How did Opus Odima win? He won by using the copy of the police. But I'm very sure, right? Because the thing is this, you have the main thing. And I don't know what actually happened. Because for me, if you look at lawyers, right? Everybody actually have where they have their core competence. Mike Ezekume and all those guys, for me, election matters, I don't really see them having any core competence. The only person I respect in Nigeria when it comes to election matter today is Robert Clark. Yeah, Olanipekun, yes, it's good. But for me, out of all those lawyers, because I look at the whole thing, right?
How many election matters has Robert Clark won?
When it comes to election, it's everybody actually has
because it goes on television and theorizes.
No. There are some lawyers.
Are you talking about Papa
Robert Clark? Yeah.
Oh.
When it comes to Nigeria, there are some people that even lawyers, SANS, respect, and even some of them even go to them for advice. And if you look at this whole thing, for me, I'm not a lawyer, right? But I can see. I saw the whole case, what they were bringing up. I was expecting them to I saw it even before they even got to the court. And I was like, I'm not seeing what I'm supposed to see. And I was expecting this old guy to, you as a lawyer, you have the right to advise your clients. And it is left for the client to heed to your advice because the client obviously is actually the owner of the case.
Abba, you're not nice, or you don't want them to pay bills.
Yeah, no. You can pay bills, but at the same time, I can also tell you the truth.
Bro, can I chime in a second if you don't mind, please?
Yes, sir.
Please, with due respect, right, to the eminent Silks, right? They haven't done anything wrong. They did their job diligently and to the best of their knowledge and ability, right? When you take a case as a legal practitioner, there are certain things you look out for. When you look at the threshold of that of the evidence being adduced, or probably you'll be predicating your case on, you could probably want to rely on technicalities to front load your cases, like they did. Because when a couple of people will say technicality, the trial wouldn't proceed on technicality if you've not front loaded or you've not actually adduced your case in a technical manner. Because when you are having an election petitions issue, right, it's so generous and it's so clear to any even 100 level law person. You should understand. You front load all your cases, all your evidence, everything from day one, right? So that means the problem that they had, that I think that those people had, was they were oversold, right? The imaginative, like the atypical obedient. Oh, we won in this state, we won in this state, we have all our stuff. But those people at the point, probably they've gotten to a certain level that where is your form, that pink form, what did they form EC8A? If you listen to the honorable justices today, they said, I think they mentioned before, you are claiming NYS. I mean, INEC did not give you don't need anything from INEC. Because INEC has already been, you've already dragged INEC into this. Let me use a plain English now. You are dragging INEC into it. So INEC will have to defend their position and what they've done.
Was that not the point I made here, Enigmatic? That
hold on, let me clear. Hold on. So the same INEC that you are challenging, right, to defend themselves, you are still challenging INEC when you have three other areas, right? 3 other channels that you can actually get what you want without even disturbing INEC. You have the police. The police will have a copy of that Form EC8, just as INEC had. Just as you claimed, right, that you have polling unit agents, they should have theirs. So do you have first of all, where does Labour Party, do they even have their collation room, or is it collation room, or what did they call it, that room? Do they have that? Situation room. People, when you look at Hope Uzodima's case, INEC failed to give him a document, just a single one. They didn't give him because he had already made INEC, a part of the proceedings. So he had to go to the police, right? He found a way around it, not bothering INEC because INEC will play you down. Even if INEC will give you anything at all, they will delay your time until you are very late to even have a very good case to defend yourself. So he used the police to get whatever he wanted. When Natasha Akoti, the one that they just decided last month in Kogi State, was having a similar issue, he didn't rely on INEC. He relied on his polling agents, right? When the governor of is it Nasarawa State or one of those states that flipped APC now to PDP, INEC played the same game because already INEC is a part of the process. So he has to find a way to do that. One, by the police, and two, by his polling units. So what all these people came to the tribunal with all those Akara boxes and whatever, they were taking pictures, snapshots of IREV, and they just pack and they look. Obi is a veteran of this game. He knows. So why is he playing like an amateur at this level now?
You said a snapshot. Who told you that it was a snapshot? It was a CTC, the certified.
Where are the pink copies? Those pink copies.
The tribunal judges they did not even flip one.
Rational mind. Where are those pink copies? Do they not have polling agents?
Hold on, Larry. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to move the conversation onto Ajanle Koko, but you guys are still shuffling between that conversation. So I don't want to stop it, but I have to bail out. But let me play this clip for Rational Mind.
I'm angry with myself. I'm angry with everybody. I'm angry with Labour Party. I'm angry with PDP. I'm angry with any other opposition party right now. You don't know how I'm feeling. You people don't know how I'm feeling. Jesus. Steve, I eat my mic. I'm so emotional.
Emotional, that.
So there it is, Rational Mind. There will be tears before bedtime.
Is that today or the old one?
All this
today,
faceless
Baba.
today,
There are so many of them.
You see, you people are just I mean, this Agado and the Tinubu people. You people are ready
Can
I raise another thing?
Enigmatic.
Before I go.
Faceless mob that you are all
Rational mind, 1 second.
acting up.
Can I just Enigmatic, can you hear me? Enigmatic.
Yeah, Baba, what's it
Rational mind said technicality court. If technicality is not involved in court process, even the filing of any case, you have to follow certain procedure, correct, Enigmatic?
Absolutely now.
So any non-entity or anybody out there can just approach the court and say, hey, take this paper, file it on my behalf, and let's go on with the case, right? So you have to follow the procedure. And if you don't follow it, what will happen to the case? Enigmatic.
Sorry, I'm trying to take care of my phone. Right. So look, even having to spend this much time, right? Let me just put this out there. Having to spend this much time and then dignifying this obedience and their there was a reason why everything burst, right, within 2 seconds in the Supreme Court. So having to continue to even dignify, because I promised myself that maybe I will talk about a certain thing, but I'm not going to debate these shenanigans again. If you listen to the justices of the Supreme Court very well, they basically told these people about the Electoral Act, right? I had the recording somewhere. I would have sent it to one man and probably they can play it. If there are certain procedures and there is a reason why election petition is sui generis, it's not a regular civil or it's not a regular court proceeding or litigation. This is quite different because it's timely, right, and it's punctilious. So you have to go toe to toe, word for word, and strictly, there should be strict adherence, right, to the letters of those electoral acts. When you deviate a little bit, if you deviate even 0.5, away, you are done. And that's what happened to them. The simplest way they could have actually adduced their point. That lady, is it Justice Saulawa? What's her name? She said they have they claim. I'm trying to paraphrase. They claim they have a number that is different from INEC's announced number, right? But as we speak, to the level of Supreme Court, they've not provided a contract number as we speak. You said you won 2 million in a certain state. How are you going to prove that you made those 2 million those numbers that you're actually laying claim for to? Not that coming to the court and say, I want this, I got these 2 million votes because Tinubu's eyes are blind, or because Tinubu's legs are short, one is shorter than the other. No, forget all those things. They need that your form EC8A, which is a sine qua non, right? In election petition. As of now, maybe tomorrow something can change, but for now, that's how you prove it. And we've had cases in this electoral cycle too that have been flipped. I just gave you some examples of those. So having to even going back and forth, wasting time on this is basically dignifying them with that air of futility that they want. It is vexatious and spurious, and that was the reason it was thrown out within less than 120 seconds. Within less than 2 minutes, everywhere burst for them, and they went their way. So that is a testament to tell you the usefulness, absolute usefulness, right, of their petition, even to Supreme Court. At least they dwelled a little bit on Atiku's matter, right, because they could see some meat here and there in his own case. So it's not easy for you to go to Supreme Court and have 7-0. We are not talking of 7-5 or 3-2, right? 7-0. This is 7-0, right? 7-0. Meje, Sodo. You are not coming back from that. So there's no way you want to keep crying. You will look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, are you actually okay? Or you are stupidly delusional? That's it. 7-0 is not, you are not coming back from that. And less than 120 seconds, they flipped your case. I said they would tie it and flip it through the window. And that's what they did eventually. They don't want to waste their time. They made that petition is vexatious. When they use those languages for you in the court, that your petition is vexatious and spurious, right? Only that's not she.
Enigmatic, I think the obedience thing, the Supreme Court is like family magistrate court where they are talking about their family.
Like Judge Judy, Abi, like Judge
Yeah,
Judy.
something like that, where they want to see where one person.
Anambra, they think it's Anambra Okute.
Yeah.
Okute
I mean, even ordinary as a novice, the process itself, the court proceeding is boring to people like us that don't even know much about court process. It's boring because you have to follow those guidelines. So,
All
I
right.
wish them.
Dewale, let me use this window to bail out. I was going to go to Ajane Koko, but I have to bail out now because I have something to do. But Ajane Koko has the floor. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. That's Ayo right there. And that's Aiko Giame right there. And this is, I think, a new name to that space, Omojoy. So there it is. Kulata, before deciding to join us, he was communicating via that. And that's Kulata going all the way. So still Kulata. So there it is right there. Ayo, of course, never satiates and is continuously doing it. So that's Ayo. And then Ayo and Aiko Giame, they spent a moment duking it out. So they are duking it out right there. So there it is, and they went on for a moment. Prince Daddy, of course, it will never go through this phase without mentioning Prince Daddy and the person opening up the space, Aiko Giame. So thank you one and all. Keep them coming. So keep them coming, but keep them coming now under General Thomas, who has never yet had a super chat in the course of his session. Maybe we'll maybe we'll break his dock today. So I'll hand over to you, Thomas. Ajale Koko has the floor. So all the talking points. So Ajale Koko, you already know the main talking point. Yes, the main talking point, Tinubu's victory, of course. Tinubu's victory at Supreme Court, a welcome relief for Nigerians. This is Buhari congratulating him. Chimamanda Adachi introduces Peter Obi as winner of Nigeria's presidential election at U.S. Princeton University lecture. So there's just they don't know when to drop the dead donkey. But this one, when I saw this headline, Ajale Koko, I thought of you, and I thought this was something you might be interested in. Obasanjo, only true nationalist. Other presidents are ethnic leaders. So this is Rotimi Amechi, but Prince Daddy Sombota disparaging in his contributions on that. Who say we tire now rest with the rest, okay? This is what Obi Ezekwesili is saying. Supreme Court judgment, fight has just begun. This is Obi Ezekwesili. So a rebel without a cause. A rebel without a cause, or what is our cause? So all of those. So pick and mix as you like. Ajale Koko. Apologies, but I have to bail out because I have commitments later on in the day. So let me usher in Thomas with his intro music. So Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, that's enough. You welcome back to the second section. Yeah. Ajale Koko, you have the floor. But
Thomas
I
and
have some.
Ajani Koko, I want to
Yeah.
ask Ajani Koko a question for him to start his presentation.
Oh
And
yes,
the
yes,
question,
you have the floor. Yeah.
the question is simply this, Ajani Koko. Rational Mind and his minions are shouting technicality. What is Peter Obi's case if it's not trying to use technicality to take Tinubu? Is Peter Obi telling the court that I have more votes than Tinubu? Because he's not saying that. He's saying Shetima He's saying one thing or the other. He's saying this, he's saying that. The only thing he's not saying is I have more votes than Tinubu. That's my question.
Look, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. To answer your question, Kolata, look, we can't allow politicians to fool us all the time. They've been fooling Nigerian people since 1999. It was off in the last 8 years. So this time around, we must not continue to dance to their foolishness. Obi, as Professor Wole, you can't describe him as Gbadue, is actually a Gbadue master. And this is why I agree with Professor Wole Soyinka, is that Obi clearly told us from the beginning of his petition that he is not challenging election result, but election process. What does that mean to you people? Somebody said it's challenging the process.
It doesn't make sense, actually, Coco.
I mean, what is it? What are we still looking for? Why are we struggling and fighting each other? He said it's the process. How do you want to challenge a process that is backed by law? A process that is backed by law. The election process that is backed by law, how do you want to challenge it after you have lost the election? The process should have been, you should have challenged the process before the election. And that is why I said at the beginning of my statement here now that they like to fool the people, and Obi is one of them.
What are you talking about? They said challenge the process before the process.
Go ahead, man.
The process before the election.
How is that possible?
Okay, hold on. I will tell you how it's possible. When Sowore was courageously challenging them at the meeting, go and look at the tape of Sowore before the election. Sowore said the process is already rigged. Sowore was shouting that INEC is the big problem of the election that they are preparing for. That are a lot of things that should be put on the ground, a lot of things that should be made clearer to them, that INEC is hiding away from them. And we all watching the TV when Sowore was challenging them at the meeting. Were all of them not kept quiet looking? Did you see them challenging INEC? No, because they were all.
I don't know. Are you listening to what you just said yourself? You said challenge the process, and you are going on tirade. I'm saying that you will challenge the process. How can you challenge the process if not in the court of law? And you were here before our very eyes. We saw people who tried challenging them, and they were said they're not part of the election. They were not part of their primaries, so they could not challenge them. So why not wait till after the election so that you can use that against your opponents? So what are you talking about when you say they could not? They should challenge the process before.
Rational man, what you just said doesn't make sense.
I mean, I don't get it.
No. Yeah,
if it's going to be challenging it,
possibly by the echo chamber. I don't even know what you are talking
about. No. See, he said it's not contesting the result of the election, but challenging the process. So, what is his end game? If you are not challenging the result, so if the court has nullified the candidacy of Tinubu, so he will become the beneficiary. So that means he's challenging the result.
You're twisting it. You're not twisting it. You're twisting it. Don't take his word out of context. Of course, he said what he said, and I'm one of those people that challenge him here. That what the crap is he talking about? When he says I'm not challenging the election result, challenging the result. Let no. I was one of those people that said that here on this one. I chastised him for that. But then, what I'm saying is this.
Wait, Lashama, if you knew that, then that means he's a graduate.
Hold on. Don't
you acknowledge that he's a graduate then.
Let me talk. He challenged the process. Yeah. The process that emerged that brought Tinubu becoming a candidate. He challenged that. That number one, INEC should not have even allowed him to stand in that election because he had a forfeiture case. Two, that is what's it called? Is this guy was not duly nominated. That Shetima was when they had his when he had his what's it called, the anchor, whatever they call it, his placeholder, and then the time elapsed for him to have nominated when he nominated Shetima. That's the process that brought him to becoming a candidate.
Barrister
So what are we talking about?
Hold on, let me say something. Let me put a clarity to this. Baba Ajab, even to you missed a point which could have actually landed your point, succinctly.
I've not even landed, but you can.
But let me just remind you. Do you know the first time he came to that Peter Obi came to the TV to cry, and he cried that day that he was crying, right? Shedding the crocodile tears like a titty baby. He said, "I won this election and I will prove it." That's what first thing he said. He changed it when he went to Arise TV when they started prodding him. Mm-hmm. How did you win it? That's when he said, I'm not. Then he said, I'm not challenging the result, I'm challenging the process. That's when he changed his mouth, right? That he was challenging the process.
Flip-flop.
Yeah, flip-flop. At the Supreme Court today, the case that Rational Mind just mentioned now, the Shetima, whatever, right? And then substitution of candidates. Supreme Court actually said if we had allowed this case to proceed, it would have been litigated 3 times at the level of this court, right? Even at March 26th this year, 2023, right? Even at the when the case was pending, it had already been litigated prior to that. That would have been the second time. Then the third time would have been today that they brought it again to the Supreme Court. So people, I want to conclude that he didn't watch the Supreme Court proceeding.
I did.
Okay.
So when
hold on a second. So when a prominent erudite scholar came out to say this guy na graduate, it was not a mistake. It was not.
Is he a lawyer? Is he a graduate?
The real 419.
Rational mind.
Reality. He's a Nobel laureate.
But at the level of intelligence.
That's the way you will criticize me of not being a lawyer.
It is commonsensical. Everybody knows it's challenging the result so that it will be the beneficiary. That's simple as that.
All of us here, except maybe for some people who claims that they're lawyers here, I'm not trained to be a lawyer. He has opinion like I have my own opinion.
Proving so, Rational Mind.
Yeah, he has opinion.
Sorry, point of correction. Nobody's claiming. Nobody's claiming. Nobody is claiming.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Yeah, I'm just saying nobody is claiming to be a lawyer.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm speaking. If I know you in person,
you don't need to know me in person. But,
yeah.
Okay.
But you say you're a lawyer, right?
Fair enough. I'll leave it at that. But nobody is claiming to be what.
Let's not drag it too much. There's no offense. I'm not trying to give you any offense on it.
But you know, saying graduate. So if it's a prominent scholar.
And let's get back to Agale Agale just started now.
I know.
Yeah, land is there. We go back to Agale.
You see,
Femi, calm down now. Femo, calm down, man.
You know, on Wolf. What are you expecting? Don't know make that you from there right now. I mean, the only person.
You are doing well. You are doing well.
I think Rational Man. I think you're doing well, though. I can actually.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't need that.
He's capable.
No, you make it fun. You are doing well. You make it fun. I don't mind switching up and becoming a devil's advocate. I don't mind doing that.
Yeah, you actually. Let me sorry. Enough of that. Whatever you call it, let me.
Your ass come to this way now.
It's okay now. Now.
Instead of just trying to blunt.
Let me talk now. So we're talking about the process. I know he has been flip-flopping. I agree with you and Enigmatic on that. This guy talks from different side of his mouth. I don't even know what he talks sometimes. I've said it here.
So is a bad
I love this brother, man. Hold on. Anyway, from both sides of his mouth. Okay, go on.
Hold on. However, what I'm saying, the process, he challenged the process and he tried to prove that he won the election. we talk about the 18,000. Let me not go. Let me not ball about because the whole thing has been set about because we're having this. So Adelegoko, you saying that it did not challenge. You're supposed to have challenged the process before. I mean, what are you talking about? You hear the Supreme Court, people that even tried to challenge them. They said even the PDP that challenged the issue of is it Shetima, what was that case? They got thrown out of court. They said because they were not part of the primaries of the APC. So the proper time that would have for them to have challenged the process would be after the election itself. Then I can now bring it forward. But the way this Supreme Court and the Appeal Court and the Supreme Court eventually just twisted this case, it's just making us ask me so many questions. What are we talking about here? So you don't challenge the process because if you had done that, they would have told you before the election that you're not a member of that party, so you don't have any right to challenge it. So wait after the election. That's what they even said. In the case of where they find the Atiku. I think they find him. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's a process now. So the process can only be challenged after the election, the main election itself. Over to you, Adepopo.
Okay, thank you. Who are the people that wrote the electoral law? Rational mind, answer that question. Who are the people that wrote the electoral law?
Question one here.
No, answer now.
The three candidates, as far as I know,
no, hold on. Who are the people that wrote the electoral law?
I don't know where you're going with this question. I don't
know.
No,
you can't answer it.
I can't. I don't know where you're going with it. That's why.
No, you don't need to know where I'm going.
I need to know. I need to understand your question. Well, I can't just answer.
Do you understand my question or you don't understand it?
I don't understand where you're going with the question.
Okay, no. What do you want to know where I'm going to with it?
No, oh, you see.
It's just the question. Answer the question.
I don't want to give you. I don't want to give
you.
Who
are the people that wrote the electoral law?
Okay, my
rational mind is graduate.
Now, this is answer your question. Is this none of it? As far as I know, none of the three candidates were part of the people that wrote that. The lawmakers that were during Bubu time were the people that wrote it. So, does that answer your question?
Okay. Well, you didn't answer the question. You tried to.
Here you go. Yeah, right.
And we answered it for you. Politicians wrote the electoral law. All right? Politicians from both parties. Obi was part of PDP.
No. You see, this is where you're going again. You see, Obi was not part of them. They don't ever had any governor. Hold on.
You
never had any governor.
Let me land now.
You cannot.
You just let me land.
Actually, true. Go on, please.
Can you just let me land?
Go on.
Can you let me land?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go on, please.
Obi was a member of PDP. Atiku was a member. Atiku is still a member of PDP. They had their representative in the parliament that wrote that electoral law, and APC as well. They have their people. They wrote the electoral law. So you, as a political leader that consulted with members of your people, of your party, the leaders or at the leadership level, you guys, met several times, held the meeting, and came up with how you will formulate that law at the parliament. They did it. It was part of them. And now, before the election, he signed, what do you call this thing? Election peace
accord.
Everything you agree to abide by the rule, and then after the election, you said no. You want to challenge the rule. You want to challenge the law. You want to challenge the process. Anyway, the point I'm just trying to point out is that when these politicians have played their foolishness, people should not dance to their foolishness. So, and the law is very clear that if you are challenging the election result, you have to come up with figures and facts to prove that you won the election as against the INEC declaration that you didn't win the election. So, what do you have to bring? Is it not from ECA? Oh, I can't remember but at least the polling, the polling booth result that your agent signed, the agent of your party, that polling booth or polling unit result. That is what you must present at the court. You will not only present that at the court to show that, look, at this polling booth, this is what I had. I got 100 votes. They recorded 10 votes for me. APC got 50. Now they recorded 150 for APC, but this is the actual result sheet to prove that I won that polling booth. So you have to come with the evidence from the polling booth, from ECH something. I can't remember the name of that form. I mean, yes, that form, you will bring that form to the court, and the agent that signed the form, because that agent is the witness. Failure to present that at the tribunal, you cannot win. You don't have case to prove against INEC. That is what the law required. And then from the onset, like you said, Larry said earlier, and rational mind, I agree, number of polling booths across the country, the total number of polling booths was 174,000. Labour Party had only 100,000. So what happened to 70,000 that you don't have? Polling agent. That's a deficit on your side from number one, from day one. So, but what I'm trying to say here is that, look, if politicians are playing their foolishness, we should not dance to it. And Larry was saying earlier that the lawyer did not advise him well. No, it is not the lawyer. It should be an Atiku. You see, politicians are very...
Ajale Koko. Yeah, you can come. I have something I want to interject, but I don't want to interject.
Okay, let me land. I will let me land this, so you will interject. So it is not the lawyer. Well, you could blame the lawyer, but as well blame the politician. You see, the Nigerian politician, particularly when at all level, don't let me even say at the presidential level, even at the governorship level, at the local government level, they have a way of deceiving the people. When they lost the election, they will not agree to that election result that they lost. They want to continue to carry along their membership, their political base. They want to continue to lie to them that they won the election in order to keep them intact, to have them, supporting them. So that at the end of the day, if the court maybe they drag it to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rule that the law. They will say, oh, you see, in this country, there is no, you see, the other party, they bribe the judge, they bribe everything. They threw away our evidences. You see, they bribe them so that, because that lie that they are feeding their base is
Can I
what
ask you a question? Can I ask you a
is
question?
is a way of carrying along their base
Ajale Koko,
forever. Yes.
Real quick. I know somebody wants to comment. I answer this question. A judge, say the Okoro or Okonkwo or whatever that judge was, when he first arrived into the court, the first thing that came out of his mouth is, I wrote this judgment. What history have you ever, in what history of any adjudication or judicial matter that a judge will say, I wrote this before even giving his judgment? What does that mean?
How many have you attended?
We've had a president where your people.
How many have I attended?
But the Court of Appeal judge.
I agree with you. I mean, I'll take that from you that I've not attended all your cases. But that is strange. That I mean,
it's not strange. It's not strange because your people are subjected the judiciary to this ridiculous level of for them to even come up front to let everyone know that look, this is emanating from us, not from anybody.
Yeah,
but they have to set the record straight, or else your people will go to the town and start saying, "Oh, Wiki wrote it, or enigmatic wrote judgment."
Adewale is just telling you how familiar and how detailed, when he's telling you how familiar he was with the case. It's as simple as ABC.
My brother, you are the one. You are now in his mind to know what he's saying, right?
But that's what I
think none of us.
Let's not be ridiculous with this kind of.
We don't know, right? Rational mind. You don't know how they operate there. I don't know. If Ogbeni
I've never heard that.
No, you don't know. So don't criticize.
You will say that I wrote this.
You are not a lawyer.
You don't know now.
You attended.
Why are you criticizing what you don't know?
On this forum together when Obedient were going on the Twitter saying Pastor wrote the judgment.
Okay, is Larry there? I think Larry was trying to say something.
Who was Obedient that said that? Was it Obedient that said that?
Can you guys let Larry say something? I was trying to say.
Larry, go on.
Okay, so another thing I want to pick out is this, because when we're talking of graduate, now I will say a graduate I saw in my own field. I'm a cloud engineer. The lawyers brought somebody to the court that came to impersonate Amazon as a cloud engineer. But the judge were so smart to see what happened. If Obi, I don't know, Atiku and their lawyers were to be smart, it doesn't cost them anything to subpoena Amazon. And if you try to subpoena Amazon from Nigeria, and if Amazon is not heeding to what you want, you come to the US. Because, number one, Amazon signed service level agreements with every client they have. And by virtue of that service level agreement, they were supposed to ensure that everything from their infrastructure was actually working appropriately. Because INEX said they were hosting their server on Amazon. Then the lawyer came, they brought a guy, I've worked for Amazon at a point. I'm not here to represent Amazon. It's a lie. They were just trying to be smart. And immediately I saw the whole thing, I was just laughing. I was telling my wife, I said, look at those people. And you said you want to win a case. And you have everything that is not going to cost you anything if you are really serious. Because
do you know what happened in that case? What you just said.
Is that not the guy that they later discovered that is not an independent, that is not an independent body.
My brother.
Yeah,
It's
that was
a,
a woman, not the guy. It's a
yeah,
woman.
Atiku could subpoena a school in United States, but cannot subpoena Amazon.
Yeah, that
God
is
bless you, my brother.
hold on. You guys can, yeah, you people can,
No, you know why? You know why I said this. You understand what I'm saying? You know why?
Let me say this. Hold on, Larry. You raise a point. Now the point is this: what happened was that Amazon had an agreement with INEC that they would not in any way testify. I mean, there was something I heard to that effect. I might be wrong, but that's what I heard.
Okay, let me tell you something.
Hold on. Let me clarify that part.
Okay,
that's what I heard. That they've had an agreement with INEC that they will never be part of any litigation against them.
Okay.
So that is why they had to go that route of bringing in somebody who has worked for Amazon.
Let
me tell you something.
I'm not supposed to say this.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Please don't vex.
Yeah.
Rational mind. Honestly, I'm shocked that you believe such thing that cannot be.
It is true.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let me. If you be writing the corporate agreement, you won't be saying this.
Rational man. Let me say this. I'm not supposed
there
to.
There are some things that cannot be enforced outside the framework of the law. You cannot create yours.
Let me say this.
No such thing like that.
Let me say
this. You cannot say that. You don't know what agreement is signed.
No. Rational mind. When you are saying something wrong, even if you are not a lawyer, if you participated in contract agreement before.
Hold on, Ola, please. Yeah, too much voices, please. Yeah, Ola, land it, please. Yeah.
So rational mind. See, rational mind.
Let Ola land. Yeah, Ola. Yeah.
So, rational mind, this is what I'm telling you. Don't allow anybody to come here with some kind of lies. There are some agreements you entered into that when you get to the court of law, it's not enforceable. See, under the court, you cannot hinder court from subpoenaing you, from calling you to come and testify if they find you that you are a witness. So what you want to block justice from the beginning. No such thing like that. If court see you as an asset that can give evidence, there's no type of agreement you enter to. That one you cannot enforce that one within, as far as I'm concerned. And you say you did contract law, you did some kind of law or what you call it. It's impossible. Let a lawyer come here and tell me that I'm lying today. So you can't say, oh, anytime they call you to court, I will never testify against you. I've never learned or read such kind of contract or agreement since I've been working for people, since I've had an opportunity to work with people on SLA too. So, rational mind, this is why we call this obedient bad way. Too much lies.
do you know? Okay, during the course of my career, I've had opportunity to work with Amazon. Though I'm working with one of their competitors now that I won't want to mention. There is nothing I can tell you. You can go to, if you have people that you can confirm from in Amazon, that makes Amazon as a company, right, go into an agreement with INEC that they can never be subpoenaed. It is nowhere. If you see people telling you that, ask them, right, to give you that. Another thing you need to understand is this. INEC was going into that contract with Amazon not as a private entity. INEC was going into that agreement with Amazon as a public entity. So Amazon has a responsibility to the Nigerian state, not to INEC. So I was, all this money, right? I was just expecting them come to the US. If that is what you are in the US to fight for, I'm telling you, you will bring Amazon to Nigeria. And do you know why? Why Amazon will have to come to Nigeria? Because if you're able to establish that the fault is from their infrastructure, Amazon is going to lose a lot of money. They're going to lose their stock price, so which they won't not want to lose. So the whole shenanigan, right? That was why for me, I keep saying it. The lawyers are not smart.
Thomas, Thomas.
Larry.
I know. I just want to beg Thomas.
Larry.
I know it's Larry talking, but I just want to beg because I want to stop me. You see, Larry, it's easy for you to see all this you're saying. You don't know what's. I don't know, but you just. I cannot understand what you just said. It makes sense to believe you and what Ola said. That if a court wants to subpoena you, there's nothing that could stop you. But the same, if you listen to the judgment today by the Justice Okonkwo-led Supreme Court verdict today, you understand that he said something about this, the use of IREV and blah, 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 blah. He upheld what the lower court has said, that is the appeal court, the tribunal said. Not as if they even litigate it again. They just simply took what they said in that appeal court tribunal. He repeated it again. What he said on the IREV was that IREV is just a public, it's not a public viewing something. It is the transmission of something should not be an issue. But however, we know that it kills the Nigerian trust, Nigerian people's trust in the election, blah blah blah. It made it flawed, but that's about what they just said. But what they said was that it doesn't matter. That the IREV is just a public thing for everybody to watch.
Yeah.
So hold on. So how, you see, the point is this: we have a judicial system. Hold on. We have a judicial system that always look for loopholes, technicalities in anything, just to discredit anything.
Okay.
Now, you see, what I'm trying to tell you now in conclusion is that, what you just said, subpoena Amazon to come and testify. At the end of the day, will they not give the same verdict? That's what he said.
Okay, now
IREV is just a public viewing.
Sir, can I ask
something.
you a
So
question?
what's the point? So
Can I ask
what's
you
the
a
point
question? You being
Amazon coming
objective,
in?
you being objective, right? What is IREF meant for?
Oh God, dude.
Is
If I tell you my own,
no. See, you being
I will
objective.
tell you what IREV is.
What is IREF
Hold
meant
on.
for?
Nigerians spend billions of naira.
No, forget about Nigerians spend billions.
Oh,
Nigeria
let me
can spend billions
I
of
want to make
naira.
Then why argue on something that you won't tell him? You argue on something that you won't tell him what it is. I don't think it's okay.
What is that? What do I say?
You being objective, what is IREF meant for? Is IREF a collation portal, or IREF is just a view or read-only portal for you to view?
Okay, let me answer your question
object?
real quick. Hold on. Why I'm saying all this to you is that you see, you people are like, you people, let me say you people. I mean, when I say you people, not condescendingly, because I could hear from your voice like you sound like, from what of you just submission, you sound like an Agado person to me.
No.
Hold on.
No,
Okay, maybe you're not Agado. I take
this
it back.
is not. This is not.
Larry, allow
don't come in. Ola, don't come in, please. Let the baby.
I will come in though, because we are
please
both
now.
we are going to push you.
Dude.
He's telling you the truth and you are avoiding it.
No. I'm having this conversation with him now, Ola. Now, what difference does it make if they bring it? That's my point to you, because, like I said, they will look for you people. I mean, when I keep saying you people, excuse me for using that language.
Don't worry, continue.
Some people get annoyed when I use the word "use people" here. They will always look for one thing. They'll do it this way. After that, you see the Poco there. You do this way, Poco. You're telling me bring Amazon. Of what difference would Amazon make when they already the end of the day, what they're going to say is that, like we've seen, which even the Supreme Court reaffirmed, was that it was IREV is a public viewing, it's not a collation or whatever. It's just for people to see. However, Nigerians, they've lost trust in the INEC because they did not meet up. Nigeria spent billions of dollars just to have that IREV up there for people to see result coming in real time, if possible. That way people can say, okay, yes, this is clear and fair, that everybody can see that, yeah, so people want it because we can see no mago here. Results are coming in real time. But they blocked it so that they could now start fabricating their own result from whatever. And start, we saw videos here of hold on, collation centers. We saw in collation center where people were writing results on their own. What are we talking about?
Okay.
And then we were here talking about trying to poke hole in everything. He did not bring this. He did not even the one he brought. What did they say at the end of the day? So come on, let us stop this whole thing of you could have called Amazon directly. When already they They agree that it's not a coalition. IREF is not a coalition. It's just whatever. It's for everybody to see. So what does Amazon have to do with that? What would Amazon prove there?
So where Amazon comes in, let me try and clarify that. Where Amazon comes in is on the issue of technical glitch. And that's exactly where Amazon comes in. INEC said there was a technical glitch. You said there was no technical glitch. And you went to court, right, to prove that there was no technical glitch. But you couldn't prove that. On the issue of IREF, for me, right, the whole thing Nigeria did, the whole thing INEC did in terms of, giving IREF what IREF was not. I'm very sure that was just to sign for money, get money from the government, make their hopes very high, and make them think that's the magic and all those things. Yeah, it's normal. It's a Nigerian thing. You understand what I'm saying? But the questions that I was actually expecting people to have asked INEC then was more clarity. Because you're telling me that, okay, fine, this is something that we can just see things in real time, right? Which means that I have the original, right? And I can kind of like cross-check the original with the fake. If let's say the thing on IRF is fake, then I can actually kind of like, okay, original versus fake. This is different from this. We can see the difference, right? That's basically, to me, what IRF was. And if you look at, I don't know if you live in the US, and if you live in the US, if you look at during the US election, how we were seeing everything, right? US too, it's not like the US election was 100% electronic. There was still a lot of manual thing that actually happened, manual counting and all those things. You understand? But for me, right, the whole IREF, increasing the whole supply.
Larry, let me tell you this. You see, this argument that election transmission, transmission of electronically transmission of election result in real time is not backed by law. It's not backed by electoral law. You understand what I'm saying? So on that basis, you can't prove anything. Because whatever you are bringing to court, it must be in compliance with electoral law. You have to prove it within the confine of that electoral law. So that man, INEC manager, chairman Longpe, that said, oh, that was boasting, bragging around, we are going to this thing electoral by electoral law. No! Transmission of election result does not really mean that, okay, it's going to be posted, that you're going to be seeing it online in real time like that. No! So, look, the technicalities that this electoral law carries is huge. It takes an expert.
Misinformation you're giving there. It's part of the electoral law. IREF was mentioned there. This was part of it. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's not
what section.
Hold
on.
What section? What section? Don't say things without backing into section. What section?
Can you hear me? Please hold on, please. Ajale Koko, even the judge said that because they don't load the results on the server doesn't stop the election.
Yes,
Everybody have
doesn't
their
stop
copy,
the announcement of election result.
the announcement of the election.
Yes.
They said it in the judgment.
So, look, it takes an expert in this election matter. It's not all lawyers that can handle election matters. There are special lawyers for that this is what they know. They know that law and the technicality that surround that law. And that is why, and being an expert in that, they are the ones that can really go and fight this thing for you and win election result. Win election matter for you. So the technicality surrounding that law is is I mean, it's too tough. It's too tough. So you have to really understand it well before you can go to court to say you want to prove it. So, like I was saying earlier, you must bring your election result sheet from the polling booth, and the agent come to the booth. If you have discrepancies in 50,000 polling booths across the country, you must bring those 50,000 agents come to the court to come and stand and prove their identity, that they are the one that signed this thing. You can't just a lawyer cannot just bring it to the court and say, "Oh, look at it, oh, these are the evidences." No, you don't prove it by evidences alone. Those agents have to come to the court as well to stand, to say, "I am the one, I am the agent here, and this is what I signed, this is my signature on this, and this is the result sheet that I signed, and this is the copy of it." So, look, these are the law written by politicians for them to rig election for themselves. So, when you see them when you see the politicians, when you see the politicians keeping quiet when they are having INEC and political party meetings and they don't say anything, they are perfecting their strategy on how they are going to rig election. It is when the election did not go their way, you will see them shouting to heaven. And we all saw it, all of them play that game the same way. Is it vote buying that they did not do? Adewale came here on this show and told them that in his own polling booth, obese people were paying dollars.
They were sharing dollars.
They were sharing dollars. And Tinubu people were doing transfer.
Recharge card. They're reading recharge. Even one of my relatives got
they are doing,
250,000.
And you believe it, right? You believe they share dollar.
Wait, Ajanigo, and then you believe that Tinubu spend money, but you don't want to believe that Obi spend dollar, right?
No. What was the figure they had? How many? Hold on. Sharing people, when he said to you that somebody is sharing dollar, somebody is sharing naira. So if I come to you, Ola, I can say dollar, naira, which one are you going to take? Would you take dollar? So if they were if they were sharing dollars, why did we not see the figures that we saw at the end of the day?
Probably that's why Obi goes for the number.
So he said in his polling unit. He said in his polling unit. He didn't say everywhere. And voters intimidation. Voters intimidation. And what did they call that one? We saw it. All of them.
You see. You've always been forgotten to say.
So let us forget about that. So, but the point is that look, these people, Obi and Atiku, were not able to prove to the court sufficiently with evidences that they won the election, and on that basis, they lost at the first court. The what do you call it? The tribunal 5-0. At the Supreme Court, where they appealed to, they lost again 7-0. So now, let me conclude there that all these eyes on judiciary, it has come to an end. Eyes on judiciary has come to an end. Those people with their eyes should take their eyes home today and go and have a good sleep. So that is what that's my advice for them. Then on the Shimamanda, this thing, well, she can continue to lie to university students that Obi won the election, that they rigged him. Well, university students are not.
Adalegogo, you are getting it wrong. He declared Obi the president. So it's different from,
well,
it declared him as the president.
Well, the you see, that is a foolishness.
And treason, Nigerian people. I'm expecting Obi to declare himself is the president.
So
That's the next thing I'm expecting.
that she's just, spreading that foolishness too. She say Obi is the president. They are not stupid, and they are not foolish. These are students of Ivy League school that he was talking to. They can easily Google, they can search, and they can get their fact right. And as a matter of fact, on NPR today, the election, the Supreme Court judgment um, was reported today on NPR. Earlier today, it was reported. I listened to it, where they said Tinubu has been declared the winner by Supreme Court, beating down Obi and Atiku. That is what NPR in United States reported. All over United States, when NPR is reporting their news, yes, everybody listening across United States. That is what we have today. So Shimamanda can continue to do this thing. Then on Obasanjo's only the true leader, according to former governor Amechi. Well, Amechi has some point, but the question we have to ask is that why now is making that statement? Why today, when election result is determined at the highest court? We don't know why, but what I can sense there that what I can sense there is that it's not in good time with Tinubu, and maybe it's just mocking the president, or trying to, you know, is trying to register his displeasure at him being the president of Nigeria, and and that is the reason why he was saying that Obasanjo is the most nationalistic president that Nigeria ever had. Yeah, he has some point there, but why now is he saying that? What is the problem between him and president? He should go and settle it. I don't know what is going on between them, but we all saw it. Wike took over that River State, and he's now politically irrelevant in that state. I think he's not happy with that, and he's just trying to register his displeasure um, to the president that is not on board with him, is not happy with him, the way he abandoned him. Maybe, who knows? Politician, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. They could come back tomorrow. So people should not get into their fight. So that is it. And Mrs. Ekwelekwese, I mean, what's her name? That was saying
The Afro woman.
they said that the fight just continued. Yes, it's true. The fight just begun. It is time for Nigerians to now see that Tinubu haven't been confirmed by this, or affirmed by the Supreme Court as the president of Nigeria. It is time for all of us to not to lay back, not to think that we cannot participate. We can participate, we can monitor them, and we can register our displeasure at any time that we see them derailing in good governance, in delivering good governance to Nigerian people. And as a matter of fact, it is time for Nigerian people to stand up against politicians. You see, let me tell you one thing about politicians. Politicians are people, they can be very responsive, when people push against their shenanigans. And the experience that we had during the NSAS, um, you know, tells us that yes, they can be responsive if they want to. When they see that the people are standing up for their right, they will listen and they will do the right thing. During the NSAS, Nigerian people, Nigerian youth rather, they stood up across the country, particularly in the southern Nigeria. I didn't see any protests in the north. Because of that protest across the southern part of Nigeria, the police inspector general came out to disband SARS. We saw it. The governor of Lagos State took letters from the youth and took it to president. And the president came out, he received that letter, and he made a statement that all their requests, he will look into it and he will make sure that he satisfies them. Citizens must not sit down, must not lay down, particularly this time that Nigeria is almost going down. It is time for us to come together as people. We should do away with our tribal sentiment, religious nonsense, and then come together to fight for our right. Why should we have a country where we with all the hardship that we are going through, and this politician can still approve 160 million to buy a vehicle for themselves? There should be demonstration. Now that the case of this thing is over, so that people will not perceive it as if the obedient or the people are demonstrating against the president, or this is sentiment or some group of people. Nigeria should be on the street demonstrating against this 160 million, that it is impossible. This cannot happen. If we do it from state to state, they will drop it. It is time for Nigerians to stand up and fight for their country, because politicians does not care. They don't mind running down the country. They should be held accountable. They should not be allowed to mismanage our resources. We should do away with our sentiment and come together as one people, whether you are Batifier or you are obedient. Let us see a way we can come for the interest of the country and do it together now, because there's nothing we can do now. Tinubu is the president. It is time for us to see, okay, you are the president, now we want to hold you accountable for everything that you promised that country. And everything you are saying now that, okay, you are going to do, or the action you are taking, or the policy you are putting forward, we want to hold you accountable step by step according to what you have promised us. So let us do away with our sentiment, obedient or batified. We have to come together. That's the best thing we can do now to save that country. We have to hold these people accountable. We must not give them the breathing space. We must not give them the breathing space. So that's my contribution, Thomas and everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Agando Koko, yeah. Do we have Madam AI? Madam Sita.
I dare hear. Oh, how nice.
Oh, my sister, how are you? Come on, Sabah.
Saba be Messi.
Yeah, yes, yes. What do you think so far? You've been listening. Just give us your take
On what now?
on the Supreme Court judgment. Yeah.
Well, I did not read the Supreme Court judgment. I just saw it yesterday evening. But let me say this. No movement is successful based on hate. No movement. No movement can be successful based on hate. Why did I say that? in 2003 presidential election, there were so many reasons why people went to vote. So many reasons why people said what they said and reacted the way they reacted. But Thomas, if you look at it, 80% of it is based on hate. That being said, it doesn't really matter what motivated them to say what they said or voted the way they voted. The important thing is that at the end of the day, there is a winner and there is a loser. I don't want to go to Supreme Court and their judgment because I know that they never had a case in the first place. As I said before, this is the closest Nigeria has come to a clear election. Take it or leave it. Now, that being said, again, let me say this. I understand that Nigerians want something new, a change from those ruling us. It's obvious. We can see that they are tired. Nigerians are tired, more especially those living in Nigeria. They want a change of hand. But when you look at what happened from February 25th, 2023 to date, you will understand that in as much as Nigerians want a change from the people ruling them, it is clear now they don't actually want an old author with a makeover. Let me say this again. Nigerians don't want a makeup artist to make up an old actor and bring him or her to act as a new one. From what is going on, I can see clearly that they don't want that. But I want to tell Nigerians listening to me this morning that there is hope and there is time for them to get what they want. But first, they must conquer their mind. Very important. They have to conquer their mind. When you conquer your mindset, you see clear. You have a vision, you have a mission, you have a reason, genuine, why you're going into the street, why you are going to vote, why you are rejecting something. When you conquer your mind, you will see whether when the right thing is being done and when the wrong thing is being done. When you conquer your mind, you will feel at ease and at peace to ask questions on things that are going wrong, and you will converse and debate in it with clear mind, and your points will be very clear. That being said, let me go to Obioye person. Yes, the fight has begun. But before you start the fight, you have to conquer your mind. When you conquer your mind, you won't blame anybody for your failure. You will go back and look at yourself and say, why did I fail? Very important. And when you ask that question, you sit down and correct those things that made you fail. And then push forward. We don't want the old gags. Again, we don't want an old makeover. Because the moment you bring an old makeover, the old gag recognizes him that he's made over. And they will come again like the swine or bees around him. I don't really think that's what Nigerians need. We need a change. These people have been ruling us for some time, and it's becoming to look like a gang of robbers. I don't know how Nigerians are going to achieve it. But one thing is sure, there is time. And there
Madam
is
Sita, are you surprised about the outcome of the Supreme Court? It goes your way.
You say what?
Are you surprised about the outcome of the Supreme Court?
Why should I be surprised? We said this several times here that they don't have a case. Even as much as they said they are very good in court. And the same Supreme Court, look at the names. And when they were judges of the Supreme Court, look at the time. They were still the same people. Some of them are still the same people that judged the other cases. They were part of it. They were in the Supreme Court then. So the idea of when they judge for you well, they are the best and you believe in them. When they judge again, it didn't favor you, they become the worst. I don't want to go, look, Thomas, I don't want to go to dismantling and demeaning of our institutions. I don't want to go that route. Because I know it will come to that. It will come to insulting and demeaning and abusing our institutions. But as I said before, and I will keep saying it, if you are a wise person and you think you're smart, the first thing you should know is that the judiciary is one arm of the government you cannot bully. All over the world, you can't bully them. In fact, if you try to bully them, you get them very angry. That's why people resort in buying some of them.
Madam Sita, one of the lead judges, the
Let me
Okoro
finish.
judge.
Thomas, let me
Yeah,
finish
go
what
on.
I'm saying. I will come to the Supreme Court. Let me finish what I'm saying. I want to say something. Nigerians are sick and tired of these old people. When I mean these old people, I mean in totality. All the people that have ruled Nigeria one way or the other. It's obvious they're tired of them. Because in any time any of them step in there, it becomes a gang of robbers again. They come all over. I wish the one sitting down there now will do something. I pray so and I hope so. It's too early to say whether he will do something or he will not do something. But I pray, because I have people in Nigeria, that he do something and do it very fast. But are we tired of those people? Yes, we are tired of them. Are we going to accept a makeover? It's obvious Nigerians are not going to accept a makeover. They didn't accept it. So what it actually means is that they want something new. And until that new thing comes, we are going to try to find a way around these people. The way we litter in the internet, saying frivolous things, we have to conquer our minds and litter in the internet, saying something that affects us. Nigerians should start. I'm not calling for anybody to go to the street and get shot. But there are several ways of showing your grievances, more especially with the internet today. Nigerians are doing wonders with the internet these days. I pray them, they should do wonders with what that concerns them, what affects them, and what affects their loved ones. Policies that affect their loved ones in Nigeria. So, Thomas, what do you want to ask me about the Supreme Court?
Yes, I said I was talking about the Justice Okoro. He was so angry that even some cases, some of their cases not to have been brought to them because it has been settled in the previous court case. So I don't think maybe you listen to you watch
No, but I
the
said it
proceedings.
during the tribunal. You know, most people don't watch people's body language. I came to this platform, I said it during the tribunal. that if you listen to those 5 judges in the tribunal case, those magistrates in the tribunal of the appeal court, if you listen to the tone they use, you will know that they are angry in the first place that the case came to them. From their body language, they see it as a waste of time. Because all they asked for was not given to them. And it was just a mere hearsay there and there. The court does not deal with hearsay, market news, and beer parlor stories and the internet push out. They don't do that. You will come in front of them and tell them what you have. So when I watched that tribunal case, I said, this thing is funny. These guys are angry. I wasn't even surprised that the thing didn't take any time for it to be thrown out. If it's in the same society, I think they would have just made a call and somebody will be paying some huge sums of money today as penalty for wasting people's time.
Zita, what do you think about the record, the record dismissal of Obi, 69 seconds?
That's what I'm saying.
What does it stop? Yeah, in terms of the symbolism, summing up all the noise, all the emotions, all the this, I mean, everything just dismissed in 69 seconds.
You see, Kulata didn't like the way things went in 2023. I keep saying it here, but sometimes when I say something, people don't understand me, maybe because I use a lot of metaphor. You see, pre-election, I don't really care. I keep telling everybody, see, you can say anything during the electioneering period. The politics is heating up. Say, fight, use whatever you can to roll your vote. It might not be nice, it might not be good, but well then, they said it's a dirty game. So play it. But after the election, Nigeria have not seen it this way before. I know after election, there are usually litigation. Sometimes even demonstration, people will, they go to, the moment they do that, they go in. It was like, we've suffocated you, we've shown our grievances that you didn't win, that's fine. They will leave the politicians to go to their court and make their case. And when the case is announced and won or whatever, over. But this one, the judges are angry. They're angry that are being bullied. They're angry that are being insulted. They're angry that the lives of their family is being, names and children are being terrorized. They are angry. Above all, that at the end of the day, there was even nothing there that is causing all this problem. Can you imagine Atiku saying they should take away the technicalities and use CSU? I mean, I don't get this. First of all, you won an election. Kulata, you went into a competition with somebody. At the end of the day, the person won. The people, the referee announced him winner. You said he did not win. You are going to court. They go to court. They say, okay, tell us how you won. You turn to the judges and say, look at his knicker, he's dirty. Is that how you won? That his knickers are dirty.
That's what I've been telling Rational Mind, that the entire case is about technicalities. It's not about vote count. They went to court to try and use technicalities to throw the president out. And they're now complaining that the judges are ruling by technicalities. Like, it's kind of like an oxymoron. It doesn't even make any sense.
I don't listen, I don't really know, but as I said before, they should channel that energy to the policies. That way, just as Ajani Koke said, I'm not saying they should go to the street, But they had a lot of energy in the internet. I'm praying them to use it to channel to the policies so that things can be done. But I don't think they will do that because actually they want him to fail so that there will be a 2027. But let me say this. As I said before, there is time and there is hope. But what I want to say is that they have to conquer their mind. If you blame INEC and blame judiciary for your failures, I want to let you know that it's the same INEC and it's the same judiciary that will handle it in 2027. You're gonna lose again. But if you can conquer your mind, blame yourself for your loss, go back, sit in the table, dot the I's and cross the T's, prepare well and come out, probably you might get something. But if you blame everybody, this institution, our two powerful institutions in this situation, insult them, call them names, I'll tell you something. They will be there in 2027 waiting for you. They will be there. I promise you that they will be there. I think there has come for a time for everybody to at least calm down. Let's look at what they are doing, whether they are signing our wishes and our wills for our country into their pocket. I think we should be looking at that. Not that their knickers are dirty. Because I tell you something, everybody's axe is dirty, including Moa. Without it, we start peeping. By the time we peep for a week, I can assure you, with the world of today, massive internet connection, globalization, and the hacking and cracking, I can tell you, you have a dirty ass. So let's leave that ass and look at their hands, what they are signing. Very important. As for the other lady, who they said, I've talked about your question, right? So the other one, what's her name again? The one they said announced a winner in United States.
Chinamanda, Chinamanda.
Okay.
Is your
I will
sister now?
tell her.
Is your sister? I said she's your sister.
Yeah, she is. I will tell her what the wife of John F. Kennedy told Marilyn Monroe. I know most of you know the story, but I will tell her that if Peter Obi is the president, let him sit in Aso Rock. I end my submission, Thomas. Thank you.
Yeah. Please, before you end, I want to ask you a question.
Madam Sugar, that was so short.
Yeah, because I'm acting like Supreme Court now.
Please, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on, yeah.
Okay. Now, coming from the point of lessons learned, how will you analyze the role of Nigerian media post-election till today?
I didn't get your question, please.
Yeah, so I said in terms of lessons learned, how will you analyze the role of Nigerian media houses post-election till today?
Analyze how? What do you mean by analyze?
In terms of what they've been dishing out, have they been objective Have they been subjective? Have they been adding more fuel to the fire?
Let me tell you something. You know, I'm a very straightforward somebody. I say it the way it is. Like me, hate me, I don't care. But I will say it anyway. My voice might not be strong, but I'm going to use it. If you are expecting what they call investigative journalism, it's all gone. And I will tell you why it's gone. It's gone because...
Madam Zita.
Oh, Kulata, wait now. Let me talk. Which one be this one now? Which one be that? I beg you. Instead of you to carry your brother go...
Please let her talk. I really
Instead of you to go for a psyche, before he goes to I no want talk. Gonna leave that one. Shebi go London as a professor, associate. A short. Kulata, let me continue now. Beg you. The time of that time has gone. I blame them, but I don't blame them. In the sense that they are scared all over the world. All over the world. The world is divided into sections now. And some people are paying some people to earn a living. And it's no longer the way it used to be in the olden days. I work for you, I have my opinion. These days, opinions are being forced down your throat. And any journalist that tries to make a headway, they take him out. Then my crash is this thing. You see it happen all over the world. Then we go to court. In the United States, you see what happened to Tucker Carlson. They went to court, they won. And that's a judiciary. And they came out. It's okay, let's settle out of court. That's a judiciary too. I know some people in the United States are still very proud of that judiciary. They're so proud. And they can say condescending things about our own judiciary, but that's by the way. It's when you don't know how the judiciary roll, you condemn them and you call them flawed. But let me go back to you, Kulata. The way they presented their issues are the way according to who is paying them. Okay? Who owns them? Who is paying them? And they react that way. But one thing I did not like is when the truth come out after the politicking and saying that's actually the problem I had with Nnamdi Kanu. When somebody pay you to do a job, do that job. It ends there. It fell, it no fail. That one doesn't concern you again. You've done your job perfectly well. The one he gave you money to do, you've done it. Coming out to show relevance again, you mess up the whole thing. That's what the media houses in Nigeria were doing. They do the politics, the truth come out, they start struggling with the politics. There's nothing wrong in another news you it. Let it be that they say, hey, Channel said this, now they're saying this. You can even apologize if you want to. But they're not doing that. They're pushing the narrative they want the people who are paying them to hear. Not only in Nigeria, my dear, all over the world. You don't really need to get the real news now from the media houses. It's really, really bad. It's terrible. You don't need to get the real news now. They push narratives that they are paid to push. Because people actually, look, the guy that asked me this question, do you know that people actually go to that media houses and pay them to be saying a certain thing? Do you know that? I have witnessed it with my two eyes. They
Madam
take
Zita,
them.
I want
This is
to.
what I want you to be pushing, and they do it. It's not, I'm not saying it's right. But as I always say, in life, there is always time and chance. And a phase. When the time comes, there will be a chance to do whatever you want to do. It comes as a phase. When that phase ends, something is going to tap it. Like, you see, this is fall season. The wind will blow it like a leaf. Boom! Another phase will come. That's the phase we find ourselves on the world today. Media. They think they can rule the world. They're actually trying, but I don't think they can. Because most of the things I hear people... Hold on. Let me say this before you come in. Most of the things I hear people say, and most of the ways I see people reason, because I'm somebody who jumps around this media, I collect information. I could actually tell the media houses that person listens to. Is that bad? Because they have changed the person's narrative. Is that bad in the world today? You are a Mexican. I speak with you. The way you talk, I can actually tell you the media house in Mexico you listen to. The same thing with Ukrainians. The same thing with Russians. Because of what they push. How am I going to talk about US? You people are there now. You know how they talk. People who listen to CNN, people who listen to Fox News, people who do NBC, ABC, CBS. You know how they reason. So ask me, Thomas, what do you
Yeah,
want to
Ekene wants to comment. Ekene.
Yeah. Madam Zita, I wanted to push. Good morning from Nigeria. So, Kulata can. I wanted to. Kulata can also make this submission because I followed that judgment. Even though some are clear, but some are not clear because I wanted to ask this question on this platform, but I couldn't come in early. So, but in that space, because our institution, we have not gotten it right. No matter how we want to make people believe that we have the right institution, especially the INEC aspect of it. Even the judge also confirmed it in that judgment that his words, he said, let the truth be told, that the non-transmission of that result to the IRF might also kill the morals of the people, the public, maybe as in time of affecting the next election, something like that. So, but
Ekene, are
when
you
the
asking question or you are making submission?
yeah,
This
I
is
want
not
to
the
ask
question.
if when the judge make that statement, knowing that INEC fumble in that area, what now becomes the punishment of INEC? They just just wave it, just make that statement and wave it away. So INEC doesn't have any price to pay. That's my
Okay,
question.
okay. You asked me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something. When I was making my submission this evening, I made a fundamental statement and I said, there is time and there is hope. But before we lodge into that time and grab that our hope and make it happen, we have to first of all conquer our mind. We just have to do that. We can do it. Why did I say we have to conquer our mind? You see, when they talk about emotions, emotions run in our sense organs. I don't know how much time I have, Thomas, but I want to clarify some things for for Ekene.
For Madam Peter, don't be emotional like yesterday.
Huh?
I said, don't be emotional like yesterday.
No, I want to clear something for
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Ekene. I don't know how much time I have. I said,
No, go on. You have the floor. Go on. You know, we always respect women among us.
our emotions come from our sense organs. Most importantly, the one we touch, what we see, what we hear, what we taste, and what we smell. These sense organs control our emotions. When you smell something, I don't like it. It doesn't taste nice. I can't touch that thing. You begin to, when you send that signal into your brain, you begin to react towards it. Why am I saying this? Okay, you have to go back and listen to that judgment. And you will understand what the judge is saying. Because you assumed outside of what the law says, what the electoral policy says, that it is in the hands of the INEC to decide if a pan tester is trying to come into their system. And there are a lot of them. They cannot say because we said we must actually do it right time. That's why they put that clause that is left for them to decide. That being said, what the judge was saying is that the mindset, real-time transmission has conditioned the mind of some people that if it is not real-time transmission, is flawed. That's just what the judge said. Some people's mind have been set that way that if it is not real-time transmission, is flawed. By the way, the question should be, Ekene, what are they transmitting real time? That should be the question. Are they transmitting something from the moon, something from the sun, or something from the oceans? They are transmitting something real time that an agent or probably a voter have seen. That's what they're going to transmit real time. So, what is real time? Viewership. Not that it's changing anything. So why would someone condition his mind that a result in a polling station that everybody voted, counted, signed, copies have been given out, and then transmitting real time make it false or true? That's where the problem is.
But Madam Sita, the problem was people were thinking in the process of getting it collated at the collation center, there could be some mago, but everybody have their copy. That's the problem. I don't know what's the bone of contention
That
there.
is what I'm asking. I said election was conducted in a polling unit. I started with a polling unit. In front of everybody, that result was counted. After counting, all the agents watched them put the numbers counted, and they all signed. What is going to be transmitted is not a scanned copy of that thing they signed. So because they did not scan it and transmit it electronically into where people can view it, does that make it true or false? But some people have conditioned their mind that if it is not taken to a place where the whole world can have access to see it, even when they have it in their hands, it makes it false. I don't get that part. But that's exactly what the judge is saying. The mindset and the emotion. But let me tell you this, Ekene. I would like people pushing this change that I too want to conquer their mind. I would like that. Go back to the drawing table if you are really serious for the change. Do a job, you have to work for it. A lot of job, because the people you are going to unseat, so you have to be strong. Prepare very well. It's not a 2 month, and time is passing. It's not a 8 months something or 6 months. Or you can't just wake up and start running around Nigeria, helter skelter, like a headless chicken, and at the end of the day, you say you become a president. It's not done. It takes a lot of work underground, in the middle, at the top. Go and ask. I used to make reference to what happened in 2015 because people didn't understand. I watched it. I have a lot of information on what happened in 2015. It's not a joke. If anybody think that that was a joke, but I can assure you that there was a space in 2023 for such a thing to happen. But because the people involved did not understand, they did not monitor, they were blaming the institutions. They didn't make appropriate use of it. Whether there was a vacancy in 2023, oh yes, there was a vacancy. I saw it clear. But some people like Atiku thought already he's inside a vacuum. There was a vacuum. He felt so confident that he's already in the vacuum. He never believed he has to work hard to enter that vacuum. Somebody else did. And that person that did is something you guys have to sit down and study. I pray you guys to sit down and study it. So that in 2027, you might, if you work hard. So that's exactly what the judge is saying. I've explained it to you. Mindset. So if real time makes it false, and therefore, because they won't send it real time, it's going to be false, and you will not come out to vote in 2027. That's fine. But one thing I have to tell you, Ekene, is that whether you come out to vote, whether those people who believe, because it's not real time, it's not going to be genuine, whether they come out to vote or they don't come out to vote, come 2027, a winner will be announced.
Madam Sita,
And the person
unfortunately,
will come.
nobody brought anything to court to say that the signed copy from the polling unit was not the same thing that was uploaded. There was no discrepancy. So
No,
why do we
Thomas, I
it's
wanted
because
to
it's not
brush
loaded.
on that. I wanted to
Yeah.
brush on that. You
Yeah, go
see,
on, please.
before you make a case in the court of such magnitude, remember, presidential election all over the world is very expensive. All over the world. Very expensive. So for you to get the judiciary to overturn it for the country to spend that kind of money again, you must defend it beyond every reasonable doubt. Now, for those, I heard some people saying, why didn't INEC give them something? You have to bring something, keep on the table and say, this is what I have. Then your case will be, George, call INEC, let him bring his own. Let's see whether two of them match. You cannot tell INEC to give you what he have to show the world whether you win or not. I don't know how that works. But we can say anything and demand anything. For you to make a case, there must be an argument. For you to decide what is wrong or right, there must be a benchmark. Before you say Nigeria is not good, you must have a place you are comparing it with. Before you say something is wrong, there must be a comparison for you to prove the right one. So that's just what the court was asking. You have to bring your own now. Where is the one you have that you are holding in your hands and you said is the right one? So that others can bring their own. Then there will be a comparison. At the end of the day, they argue. But for your information, lawyers argue on the fact, not on the law. That was why Ekene, the lawyer, brushed that thing aside. They cannot argue on the law. If the law said INEC has the jurisdiction to decide, no judge can argue that. They can only argue on the facts.
Madam Sita, even the judges said is a guideline and they can decide to do what they want to do.
Because he's the guy, he's in the law. They cannot, nobody argues on the law. Ask any lawyer. They cannot say this law is wrong. No. You argue, you look for a fact around that law and then argue on it, manipulate the fact, and then win your case. And that's exactly what they wanted them to do. They wanted them to bring something they can use to manipulate that rate time or not rate time. This is what I have. This is what is showing in the system. Look at what is showing in the system. Look at what I have. They're not the same. That's exactly what they want them to do. That's the fact. It's no longer the law that you did not upload rate time. That's the law. The judges can never argue on that. But they can argue if what is uploaded is different from what you have. That's the fact. Then they can start.
Madam Sita, can you imagine? Oh my God. They still brought the issue of double nomination of Shetima into Supreme Court. And Supreme Court said, we have dealt with this in our previous judgment. Why are you bringing this back to us? Why are you wasting our time? It's just, I don't know. It's just crazy, man. Just crazy.
Thomas, let me tell you, it's I don't know, but it's okay. I think it's over now. Is there any court you people are going to? Thomas.
You said? Say that again.
I said, is there any other court you people are going to?
No, just yes, that I think that's all. There's nothing else.
Okay, now we are all going to face front, right? And watch what
Yes.
our government is doing.
Yes.
Okay.
I think now we should face the governance, not forget about this.
Just like
But there's some people say they are some people say they are going to.
We should face
No, they say they are going to ICC. They are going to international criminal justice.
Who said so?
Obedience space, you know. You never listen to them.
But why are you people even calling your fellow humans obedient? You don't know what that means?
That's what they call themselves.
Shit. Anyway,
why do you say that? Madam Sita, you tell us you are Madam Sita, and we continue calling you Madam Sita. I said I'm Thomas. You continue calling me Thomas. So if somebody says they are obedient, we address them as obedient now, isn't it?
They should look. If a movement is based on hate, it can never be successful. You people can go back to history, make references. Even Black Lives Matter that was based on hate. You people saw how it crashed. You don't do a movement like that. Focus on something very important. If it's to change the old gags, focus on it and be honest about it. Don't bring a makeover. Because bringing somebody who has been in the system for God knows how long and saying you want a change is a makeover. And we, the meaningful Nigerians, will not accept that from anybody. That is not what we're asking for. Because the moment that person goes there, those people come again because he cannot do without them. They know him. He knows them. They know how to get at him. But if he's a brand new person, they might be scared. There is hope and there is time for us to do that. If only we can conquer our mind. Leave pointing fingers at everybody except us. We did not get it right. For those who don't want the old gargles, we didn't do anything different to win. Nothing. We use the usual chant, religion, ethnicity. That's the usual chant they use in winning election. Just like in the United States, you want black people to vote for you, just shout racism. Pakam.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
They go vote against the person. And at the end of the day, the person will even treat them worse than. So it is what it is. In Nigeria, just bring that religion, that ethnicity, pakam, you will see the vote. So the people who wanted something different did not even do anything different. They still run on that. So they should go back to the drawing board, get it right. I, for one, I want something new and something different. Honestly speaking, I do. I do. But if the person sitting down there can change everything, that's still fine. But if I tell you I want to start seeing those people I'm seeing now again, honestly, I don't think all of them, including those that went to court. I've been seeing them since I was born. I've been seeing them. I need to see something different. And I believe most Nigerians do too. But no makeover. Don't bring a makeover for us. We will not accept it. Don't go carry one old politician, paint and call a makeup artist to arrange and wear. Then you bring it and say, hey, let me follow this. I will not. Because those people have killed the country. If you want a change, it must be a change. Otherwise, we deal with them. That's all I have to say. Any other question before I go?
Madam Sita, I think we yes. Amici said Obasanjo is just don't want. I think that guy is just. He said Obasanjo it's just alien Obasanjo giving Obasanjo some
No,
accolade. He said
Ramechi is right, but the way he put it is wrong. Obasanjo is the only Nigeria president that acted. The world should be acted like a nationalist. I repeat myself again. Obasanjo is the only Nigerian president that acted like a nationalist. He might not be a nationalist by character, but by the position he sat on for 8 years, he used that position to act like a nationalist. I agree with him. But saying he's a nationalist, he begins to seem as if it's his character. It's English language, yeah. It seems as if it's Obasanjo's character. I don't really think Obasanjo has the characteristics of a nationalist. In character and in his habit, no. Sometimes he wants to, more especially since he left office, he's been trying to spoil a lot of things. But that's not. But I want to say, agree with Amechi in the sense that when he was the president, he acted like a nationalist in action. He acted like a nationalist. It might not be, because after he left office, the way he was behaving actually doesn't really seem like the behavior of a nationalist. Yeah, I agree with him. Any other question?
That's enough. It's really based on the Supreme Court judgment. There's no really
Which
news out
kind
there.
Supreme Court? Thomas, make una raise this case. Now the case no lasts up to a minute.
No, Madam Sister, you haven't heard people. I think I've been thinking we should mock the obedience. I've not hear anybody mocking the obedience. I,
But Thomas,
you,
when you look at the tribunal, can't you see that those judges were angry? You didn't
I
notice?
told you I was telling you now. The leading
They were
the
really
leading judge
furious because
the leading judge was so furious. The Okoro one. So why are you bringing this case to us? We've dealt with this case before. I don't. It was so. I imagine I saw a picture when he was saying that. You will see the anger in his face.
yeah, the
They
tribunal
were
case
angry.
was the funniest one because my lieutenant was a judge anyway. So when you see judges saying things actually they are not supposed to say in a courtroom as part of their judgment, you will know that they are angry. Because at that point, the emotions have started running wide. You see them saying things actually not supposed to, yeah, they can say it, but not supposed to be included in their judgment. So they were angry. At least I felt at that point they would have ended the case because most times when those appeal court decide something, it's really difficult for Supreme Court to overturn it because those appeal
Madam
court
Sister, thanks
judges.
for cutting you. All their judgments, they were referring to the lower court. They
Yeah,
were
that's
referring
what they
to
do because
the
the
lower
lower
court
court.
has said this, we go with the lower court. The lower court has said this, we go with the lower court. Almost everything
Mhm.
was directed back to the lower court.
Any day when he come here, you guys should ask him to explain to you what appeal means. When you appeal, a judge, a case has been judged, favor or against you, you appeal. Appeal court is very thorough. You can ask Obeni. You are saying, see me, oh, help me, oh. These people are treating me badly. They check every dotted lines. They prepare the case for Supreme Court. Supreme Court is not, they just, all they do is interpret the law. So when you go to Supreme Court, the Supreme Court can only interpret the law on what the appeal said to you. That's all they're going to do. The appeal court is very thorough. Any day you see Obeni asking, he will explain what appeal means. So when I see those tribunal judges, which is in presidential election, the tribunal judges are appeal, right? When I see that anger in their face, I just felt that case should end there. What happened today was, I wasn't surprised. I was even, when I was reading it yesterday afternoon, I was like, I hope, I just can't through it to the end to see, I hope they didn't find anybody. Because the way they were going, if it's in some countries, they will find somebody, tell you go and pay some thousands of dollars for wasting their time. So it's what it is. I hope we move on from here. Kulata, I hope we move on from here. Waiting at the well say being problem, so waiting at the will they talk.
Don't mean that they don't drink burukutu. You don't
What did
drink
I?
burukutu.
I don't talk anything now.
Ola has been very quiet. Ola,
And I'm sitting, I don't talk
I
anything
know
now.
Ola they support who Ola they support self.
No, Tinubu in the support now.
Okay, now Dewale
Now
they
after that
go.
man be only the referee.
Okay, Adewale na.
I'm in the middle. Doesn't
Adewale
nothing.
pele o, pele, ekuche o, pele o. No worry, it's
You see
fine.
that my profile picture? You see that guy with the swollen face?
Does he
That's
have?
yes, I'm feeling that guy.
Does he have allergies? Reaction to
No,
something?
it is the Supreme Court blow.
They gave you a technical knockout.
Yes.
Madam Sita, the female judge said, people, don't be agitated. We are not spending 12 hours this time. That immediately she said that, I know that these people are not wasting time at all. This
No, but there
judgment is
was no
going to be
case now. There was no
There was
case.
no case. There was no case,
The
Madam
appeal
Sita.
court explained everything to everybody.
Yes, there was no case at all, Madam Sita. There was no case. There was no case. You really you summarized everything. There was no case.
There was no case. But
It's
one
just
thing I'm
frivolous.
sure, I am happy they took it to Supreme Court for one reason. For just one reason. That 25%. Anytime I see somebody argue on that thing, actually the person irritates my vein. For saying that Nigerians that live in Abuja decides who rule Nigeria. What? I mean, it's even in some countries where they have highest concentration, like if you come to United States, talk of New York, Chicago, and California. Even at that, the country has to put a law. Otherwise, those three cities will be the one deciding who becomes the president because they have the number. Even at that, they make sure they don't. And just few people living in Abuja, skeletal people, they automatically make them special humans and the excellent citizens to decide who. Actually, that argument was really, really, really annoying. That was why I said, let it end in Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court say, and let it end there. If you see the way they were going about that 25% in Abuja, it was really, really annoying. One of my cousins, I asked him a question. I said, are you telling me that if somebody contests for presidency in Nigeria and get 25% in the 36 states, that 25%, but did not get 25% in Abuja, he won't be the president? The guy said yes. What? I said, so Abuja decides who becomes the president? He said yes. That's my place. At least that one is cleared, Thomas. Nobody go decide.
Madam Sister, where is the place of all these international internet lawyers?
Which internet lawyer?
That have been
You are breaking.
that have been judging the an
Is it from
internet
me or
judge.
is it from Thomas? Thomas, you are
We have
breaking.
internet lawyer everywhere now.
Can
They
anyone
have their own
notice that Thomas
opinion.
is breaking off, or is it me?
Yeah, I said the internet lawyers, our internet lawyers that have been judging the case before the judge.
See,
Well, there is still hope actually for the obedient.
let me
They
say
can go to
this.
the court for West Africa. There's also a court there too for West Africa, so they can
See,
explore that
let
one.
me say something, Thomas. You see, the mind always attracts what he wants to hear. Watch out. The mind always attracts what he wants to hear. Mind, ear. When your mind is running towards something, the moment it hits your ear, bagam, you are interested in it. So whether internet lawyer or internet, as I'm here, nobody will come. I am not a lawyer. But nobody will come and tell me that a state in a country will decide who becomes a president. Nowhere in the world. Nowhere. It's not done. So I don't even care how the lawyer is explaining it. He can only explain it to whose mind believes that is possible. So, but it's really bad. They should stop deceiving people, honestly, sincerely speaking. They should stop all this false narrative everywhere. It's really killing the world. I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about the world in general. So many false narratives out there. People put out. When you ask them a question, they get angry. That's the annoying part of it. Because your question is trying to dislodge what they believe in. I hope it's over, Thomas. I hope we don't pass that stage. Abi? Hello? Is there anybody hearing me?
We hear you. We hear you.
I'm asking a question. I hope we've passed this stage now. Are we going to
where?
which court again?
No, it's never over now. If China,
Where?
Huh? Where do you people want to go again?
I just told you now. There's a West African court, the ECOWAS court. You can try that. Yes, it's bigger than Nigeria, right? West African court, so maybe they will try that one. You never know.
And then one later you they talk this one.
Madam Sister,
I don't.
the argument and fight never finish. It's just the start. As long as people have access to cell phone in their hand, forget it, and the laptop in their front, that fight will continue.
So the blow where they give you for face now is not enough.
You don't see that guy
You won't go collect for West African court again.
when they deliver the judgment, are so obedient. They look, say, "Hey, see life." They blow when they give them the Supreme Court judge or justice give them.
7-0, 5-0,
See the
7-0. Appeal
face.
court 5-0, Supreme Court 7-0. It's obvious they don't have a case.
They must
But
learn
if
by photograph. Honestly, it's because we are not familiar with some of this judiciary proceeding. It is ludicrous to imagine that the Supreme Court will consider their plea or their newly found evidence, the one they spent millions of dollars to unearth from Chicago, United States, hoping that the United States Supreme Court is going to reverse itself, admit new evidence that even the lower court did not admit. I mean, okay, I understand that cases are different, different circumstances and all that. But is this compelling enough? The new electoral law stipulate the time frame or the timeline when evidences needed to be submitted, when cases needed to be wrapped up. It actually took 171 days to finally put a pin on this shenanigan of appealing and all that. Even without being a lawyer, it is commonsensical to know that if you don't meet up with the timeline, there's a chance or possibility that your case will not be entertained. I've been a witness in the court before. When the lawyer is asking you question or cross-examining you, the judge will try to guide you as much as possible so that you won't jeopardize the case of the person that brought you to court or the person's side you belong. Sometimes You know, when people feel that
Adewale,
they know,
is Larry still there?
I'm not so sure.
Because he sent a question to me.
No, okay.
I don't know
I
if
want.
he's
Maybe it's in the background. I don't know. But when you are giving your testimony as an expert,
Thomas. Are you reading the private chat?
I think it's in the background.
Okay.
Thomas is nowhere to be found.
Okay. Adewale, can you give me a second? Let me.
Sure. Larry can hear you anyway.
Larry, what the BBC said that they stood their ground. If you understand a process, how things work in a particular place, when somebody comes with something contrary, you will tell the person it's a contrary opinion. It's not a fact. That's why BBC is saying that. When they talked about the forfeiture, I asked them, do you know how the forfeiture law in the state of Illinois? That's the question I asked. Because if you go and read their forfeiture law, you will know that in the state of, it's only 3 states in the United States where you cannot forfeit anything unless it's a criminal case. Somebody word it. I always remember the boy's name. I think from Maine or Minnesota. I can't remember. His name is Tyler. That's his first name. They saw a substance in his car, his brand new SVU. He spent his hard-earned currency to buy. And they said he will forfeit his car. Yes, in the United States, that's how the law enforcement make their budget, beef their budget. So they do that. But this man followed them to the court, even to the Supreme Court, and won the case and liberated his state. Now back to the forgery certificate. I said it and I said it again. In the first place, I don't know how somebody will forge what he has. Looking at the understanding and the meaning of forged. The word forged, be make una help me. I don't know English very well. Is it not to an something you don't have? And they go and give it out and say you have it. Is that not what they call forged? Huh? Why are you guys keeping quiet now?
Exactly.
Now so, Mama.
So for you to use the word forged, already you have destroyed your case.
We
You
can
see,
hear you. We
I
can hear
keep
you now.
telling people, my fellow young Nigerians, I keep telling them, before you say the judiciary is flawed, please, first of all, understand how the judiciary functions. If you understand how the judiciary functions, you will understand that a little mistake, a change of words can make you lose a case. Total. But when that happens, you come and say, can you imagine? That was a clear case. But when you meet a lawyer, he will sit you down and explain to you why you lost the case. Using the word forged, Larry already destroys the case. In that instant, you cannot use the word forged. So BBC was right.
Yeah.
In that instant, that English word forged, anybody who understands the meaning of forged and understand the situation in CSU will tell you he did not forge his certificate. It's as simple as ABC. The word forged should not be used. Maybe you find another word. Because forged is what you don't have. You claim you have it. Colombolombo something and bring out and say, this is it. I have it. That is forged. You cannot forge what you have. In that scenario, if you are going to court to present to the judiciary that he forged something, I'm sure they're gonna laugh at you.
Yeah.
So you have to find another word.
Yeah.
Why did he have to write it? Why did he not go to collect that word? They start making argument on that technicalities. The one he brought, is it acceptable? Can the university allow him to do it like that? These are the questions a smart person should be asking. Let the university come out and say, no, we don't allow anybody to do it anyhow. We must also come from our admissions. Then you have a case. But saying that somebody submitted something and because it's not coming from somewhere, it's no longer his. That's exactly what I'm arguing on. So BBC was right, Larry. He didn't forge it.
Yeah.
The word forge doesn't go in.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you
a wrong
very.
word to use. Maybe another word, but not
Yeah.
forged.
Thank you very much. I think you are kind of like very, very objective with the way you actually answered that question. To me, I think it's an indictment on the media in Nigeria. I think they are doing a lot of shady jobs and a lot of, because I think what BBC did was they went a little bit further and contacted CSU, which I didn't know if any media house in Nigeria actually did that.
They
And
never do. They never do.
yeah, so they didn't do that. And, I think at the point there was a petition written to the BBC head office, and BBC came out in their strong words that they believe in what they've done their due diligence, and that's why they have their report, which I think,
Okay, they attacked BBC now. You know they like attacking people.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
you say things they don't want to hear, they attack you. So they attacked BBC and BBC stood his ground.
yeah, it's so unfortunate. And even, this issue of
It's
attacking,
unfortunate.
do you know that the issue of attacking, how they actually bullied CSU, it was so, so unfortunate. They
So they
bullied
attacked the governor of Illinois too.
it was
Did you
so,
hear that one?
yeah, it was so unfortunate for
They
me.
attacked the governor, they attacked the judge, they attacked everyone, even the school. They attacked the school. They started flocking. They bombarded the school social media page. It was a shit show. It was I don't know. It was I don't know what I would use to qualify that what the Atiku trying to do. Atiku started it, Obedient took over from him. As if what they are going to dig out, like Madam Sita said, you only forge what you don't have, right? And for those who have been in the educational system here in America, the emphasis is not on the diploma itself, but the transcript that shows what you did when you were attending that school is what really, really is needed. As a matter of fact, when you are doing requesting for your transcript, they will ask you if it is for employment or if it's for academic purpose, because there's a way they will, there's a format that they use, right? So,
Even now,
and
they were even now, self, for some certain courses in the United States, companies ask for transcripts of people. They want to see it because they're
oh yeah,
looking for, yeah.
they ask for it. There's no, when we are looking for a job,
In
they don't need
school,
your
the people who are
diploma.
in school already, that is the
Oh yeah,
ones that are still in
oh yeah,
school.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. I've had an employment interview where they specifically asked for some of the courses that I did in school. I had to started, scratching my head. I went on. Okay, I asked permission to check my phone because I know so I couldn't log into my account because it's been long. So I started searching where I save stuff on my phone or my email and stuff like that. And luckily, I was able to. I had an idea, but just didn't know the actual name of that course. So yes, it's possible just for them to know that you have an idea of. Of course, Nigerians or some of those people who are championing that that space. They know actually what. Even those who live here, they still want to believe what they want to believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because for me, there are some people that I don't really agree with everything they do, but I still respect them. One of them is Reno Mokri. The fact that Reno said he went to CSU himself, which I expect the media houses just reach out to him. How did you do it? Let's send someone there. Probably if you have someone in the US that can go on our behalf, just go. But just like you said, it depends on they say what they are being paid to say.
Yep.
And I think it's
I
for
don't
us
want to
not to
not
see.
just to cut you. Let me say this. There is something that went on during that period. Now you mentioned running. He went to CSU, did his investigation, came back, announced what he investigated on. He had a paper they gave to him. And the other guy in Arise TV did a video that my cousin sent to me. It was so annoying. It was saying, can you imagine that he got a paper from CSU and was coming to show people there was not even a stamp or a signature? I said, is this guy a journalist? So he doesn't know that in the United States, not even in the United States, in the Western culture, most times their letter just come with their letterhead and the underneath the menu bar below, names of directors and their phone numbers. That's all. And the body of the letter. What are they telling you in essence? We are so good. If you doubt this letter, could you please call this number? We will confirm. I don't think I have received anything from the United States that is stamped. I don't think, even when I went for my bank, this thing, it wasn't stamped. I was asking them because in Nigeria, I know that when they give you your bank statement, they even put a stamp on it. They said no. They pointed below that I should give it to the person. They pointed below. I said, when you give it to the person, they doubt it, they should call them. And this guy doesn't know that, and he's sitting there talking, and people are listening to him. And he called himself a journalist. He made a video on it that Ronnie brought a paper that is not even signed, not even stamped. If you see the way he was stressing it, hey, now so
He
good.
was
Wow.
telling this guy, Reno, that the school that where was it written in that paper that Tinubu attended that the school denied his admission.
Adewale, he was even asking Reno that, who did you speak with? Tell me the name
Yeah.
of the reception you made. The
It,
person. So
they,
ridiculous
do you
human
know
being.
they've talked before that appearance on Sleep TV. They've spoken before to the point that they dragged themselves to the office of Obaigbena. So that was a carryover of their disagreement that you guys were witnesses on television. They knew each other from before, so their disagreement was they brought on the television, and Reno was trying to make it look like a normal conversation, but the ridiculousness inherent in his statement or in the question was what makes Reno to be a little bit getting testy, because at the end of the day, it was about it that had to come to the rescue. So it's easy for somebody to sit inside one dingy office in the VI and claim to be a journalist. I can't remember the last time Abati was a reporter. Well, it was an editorial. Last time I checked, I didn't know he was an academic as well as a lecturer. So I didn't remember him being on the road as a reporter. This same with Dito with Rufai. I don't know. They need to find him a wife. He's over 40 and he never married. So maybe you need to get occupied this time around so that he won't be doing all this nonsensical stuff he's doing
What
on
are you
TV.
talking about,
You know he's
Adewale?
not married.
Every day he's always coughing on a sleep TV. So they need to find him a wife. At least at least get occupied after election now.
And another thing for me,
How
this
did
is
you
Oh
know he's not
my
married?
God.
But who go marry her?
this
Uh-uh. Are you making this up?
That guy na sadist, so you don't know. He'll be start laughing with you on the surface. Deep down, his hatred is, and he knows all these politicians. Oh, hey, when I'm sitting there, you don't know that guy. Who go marry him?
You know, hate born fast and is bright, but it kills somebody easily. Hate, it burns very fast and is very bright. When you start exhibiting it like this, you become a hero. That's the bright side of it. Very fast and bright. But I'll tell you something, it destroys. I don't like, and there were a lot happened in 2023. Maybe you
A lot.
people in a
Ah,
lot happened.
And
A
for me,
lot.
I think it's
Aye,
more
a
of
lot.
lessons. It's more of lessons learned.
A lot
A
happened.
lot of people kind of like have one or two lessons to learn. Another people that I think needs to learn a lot is the lawyers. I think when I was
They were waiting they do you now. They no go collect their money.
no. I
That's
mean
not right now.
it's not just the
that's
lawyer.
Lario, not Adewale or what I'm sitting.
No, it's not just
Larry, no now. They
yeah, it's
got to
not just
get
the
their own
lawyers.
money.
I mean
That's all now.
the
They
lawyers
must chop.
that go on TV, analyze cases.
They're paid. And those people are invited.
Yeah, because
They don't invite them for free.
if you look at the Supreme Court, kind of like emphasize that again today. Because a lot of lawyers go on national TV, they were saying a lot of things, kind of like giving judgment. And you now ask yourself, and I think it's actually the same thing during the tribunal, they said the same thing. I think the NBA needs to come in now and they need to like do something because aside the media people, the lawyers too, they did a lot of shenanigans.
Damages.
A lot of shenanigans. With the usual of 25%, you see these lawyers coming in, and sometimes you're not like, what's happening?
Actually, I wanted us to talk about this issue of freedom of speech.
But I'm sitting there, sorry. By the way, I haven't seen my journalist girlfriend in a while. Kadaria Ahmed. I haven't seen her in a while.
Who?
That's my journalist girlfriend. I used to like her in journalistic progress. She exhibited a very sound journalist, but that issue of 25% make me kind of scratch my head a little bit. Like, has she smoked Igbo or something? Because the way she was argue blindly on Sleep TV as
It's
if she
money
herself
now. When they
has a.
yeah,
I don't think so. I think it was a blind loyalty to Obi. No, she's well. I don't know if she has a degree in law, but she has always been a journalist. But on that day, the zeal that she showed on television, as if she was so sure about that argument, I'm kind of like, wait a minute, is this the same person that I regard so much? That this lady interviewed IBB in her studio, and she asked a very cogent, important question. As powerful as IBB, of course, they were both Northerner, but and that's where she earned my respect for her to have asked those questions in a tone that doesn't depict, arrogance like Rufai or somebody who is coming from a biased mindset. But she asked a very, very pertinent question, and IBB answered those questions to his best ability. He wasn't ruffled by the way she posed those questions. So I kind of like look at her like, well, she must have been a seasoned journalist, and I've seen her in other platform too, where she did excellent. But when she started arguing that 25%, that was where I lost it with her. Like, man, you are no longer my girlfriend on television. I divorce you now. Go ahead,
But
Madam Sita.
how did
they are paid to do that. These things, I don't know if you guys have arranged you've worked with, like working with an chief executive, and then you watch what happens behind the doors to prepare him on what to say. And then after the meeting, if it's something that is supposed to be on camera for people to watch, then you do what is called a perfect editing in case it happens to come. So that's the same thing they do to these people when they invite them. Behind the doors, they tell them what to say. And then when they come, they run with it and the passion. They're paid. It's not when you see somebody in the media houses talking, some of them in the Western world, they call them contributor, right? They don't contribute for free because they must say what. If you see the day you will see the one that they did not pay, that just decided to come, you will see how the argument will be going up in flames there. They will be fighting it out with
They
that
be
person.
arguing like hungry people.
Yeah, you will notice that this person walked in here to face them. So it is not going to be a mutual understanding at all. It's going to be very chaotic. And at the end of the day, they will almost abandon the argument. So I don't understand, but that's the world we are in now. The media think they will rule us, but let's see.
But I
They're
think the
pushing out
damages,
they're pushing out a lot of things that are really, really terrible. But when
I
you
mean, those
ask
ones are
questions,
the ones that are controlled, or or um.
no. The thing is that it starts with the owner. It's not actually the people that work there.
Oh, no, I'm
That
saying
are,
that sector is being regulated, unlike the social media that is all commerce.
no, all of them are being regulated because if
Social
you
media
say
is not.
no, media houses are being regulated in the sense that the regulation, if it's not regulated, they won't get caught in court cases. They're being regulated,
No,
but
that's what I said too. But I'm talking about social media now.
social media too is being regulated,
But
depending
you
on
can,
what you're saying.
but you can
If you are pushing,
circumvent it though.
okay, let me give you an example of how it works. I believe Allah will understand what I'm saying. Now, I am AI. I am on the studio for Twitter for the moment, monitoring who is tweeting what. I'm watching. Now that comes the problem. If you are tweeting something that, okay, let's assume it's that time they're saying that 25%. And I am supporting the people in support of the 25% that are tweeting about it. I will keep quiet. Even if somebody's had wounded or is causing havoc, I will keep quiet. But the moment I see anybody tweet something, because I have the authority, I drop it down. You see how they use their own money. The social media is being monitored. That's why the Rani president can say all the bullshit and he still has his tweet X handle. And if Donald Trump say it, he get knocked out. So they're being monitored. It depends on who is sitting down at that particular time. What you are saying is in line with what he believes in. That's the world we are in now.
You know, the those who are very conversant, familiar with social media, there's some keyword or keystroke of that you type that people understood what you're trying to say, but it won't actually be the correct spelling that could trigger that uh, 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 punishment that the social media will place on you. For example, if you want to say, let's say sex now, they won't spell sex fully. They will use dollar sign as a form of XX. So people will now understand that that's what you're trying to say. So,
It depends. It depends on who is it there.
but how many people can they monitor? I think it was a computer programmed, software, something that can filter those.
Yeah, is the filtration. But sometimes, if you don't want to use this thing, it depends on who is monitoring it at that point. It can be
Twitter,
done manually, it can be done automatically.
but Twitter before it was sold to this crazy guy, this South African guy.
crazy, crazy
That guy,
billionaire.
has taken liberalism to the gutter. He's doing what he anyway. I don't even know whether it's liberal or conservative. His attitude is something. It's all about bottom line for him. So before it was sold to him, Twitter under the leadership of what is this guy's name? The one that was on it before was managing it as a co-founder. They they employed people mainly for that filtration to fact check people. Reason why they did that in the United States
Yeah,
was
because they
because
were trying to push a narrative.
I think to me, I
Yeah.
think I think the other guy, I think Twitter is getting better now.
you think so.
Yeah.
Sure, it
Uh,
Because
is.
yeah, I think
If
one of
there
the
is
issues.
supposed to be freedom of speech, it's supposed to be freedom for everybody.
Yeah.
If there
I
is
think I think
restriction, it should be restriction for everybody. There
exactly.
shouldn't be exception.
no,
Exactly.
no, but
That's the better it is
You
Madam
getting.
know,
Sita,
see,
Madam Sita, the election in the United States, I think it's 2015, was Twitter was a playground for mischief maker that was sending things that are unfounded, and people are hitting it like Indomie to the point that it became so uh, compelling for the National Assembly to step in. They had to put those chief executive of those companies, in what do you call this public hearing to actually ascertain what they could do to help build democracy because they were hiding under the guise of free speech. Then every social media platform now started employing people to fact check people because fake news was everywhere, were everywhere. So, and to actually curb those excessive, they have to employ people to help them do the fact checking. Now, not that they are actually shutting people up or shutting people down. Free speech is free speech, but there's a thin line between free speech and uh, what you can consider uh, um uh, a speech that is enough to destabilize or cause societal problem, where you have certain group of people, for example, now the Jewish people. Sometimes in America, they are considered to have been targeted by some group of people, and both verbal and online troll was being sent towards these people. So they were using every platform they could find to attack the Jewish people. So they say it
yeah,
was so terrible that they had to, and the likes of Zuckerberg and the Twitter platform and all that, they had to start stepping in. So anything that is related to Jews being mentioned in any statement, they will flag it. Till today, they still do.
okay.
So if not because of that, will have been so terrible because nobody check anybody. Anybody can go online there, and if you see some of those courses and so terrible derogatory word being hauled into people.
So do
Yeah.
you, Diwali, are you suggesting that the Nigerian government should step in and also engage those platforms and then ensure that because it's a form of censorship, right?
Absolutely,
So because
absolutely. Eh,
we've let these people run. I mean, they've become some kind of nuisance on social media where
absolutely.
each time I go on Twitter in Nigerian, like Tinubu is also always trending, and it's all over frivolous and ridiculous. And foreigners are reading these tweets, and they're going to base their reaction to Nigeria and Nigerians based on what they read from the obedient space. So I don't know how they do it. Ban it entirely in Nigeria, or how does that work?
They have to partner with the platform provider.
I think for me, right? I think they just had to do what has been done in Europe. Have you noticed that when it comes to data privacy, no tech company wants to joke with Europe? If you ask everybody, right, any tech company, once you are stepping in Europe, because out of the whole, if you look at the whole world, when it comes to data privacy, Europe is different. One of this now let me bring a little bit of experience that I have with Europe. If you're working with an Europe company, number one, if you're using the cloud, there are some regulations in Europe that does not make you host the application outside of Europe, which every tech company has to abide to. Have you seen that in Europe? It's in Europe that you keep hearing they are suing Facebook, the government is suing this, the government is suing that. So, and every tech company knows that you don't go to Europe and joke. But I think what Nigeria just needs to do is to understand that space, understand when to litigate on issues, and even when it even comes to tax. You know, a lot of these tech companies are, they are changing Africa a lot.
Yeah, they are making billions, but we're not making money off. Even people that are making money from Nigeria, like all these content creators, they're making money.
So they're actually changing. They are changing Nigeria a lot. And until Nigeria learn to have lawyers, pay good lawyers that can litigate their case, that can bring those people down to do the needful, Nigeria will keep losing out. And if you look at the whole thing that happened, right, the way that space is being used, because there's no way anybody can tell me that you won't, you see, the whole thing of regulation, it's not like somebody is there watching it, because when somebody was saying, oh, there are some people they employ to watch it, you can't watch it. It's a bot. It's a bot. All you need to do is to tune that bot. It's a more of an AI. So what you do is to tune it. And the more you tune it, you're able to train it. And once you train it you see, there are I've seen a lot of languages being used, because they've actually, there are some words you can use, right? Like if you're on YouTube, there are some words you can use. So it's just more of them doing the needful. And a lot of companies, particularly companies outside Nigeria, they take advantage of Nigeria a lot.
Because we haven't really identified that potential that this constitute to the as a threat to our democracy. I want to believe or hope now that the Minister of Blue Economy and Information, Bosun, will be able to look at this area, because this is his area of expertise as media person slash what do you call it? So we are even to the point that Twitter had to cite their regional office in Ghana. That's to tell you that we have not actually see the potentiality in having their presence in Nigeria.
Yeah,
And
but what happened to the Ghana office? The Ghana office.
you see, that is if they are able to cite their office in Nigeria, you'll be able to hold them accountable. Number one, they are no doubt that they are raking in revenue. So,
but do you know that this guy sacked all the Ghana staff?
who Zuckerberg? I mean, sorry, the South African guy.
Yeah. So you
See
never
that
knew
guy?
that?
I didn't know that guy.
You mean Jack Dorsey? That's the Twitter guy.
Jack Dorsey.
No,
Jack
not
Dorsey
Jack
was the one that
Dorsey.
brought it
He's
to.
talking about
the current owner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because that was a global. Because Twitter didn't really need that many people to run it.
Why did the Jack Dorsey left the? Why did they even sell it in the first place? Why?
No,
Why they?
because your essay guy was going to overpay for it. Remember, he's not the only one that owns shares for it. So it was a
I
pressure
know
from the other shareholders.
it was
to cash out.
retained. It was one of co-founder, but it was retained.
Yeah, but not like, but it was the pressure from the board. Like, listen, this guy is willing to pay double of what he's worth. So they were like, let's just cash out and you can still stay. So
But
it
do
wasn't just him making that decision by himself.
as at that time, Twitter was having a going concern issue.
And the lawsuit that remember they were being investigated by the government that they were suppressing info
and besides that, do you know that?
No, they were actively. Jack Dorsey was
like they were more friendly towards the Democrats when it comes to
yes,
viewers.
yes. And see, I don't blame them because it took a while before. I think the Facebook actually knew, but they just pretend that they didn't know that. I think 2015 with Hillary and Trump, right? I can't even remember all these dates in my head anymore. I think they later understood, or they pretend to, that was when Democrats were still sleeping, when the likes of Trump were buying adverts on social media like Facebook and all that, and they flooded that space with all sort of stories, the story that's not even true. You open a page there saying you see Hillary in a very comical way. They were able to pass the message across, especially to the other people. But don't let us go to American space. So
yeah.
I don't see reason why Nigeria government cannot engage this, in as much as you are operating in Nigeria space. You are subjected to Nigeria law. And we should be able to capitalize that. We can tap. That's a potential way of generating revenue as well. You cannot be using our space, and it will not be useful for us.
Let me tell you something that happened here. A lady went on internet. You know what I mean? You want to commit and it was streamed live.
Wow.
You know how they guide social media here. You can. Some people watch it, but they couldn't download the video. They took it down immediately. Immediately, some people that log into his page, they saw it, but they took it up. They took it down.
So they really wanted the entire world to see how she's exiting.
Yeah.
That's a coward way.
So the problem with Nigeria. The problem in Nigeria is that we have Nigerians that are ready to kill Nigeria. Look at this case of, is it PID? This one that Nigeria just won. Who are the people behind it? It's still Nigerians. And even all those companies that you see, it's now that I think they want to start changing the narrative, right? These companies, they come to your country, they want to do the right thing. But unfortunately, we have this, we are close to government people, right? Those people that are always everywhere, close to the power, to the seat of power. And they tell you that, yeah, you are coming as a foreigner. The right thing is going to take you this, but we can actually help you to get this. And that's why, in most cases, Nigeria keep losing every day. Take, for instance, now, people are talking about Japa and all those things. Does anybody know the Cuba approach to medical professional reciprocity with the United States? In Cuba.
You said Cuba?
Yeah, Cuba.
I think they don't have diplomatic ties anymore. Trump severed that completely.
So basically, one of the things that gives Cuba money, it's their doctors. And most of their doctors are in Europe.
Medical doctors.
Yeah, medical doctors. They spend a lot of money to train medical doctors. And those doctors are not in Cuba. They go into other countries and make money while Cuba makes the major money because they invest a lot in education.
Oh, you
And
mean the works program for Cuba?
yeah.
You know, Cuba makes about $7 billion a year on that thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
They
Yeah,
literally will just send you like, how many people do you need in Texas? You need 100 doctors. We will send you 100.
exactly.
They will be taking money from their paycheck, maybe half of that, or they will have some kind of arrangement with that
Are
government
you
to be.
serious?
Yeah, that's what
So if
Cuba
they're
does.
making if they're making 100K a year in your country, you'll be paying them maybe 30K every year directly to the Cuban government.
Exactly. That's what Cuba does.
Yeah.
China. Now, let's leave Cuba. Let's go to China. Do you know what China does with tech professionals? I think it's during Trump that they had to like stop that. And basically during Trump, there was this policy that came because most Chinese come to the US to study one course, which is computer science. And I think at the point, there was this, I don't know what that law, because then in my school, when I was still in school then, I knew there was this ban on Chinese people coming to study computer science. And it's still the same thing. They invest on those folks, get them to sign deals, the company enjoys. So the company is not even bothered about jackpot whatsoever. And those are things that I think probably things are going to change because those are things I want to start hearing. Like I know somebody was advising this new government because you need good legal guys that knows international law that can sit down with countries, and you guys can actually, mutually agree on what is going to be beneficiary for everybody. But unfortunately, what we have in Nigeria is Nigerians sabotaging the state, which is so unfortunate. The government, I've seen some things that they are doing now, which to me, I was talking to somebody. If I'm one thing if I'm to give back to Nigeria, it's all about investing in that thing. Now, Nigeria is trying to do something now, which India did with need. I think it's needs that this Boson stuff. 3 million tech jobs, training people for free, software development, DevOps, cloud engineering, AI, machine learning, and everything. And if government can actually invest in that, where we are now in Nigeria, India was there at a point. And for them to get themselves out of that place, they need to like invest on somewhere which is their key core competence. And now, if you look at the major companies in America today, major tech companies, the major people ruling those tech companies are coming from India. So that's why I'm more like, yeah, election is gone. We need to start holding these guys responsible. Like, they need to start doing the right thing. It's so unfortunate that we don't call out those Nigerians that are sabotaging Nigeria. It's so that those are the things that most times for me, when I sit down and I think about Nigeria, I think about those things that I think Nigeria is really missing out of, and those people that are sabotaging the government. And these are people that are well celebrated. You see them in Nigeria, people celebrate them. We celebrate them as if they are the heroes. And these are the people that are killing the country. They know the right thing. They sign deals. Imagine during Buhari, Amechi went to China to sign a deal, and he got back to Nigeria and he was saying he didn't even know what was in that deal.
Same Amechi.
So that's why I said sometimes, right? You think about Nigeria yeah, I'm in the US, I want Nigeria to be good. But what about those people? It's not even the government. These are people that you know that they are basically sabotaging the country. The people will celebrate.
You are talking about sabotaging. Are they doing it directly or indirectly?
Some of those things are direct. Some of these things are direct. Even the people will celebrate.
Intentional. If it is
Yes.
direct, that is intentional.
Yes. Some of these things are direct for their own personal benefit. Even the guys who celebrate the unicorns. Right. I'm sorry, I'm going more within the tech side because that's where I am. The unicorns that will celebrate. These are the unicorns, right? Oh, they've done this, they've done this, they've done that. Go and look into their books. These people are basically, you see the unicorns basically sabotaging the country. Where the country needs to get their own fair share, the country is not even getting their own fair share. So when people say Nigeria is broke, Nigeria has a million ways to be as rich as any other country. But
Mr.
unfortunately,
Mr. Larry, sorry to cut you short. So for the individuals, like the classic example would be the UK court judgment, where somebody took a bribe of 20K, why the country has to pay back $11 billion. Hopefully, then God, we kind of we won that case. But what kind of punishment should we? Anybody involved in like betraying their government? Because I would say it was treasonous to my opinion. So, what kind of, if you are in civil service or those kind of institution of government where you are involved in contracts, if you're caught engaging in this what we call betrayal of your country, like what kind of punishment do you think we should be meted out to these kind of people? Death penalty, life imprisonment, what is it?
yeah, I think you've just said it, right? This is somebody sabotaging, not an individual, sabotaging a country. That's treason. Because
That 11 billion,
imagine,
if we had
do
lost,
you,
because you open money, we had
do you
done.
imagine if that guy had won that case, what will happen to Nigeria? I'm telling you, immediately when
Dollar
that
will have
case,
gone to 2K.
every investor, every
No, 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 no,
external,
no, no,
2K,
no.
everyone, 10K gone.
Larry, hold on. If we had lost that case, your you will have seen 2K for $1 the next day. It will have jumped up because the market will react immediately.
it's not even the market, bros. Every external investor was following that case. Every Nigerian external investor, every Nigerian creditor were following that case. Because obviously, if Nigeria had lost that case, that's the end. And it's even an indictment to the even UK court system. Because obviously, there were some things that came up, right? There were some bribe that went in, for those guys to get that judgment. And unfortunately, those guys, I was listening to something.
Even the Nigerian lawyer get as he be. The one they paid 1 million.
What's his name? Attorney General, the immediate.
Adoka, whatever.
No, not one Andoka. What's his name?
Oh,
Malami.
Malami, that is deep.
Malami had wanted to settle. As a matter of fact, they were deliberating on the amount and all that. Then I think the memo kept flying around back and forth, and Shibajo now, Malami was sending email to Shibajo, and according to I read the backstory of these days where Sheikh Madini said even the government wanted at a point to settle, but because those guys in UK were so greedy, they were hell bent in that billion instead of 400 or $500 million that the government was ready to pay them. But because they got greedy, that was how they decided, what, we're going to go all the way to the court and see if there's a case here. But it was actually the government official. The politicians also might be involved, but the civil service, civil servants were the main culprits in this uh, uh, issue. So, and what do you call them? Permanent secretaries, directors, and all that. So, according to the story, even during the Yaradua, some of the contract was not even signed because what Shegun said then was that. Uh, Sorry, I'm playing Call of Duty here. So, Obati, are you still there?
No, Modumelo. Diwali, if you play game.
I feel forward that.
If we go play FIFA or over again.
Agbaya, how about that guy? Now you don't mind this guy. So, according to the story now, they ended up how the money got out. How the,
Adewale,
yes.
well, yes, maybe we will have to set us back to the back. We have to shut down in 8 hours. One man,
Benji.
only wahala. One man plays some music for copyright. The YouTube has been triggering us in the background. But to do that, we have to stop the video in 8 hours so that it can edit the video to remove those music. So when it is
Oh,
8 hours, like 7:40, 7:55, I have to shut it down. I can set up to the background because I see the house is still full. Maybe we just talk in-house if people don't mind that. So continue, just round it up. Yeah.
oh, okay. Well, according to how the money, how the contract that was not even hasn't even take place in the first place. They are now saying they're asking for the amount that they would have made if the contract has scaled through, together with the interest on it. That was what amount to that 11 billion. You see the greediness of human being now. But thank God, Oshibaja actually should be the one to be credited with this because he was the one that advised the Buhari then that no, we need. I think we have a case here and all that, and the CBN also, Emefiele, according to, was also instrumental to the discovery
Diwali,
of
don't you
the.
think that they should work on procurement in civil service? Like, how can I mean in America here today there are processes that there are stages of procurement now before you even enter into any contract with any
There's,
organization.
according
Why?
to the so they said the Bureau of Public Procurement. They will have a letter of no contest whenever a project or contract is going to be awarded. But in this case, there was no letter, there was nothing, and at the end of the day, it scaled through. So it was a challenge because that's why it was established that the civil servants, the director and what do you call them, permanent secretary, were able to perfect it, this fraud through them without because everyone is trying to exonerate themselves. But the Bureau of Public Procurement, you remember the one, what is his name? El Rufai headed before he became a minister during Obasanjo. The one that said Kwesili was headed later on before he became Minister of Education. You remember? So there was nothing, no objection, nothing. That was how they're able to perpetrate those nonsensical. But this time around, Tinubu made all the ministers appointed, the directors and the agency under them, even up to the permanent secretary, to sign a social contract with him that their performer will be a prerequisite for them staying in that cabinet. Now, if they don't perform, they will be doing a quarterly check on every ministry to measure their performance. I think they said they'll be having a ministerial retreat in November. That was what he was doing when he
Like
was the
a
president governor.
like a 90-day evaluation kind of thing.
Oh yeah. So they have a retreat in November, and quarterly they will be having a performance review of each ministry and to give account what they've done. Any minister that doesn't perform will be shown out the way out of the door for them to, bring in another
That
person.
because so far I've only seen maybe 6 or 7 visible ministers. I don't know where they are. Just I see the economic minister. I see the mines. I see Wiki, of course. I see interior, and maybe and I see the poverty alleviation one and the women one. Everybody is. I don't. They are 50, right? So where are the other 42 or 43? Have you heard anything from them?
At all?
No.
I think.
Have you, Larry? Do you see them? You don't see,
No,
but
no,
the
I
other ones
think
are very active
They
now.
didn't, they
I
didn't
think
stay
for
there
me,
because
I think for me,
they are not doing social media. This
No, no,
thing.
no, 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 no.
I
They
think,
don't
I
carry.
think, I think,
Communicate, carry us along,
I
like the other
think for
Exactly.
me,
Carry the public along.
Tinubu is just wearing his politician hat, because for me, obviously, I don't know why we need 50 ministers. If not,
Uh,
yeah, that's it. For me, that's what I think, right? I don't know why we need 50 ministers.
as it is now, like you said, he's wearing that hat because he needed something to secure his third. I mean, I said third time, second time. No, Nigeria third time. Oh. There will be no third time in Jesus' name.
But I like the idea
Political
of
settlement.
evaluating them quarterly. It makes sense.
Oh yeah.
It
Oh
always.
yeah.
Sorry to interject. There is also policy coordinator, special assistant. All
Yeah,
the
but that was
program
smart.
is being coordinated by this person. And if you realize, they also have a coordinating minister, like if you're under finance or anything related to finance, that means you have to report to Wale Edun before you get to the presidency. The same thing with health and agriculture. So also they also have coordinating ministers. So some of these state ministers, sometimes it's just to patronize some people that really work for him. And I also realized that some of the ministry, the civil servant, they serve 2 or 3 ministers. So it's not that it's being over bloated as media people what media people are thinking about. So some of the ministry have to work with 2 or 3 ministers. And if you can see, most of the junior minister, I would say junior minister, I mean state, what do you call it, minister of state. Actually, you can see that they don't have particular, how to say, a big function to perform as the real minister itself. So they just give them some parts of the chunk of work as in the ministry to do, but not the main one. So sometimes you just have, because Nigeria is a diverse society where every interest must be taken care of, and sometimes there's so many ethnic groups, you have to balance it one way or the other. The way I see it, the way it works is that the economy he deliberately put it in the southwest, and those people that he has worked with, he brought them on board, and the agriculture he put it in the hand of the northwest entirely. And then when you talk about trade and investment and some works, he put in the hand of the southeastern people. And the Northeast, he just put them in terms of maybe defense or budget. That is why when you sit down and then you need to look at all these people and you do
So,
your
so Remy,
own.
so pretty much it's focusing on people's strength and weakness, where they are strong
Thank
as
you.
a group, and
Exactly. Exactly.
focus on that.
You sit
Yeah.
down and look at everything. That's exactly what he has done.
I think another thing is, I think one thing I think he's doing that I like, but I've not really started seeing the benefit of it. But I think he's actually working on it. Is this issue of public servant salaries, right? It's over bloated, and I like the fact that he's bringing in Oracle because I can tell you it's really, 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 particularly the IPIS, or what's it called? Is
The
really,
one that is using in Lagos.
is really, really over bloated. I can say this for a fact. There are a lot of people that are in that civil service in Nigeria that are presently probably in UK
Hmm.
and they are still getting salaries in Nigeria, which I think is they need to really work on it. It's so unfortunate. Those are things I said.
Mr. Larry, please, a question, please. So when a civil servant looks into the eye of a former governor and a minister and tells him that I know we came to work at 1 p.m. but there's a way we run things in this ministry.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, and
When
that's
that
why I
happens,
said in bringing Oracle, right? Because you can't do some of those things, right? If you don't digitalize it, there is no two ways about it. Because if you digitalize it, right? If I don't go to work, I know there is a penalty for me not going to work, right? I know there is a system that doesn't even need human interaction that takes care of me, right? And if I don't go to work, take for instance, if I'm late, if I don't go to work for like 7 times in 6 months, there is a system that can actually flag me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We have something
But
like
it's
that here.
but it's still subject to manipulation as long as
Yeah,
human being is involved.
no
This
system is 100% perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand what Larry is trying. We have that kind of system here. I forget the name we call it. You have it on your phone because your phone is attached to you, okay? And then you must sign in, and they give you your work duties. And when you finish at the end of the day, you also sign out. And before the end of the month, there's some other information you have to input. It's very difficult for another person to sign it for you. Apart from signing it for you, sign in online with your phone, and when you get to your office or your place of work, there is also something you have to use your hand to clock in. So it's like there is no way for you to cheat the system. Even if somebody signed for you, is that person going to double or triple himself to work for you in your workplace? It's going to be very difficult. So that they use technology very well here. So it eliminates because Europeans is like they like that this individualism. They don't want to mingle with anybody. This is your tax. You just go and do your tax. We don't want story that everybody clock together and be gossiping. No. So that kind of habit, if Nigerian can do it, because
But
what is yeah.
but Batini, I wanted to speak to that space of war transfer between the
Yeah, I think it's
labor.
about civil service disciplinary commission. I don't know
Yeah,
why
And also,
that.
when you are dealing with organized union in any government establishment, you see, it's not straightforward or straight cut stuff like,
Wale, hold on. I am with you. Remember, there was a time in Edo too. Remember at that time Oshomole went to this primary school.
Even Fayoshe too
And he
did
gave, and he asked one of the teachers to read one of the textbooks. And she could
Yeah,
not.
they said it was ridiculing
They couldn't fire her because she was under that union.
Wow.
So you have all these unions in Nigeria that work in government, like the teachers union, all this work that they protect all.
Organized union is powerful.
Yeah. So how do you go against those union in
But
Nigeria?
the thing is that that scenario is quite different. If it were to be a single isolated case, it will be a lot easier to
Everywhere is the point now.
deal with. But when you have half of the entire workforce being locked out, it's going to be hard to.
Can you fire Kabiesi's cousin that got having job because it's
I think the problem we have is that we are still using the whole system in Nigeria. It's so archaic. For example, when you look at our labor leaders, the only thing they know about for the last 40 or 50 years is to go on strike. They don't want to understand whether this is the economy of the situation or this is the situation. Look at ASO. It's to go on strike, on strike, on strike, on strike, on strike. And they never offer good solution. Everybody is just like thinking about themselves, what they can pocket into their hand.
As a matter of fact, I was just reading up.
The civil service is
okay,
that
you're still talking.
The civil service that you must go to work at probably you must resume by 8 a.m. and then you finish by 4. That is the normal rule. And then your minister is already there before 9,
and you are just strolling past 9 and past 10, and you also lock him outside. I don't get it. I don't understand. I think our National Assembly, instead of just going there and sleeping and drawing, they need
Remy,
a lot of
how did those people get those jobs? That's the question.
Exactly.
You know how they get jobs, but I can't say
because it's still the same stupid
Remy.
they use
Guys,
the voting
I have to
special
set,
system.
guys,
Who
I have to
man
set
no
us to the
man.
back. I have to
Okay.
shut it down now. I have to shut it down now. Yeah, I'll set us back to the back. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. It has come to the end of the session again. See you, catch you, carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys.